It's a universal language across all time, across all culture.
You know, the thing is, your confidence comes from consent, right? You believe information on the basis of consent. So if you have institutions or collective groups of people or mass, then you accept information. But if it doesn't happen, you don't accept it. And I'm saying that's a fraudulent way of coming to conclusions. You cannot base information on consent. That is not intelligent.
Rabbi, who's Katherine Johnson? Rabbi, who's Katherine Johnson? Rabbi, who is Katherine Johnson?
Rabbi, how many Twix are in
Rabbi, who is dude, you're fucking Black American. You're Black American. Who is Katherine Johnson?
How many Twix are there?
You ever see the movie Hidden Figures? You ever see the movie Hidden Figures? She was the American mathematician whose calculations of orbital mechanics as a NASA employee were critical to the success of the first U.S. crewed space flights. It was her mathematics that helped us get into space.
That's one perspective. That's it.
You're gonna go tell her that 2 and 2 is not 4.
So what's the other perspective?
Right now, I'm just talking about language.
Perspective.
I'm saying language. I can take it.
Yeah, the math is the universal language.
If I created my own dictionary, and then you went and read a book that was in the romance section, right? You will come to a different set of conclusions on what that paragraph means.
Hey, no, guys don't have language.
The paragraph for math is called an equation, right? And so it's like, again, that's why we say the universal language, because it doesn't take someone to know Latin, which I think if you said like Roman, so the language would be Latin. So, you know, I wouldn't have to know Latin if you wrote a paragraph in math, right? Which you just go look at a calculus book. There's all kind of paragraphs written, but they're equations, right? And today with tech, what are you doing? You're doing algorithms, right? And what are algorithms? Algorithms are simply equations that have an action behind. Once the equation is solved, a certain action happens. Right? So that's the simplistic term of what's happening.
My issue is not on the system. My issue is on the definitions as applied that comprise the system. And I'm saying those definitions that you are using are based off of consent, right?
So give me another definition of math, and give me another one that you have tested and tried that would satisfy, that would take place, or at least be something that's worthy of being considered for looking at math in another way. Because right now, all you're doing is you're going against these concepts, but you're not.
I was raised by a mathematician, by the way, so I'm not like.
So give me.
And you don't know who Katherine Johnson is.
Such a fucking liar.
And you don't know who the fuck Katherine Johnson is. Come on, man. Come on.
You know, the story changes so much. Now you're raised by mathematicians.
Those mathematicians would have told
People don't
you.
listen to your story.
They would have told you who the hell Katherine Johnson is, stupid.
No, she's not. You're such a liar.
All right, cool. Anyways, so the point is like this. What I'm saying is in terms of, it's not so much about me giving you a new mathematical system. What I'm saying is that I'd rather have a population of thinkers that are not limited by these definitions, and they're able to innovate new forms of measurement, new forms of analyzing movement, new forms of analyzing growth, right?
Oh, yeah. Like the movie The Matrix. Right, yeah.
So that's more
You
so.
don't think you're a narcissist, Rabbi. I think you're a narcissist. I think you think that you need to create a world or something, and you're going to be like king or something.
That's narcissistic.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Who the fuck are you?
Wanting to create a new world is narcissistic. You hear that, guy?
No. Wanting to create
I should accept the status
standards.
quo. I should accept the status quo.
I'll give you a mathematical equation. You're one brick of a full load.
Most
one brick short of a full load.
Most education in America and the West is rooted in white supremacy. Of course I want to change.
You want a
hell
white
is white
supremacist
supremacy? come from? Where did
Kidding me? Fuck out of here.
Wednesday? I'm good. The fuck the white supremacy? I give up. Okay?
Zionism itself is white supremacy.
I'll tell you, this is the shit that we get from like Zionist people. They just try to wear you down with their fucking stupidity. They just wear you down. I'm stupid, accept it. I'm stupid, accept it. I'm stupid, accept it. Fuck!
Yeah, and that's why the whole idea of Zionism. See, these are all information points based on consent, right? And that's the problem. Is nothing is rooted in truth. It's only rooted in the ego, which is based around consent. Large groups of people agreeing, and therefore it's right. Like currency. You know what I'm saying? But it's not in itself. It's not rooted in ego. It's just people agree about it. It's a fraudulent
You
system.
can prove math. Math you can prove.
Alright, you think you can.
All I gotta say,
Go ahead, Wesley. Go ahead. I was just gonna say, is he done? I hope he's done.
No, I'm just sharing ideas. I'm just saying, as an African American man, I came to the conclusion that all the definitions that are used in society are there to undermine my ability. So I reject all of them. And I want to create
a black
new
card, but then you don't like black Americans.
Of course I don't. I'm a chief rabbi of African Americans. We're talking about. I have hundreds of students in America.
Give them their money back. So anyhow, they let those 3 guys go over there in Gaza, and all the Western media, oh look how emaciated they are, look how skinny they are, look how they look, and it was like, dude, they also showed.
I'm here to join you talking about the eternal life. There is life after death. So I'm here to encourage other people in this world to have eternal life. So that before you are dying, you have to know that there is life after death. So I'm an international evangelist about Jesus Christ, who's God and Savior.
That lady who went to Lebanon. Oh, go ahead. Wednesday, you're still in the Matrix. You were sounding good for a while.
No.
Yeah, sound real good.
Jen, Arab son.
Back in the Matrix.
He left?
Rabbi, you gone? Yeah, he left. Rabbi has left the building.
In a way, he's a rabbi.
Oh my gosh, man. Everybody tells him, all the McZed, all the rest of these people, you know, I don't know if McZed was one of them, but a lot of these people were telling this guy, man, you're not no rabbi. McZed, you can speak if you want, because you're here. But a lot of the people who are, what they call themselves Jewish, you know, they all tell them, you're not a rabbi, and fights with them about it and all that stuff. I don't know. That's between them, man. That's what they call internecine strife. Internecine strife. That means within themselves. They fight amongst themselves. I don't know about that.
Well, let them fight amongst themselves.
I'm telling you, man, that's none of my business. Just get the fuck out. You know? Just leave. Go home. people are gonna be in the room usually at this time are gonna be the people in the western states, because it's like late over here. So I'm gonna get ready to cut out myself.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, I know, we're on the East Coast, we're out of here, man. Let the West Coast people take over the room.
Yeah, it's about to be. I like to listen to people talk to fall asleep though. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, cool. All right, guys.
Night.
So, Lord Zed is in there, is in the chat, talking about, yeah, we New Yorkers, man, we need a flag of our own. We need to have our own. He's cool. All right, guys, so, assalamu alaikum, and peace to those who are not Muslim. Cheers.
Walaikum salam.
Is that you have to go through procedures in order to analyze or in order to kill these comatose patients.
Yes. Aren't you guys?
And it would
Go ahead.
then it would also follow that procedure would have to come to the conclusion that we have good reason to believe that this comatose patient is not going to have any future experiences. We wouldn't kill a comatose patient that we have good reason to believe will have future experiences. So if it is the case that that's the procedure you're referring to, then it would also apply for the pre-sentient fetus that we have good reason to believe it will be sentient, so you couldn't kill it. But you're not going to agree to that, which would be a direct contradiction.
Well, that's also not true. That's not what the procedure does. They don't ask the question, will this person have future experiences? They ask, do we have a treatment mechanism that is likely to improve their situation in the foreseeable future? Modulo, there are going to be some formal definitions of that, whether they ask whether we can improve their situation in a year or 9 months or 15 months or something, depends on the jurisdiction, obviously. But they don't ask the question the way you did. When I'm saying that these points don't exactly correspond to the border you would draw with sentience, well, they don't exactly correspond. So the procedure does not exactly correspond to an inquiry into sentience.
Okay, if you're going to say that the procedure doesn't address whether or not there's a likelihood that they will be sentient again, that's still false. But I'll play along with the procedure that you want to put forth. If the procedure is, do we have some sort of mechanism or technology or some sort of process that we can put them through to improve their situation? If the answer is yes, then it would follow that we can't kill said patient. But the answer is yes to the pre-sentient child in the womb, which is to leave it alone, because we have good reason to know that due to this biological process continuing, this child will be sentient. The the direct process that you're referring to is pregnancy, which would still be a contradiction in your view if you don't affirm it.
Well, but we still have to ask, why do we say it's okay to pull the plug on this person, but there are other people who we won't pull the plug on, right? That if you want to pull the plug on a regular person, you don't ask the question about, do we have a treatment for them or something like
You
that.
just said that was the procedure.
Please don't interrupt me. No, I said a regular person, okay? If you want to pull the plug on a person who is not comatose, they have to have done something wrong. You can pull the plug.
You know, like the death penalty?
Yes, exactly. If you want to kill someone who isn't comatose, they have to have done something wrong. So for some reason, in the case of the comatose person, we say, well, there is a different and much lighter procedure. They don't have to have done anything wrong. And no one is saying they've done wrong, but we're still willing to pull the plug on them. And that really seems to be in part because of a different sense of the moral urgency of preserving their lives, to be, really frank. I mean, we could, of course, keep them on life support or whatever interminably, but we're saying, no, actually it's okay to say, even though we could keep them on life support, we won't, and it's because, we don't have a keen sense that their condition will become sentient or conscious, and so as long as they're not sentient or conscious, we are going to apply different rules to them. But even a heinous criminal, we can't put them to death without a rigorous procedure. So I can see, something aligning roughly with what Jonathan is saying. Sentience seems to be not exactly the distinguishing characteristic, but at least aligns with a border. It is approximately maps onto that. I think there's an intuition there. I'm not going to say I'm 100% behind that way of discussing the issue, but I think he's got something there.
Okay, I'm going to respond to all three of those points. The first point was that you did this clever little sleight of hand where you nipped me on being clear on the specific procedure that you're referring to when we're talking about the comatose patient. You said very clearly that the procedure is not to determine if there's a likelihood that they'll be sentient. So I adopted it to the procedure that you preferred. And then when I addressed the problems with your own procedure, you cleverly switched back to the original one that I presented. In your own words, you said, we don't know if this comatose patient will ever have sentience again. Okay, well, that was actually the procedure that I initially put forth. And we don't see that in pregnancy. In pregnancy, we have good reason to believe that this child will be sentient. That's problem number one. Problem number two is that sentience is a sufficient condition under the pro-life thesis. And so this intuition that sentience is morally valuable is also accounted for. But you're not giving me an argument that it's necessary in order to have moral consideration or a right to live. Now, three, you keep talking about death row patients, or death row inmates. One, I'm against the death penalty, but two, that would be another category error because in the case of death row, they've done something, if I'm going to steel man the person that is in favor of death row, they've done something to forfeit their right to life. Okay, well, that's not the case in pregnancy, unless you're saying that they're doing some sort of, immoral action or some sort of action that they are participating in unknowingly that forfeits their right to life to where they've done something wrong. But I don't think you're going to make that claim, so that would also be a category error, and that would make it disanalogous.
You may think it's disanalogous, but I wouldn't call it a category.
Please. I don't think that you're engaging with the argument I'm making. I'm saying, well, there is some sense in trying to draw the border at sentience. We see many cases where borders we do draw roughly align with that. Our relaxed treatment of comatose patients, our relaxed treatment of miscarriages, and those are, I think, two interesting cases that I think no one would disagree with our relaxed treatment of miscarriages or our relaxed treatment of comatose patients.
Yeah, I'm quite literally directly attacking the view. You're not giving me an argument that substantiates that it's necessary to be sentient. You're just saying that, oh, well, we do care about to some degree sentience. I agree to that statement, but that's accounted for under the pro-life thesis. But you're going above and beyond it, saying that it's necessary to have a sentient experience or a subjective first-person experience in order to not be killed. So I'm looking for an argument that says that it's not possible to have value or to have moral consideration, rather, prior to sentience. You're not giving me that. You're just giving me some sort of, just trying to draw some sort of correlation. I've shown you the critiques to that. You haven't responded to my critiques. You've just restated the claim every single time you've unmuted. So I don't really know. I don't even know how you come to the conclusion that I'm not addressing your arguments. I've given you contentions to everything that you said directly. You're not really giving me anything of substance here. You're just restating the claim.
Raichu, you're not addressing the substance of the claim. First of all, because Raichu, stop doing that. Raichu, stop doing that. I don't do that to you. I don't laugh at you. I don't ad-lib. All right. And you are also repeating yourself. So I think you have to set a higher standard for your own behavior here, to be totally honest. But I mean, it's not my place to give
He's probably
you advice.
To be fair.
Please stop that, Cloud.
No,
Stop
listen.
that. And I don't. No, please listen to me.
Probably a kid.
No, please listen to
No,
me.
no,
Please
no.
listen to
I
me.
can just keep talking.
Okay.
If you want to just
So,
ignore me, just because I
Andrew,
I'm
secular, what are
supposed
you
to
guys
be a
trying
mod
to do?
here too. I could just ask
Andrew,
for mods.
secular.
Okay,
You guys,
just share.
Yeah, Andrew, mod me up, bro.
Please,
Andrew,
no.
you guys,
Andrew, make a decision. Andrew, make chill is not an order. Make a decision.
Yeah, no,
Say what's
I
going on.
just, obviously, I don't know, so he's trying to intervene, normally he's a mod, I think it'd probably be good to just hear what he's gonna say, Jason said, to reduce the contention, because obviously if he asks for mods, I can give him mods, but
if
yeah.
you want to,
it's just he was
if
just
you want to insult
correct you.
me, Cloud, because you don't have an
I didn't
argument,
insult you.
Jason doesn't have an argument, you just want to call me a kid, that's fine.
You are probably way younger than Jason.
Yeah,
But
that
I'm
might be
not
true.
aware.
He might be on the verge of retiring on AARP, and I'm not. That might be true.
Yeah, but
Okay, so now you're gonna go, you
that
wanna
doesn't
talk
mean-
about the insults, like,
that doesn't mean-
The relevance, yeah, I agree, right, you, Cloud, what was the relevance of you saying that, why would you just?
but because he wants to say, like, he's attacking him because he's, like, acting, like, kind of immature, which I agree, he kind
Yeah,
of
you
is.
just don't have an argument. You guys have these beliefs, and all you guys
I
say
don't
is
know
it's
why
my intuition.
you're over talking. You can't defend
Didn't
any
you
of your views
just
either.
cry 3 seconds ago that someone was over talking, and I'm gonna.
I actually don't really care. I have no problem that if I
You
got
just
mods
crashed
that I
out
would just
45
remove
seconds
you.
ago. You just crashed out.
Like,
45
I don't
seconds.
care if you're here. Andrew does.
Yeah,
Yes, I
great
definitely
stuff.
do.
Great stuff.
Right. So,
Really cooking hot, Cloud. Keep it up.
but in any case,
Okay.
the reason I mentioned that is more for Jason, because Jason, being an adult who seems well adjusted, should take into account that he's probably significantly younger than you, Jason, and that's kind of why he's acting the way he is.
Yeah, really good stuff. You really got me there.
Okay. So before we lose the continuity of what you were saying there, Jason, so you don't think that Raichu is engaged with what you're saying? You don't think he's
No.
interacted with it?
No, in
So
part
keep
because
something
he's
Okay.
yeah, he keeps attributing an argument to me that I'm not making. I'm saying I see some intuitive appeal to what Jonathan is saying. That's all I've said. I've not said it's true. I've not said you need to engage with it or anything else like that. But I said I see some appeal to it, some intuitive appeal to it. And I think
That's
in
fine.
the case of
That's what
the
you're saying.
please hold on. Yeah, I'm still talking, Raichu. So, and I think as regards the miscarriage, I mean, miscarriages are a case where obviously prior to the miscarriage, everything about that was someone who was on the way to consciousness if they didn't have consciousness already. But I think we, for the most part, believe that in the early phases of pregnancy, there is no consciousness. So, even given that, miscarriages are not treated with the same seriousness of other cases of sudden death. They are treated in a much more relaxed manner. And I think this is also another indicator of the importance
importance of the intuition that Jonathan has. Now, I'm not saying Jonathan is right. I'm not saying this point about sentience is a solid basis for public policy making. But I'm saying we have two cases. We can kind of bookend the beginning and the end of life with two cases that align with Jonathan's intuition. And I want to give Jonathan some credit for that. I think if you want to proceed from that to discussing pro-life or pro-choice and the policy details of that, well then, I should probably present my own position and argue it. I don't hold Jonathan's position. And I'm not trying to argue it. I'm just trying to offer some sort of an olive branch and acknowledge some appeal of Jonathan's position. You can keep arguing against Jonathan's position if you like, I guess. But you're really not, in that sense, engaging with what I'm saying.
I think you all need to show respect to Jason.
All you're saying is that there's an intuition that sentience matters. That's just accept on the pro-life thesis. So don't dispute that. Yeah, be pro-life, I guess. You literally added nothing to the conversation.
Well, I didn't intend to add more than really sort of bridging from where Jonathan's going. And that's not adding nothing. Okay, that's part of talking with other people, right? As not everything is going to be an ad lib or a smart remark or a punishing argument or something like that.
Yeah, that's fine.
So let's thank
Presumably,
Jonathan.
somebody here has an argument that is actually coherent and strong in explanatory power that can substantiate the permissibility of killing your offspring. Nobody has one. All you guys say is that it's just your intuitions. Well, if I just said my intuitions is that abortion bad, you're not going to accept that. It's not going to be persuasive to you. So I need something. Someone give me an
I
argument.
think it is persuasive.
You think it is persuasive for me to
Yeah.
say I'm against abortion? I have an intuition about it. You think that's gonna really drive people to take up the view?
Yeah, I think that when people have, I might view myself as having certain kinds of intuitions, and similarly other people too as well. And when my intuition is vastly out of alignment with the majority, I might think that maybe I just have wrong intuitions.
But who cares?
But certainly I think that intuitions are something that we go on. Do you agree with that?
That's certainly part of it. It depends on how you cash out intuitions. But if you're just
like
saying
an intellectual seeming that is grasping some truth of the world.
Well, I would take intuitions in this regard to be pre-intellectual, just like a first gut. What does your heart tell you about the situation? Most people have strong intuitions against some of the hypotheticals that I've given you. But if all you're saying is that, well, if the majority of people didn't share my intuition, then I should adopt a different view. Well, then you're going to fall to all the deplorable reductios about slavery and Holocaust and all these different things. You would have to affirm that you should adopt slavery intuitions because the vast majority of people held that intuition. But that's obviously absurd. You're not going to agree to that. So that's problematic in and of itself.
I don't agree that that's what most people thought was moral.
You're just lost, buddy.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is, I probably wouldn't agree to slavery if I was raised in that environment.
Okay. Yeah, where's the evidence? It's just, you can look at history. The entire world participated in slavery, and slavery was a vast
that's not your claim.
Significant part of
That's not what your
world
claim
history
was.
for the last 4,000 years. We can make a strong inductive case that the intuitions were in alignment with the policies at the time. So
No, that doesn't follow. That doesn't follow.
It literally does.
And I can give you reasons why that's not true. Is that
You have the last word, and I gotta go.
today people probably think that factory farming is abhorrent and immoral, and yet we people don't prevent it. So the prevention or allowance of something doesn't mean that people don't have intuitions against it.
Yeah, I don't know what you. I'm not talking about prevention. I'm not talking about taking an action. I'm talking about adopting the intuition.
You just said like, look, people allow slavery. They're talking past each other.
That's
It's possible, right, Chu, that most people oppose slavery, but it was nevertheless allowed. So relatively few people participated in it as a practical matter. You know, how many people own slaves? Not most people, right? Probably not even 1/10 of people. So it's quite possible that it existed for a long time, and most people still hated it.
That's possible.
I'll just concede to that point and just give you the hypothetical then. If it was the case that it was the majority of intuitions that it was okay, then your argument leads to the conclusion that people who think it's wrong and want to advocate against it because their intuitions tell them opposite, is that they're actually doing something wrong by doing so. They should actually adopt the majority of intuitions, but that's obviously absurd.
I don't think that's absurd. And by the way, when I've been able to speak,
Holy shit.
I'll just make this one last point is that I said I take it to be a reason to change your mind. I didn't say you like have to. It's not like you need to. There might be other considerations that are going on. Like it's not like these things exist in a vacuum. But I mean, maybe that's the way you think about it, but I certainly don't.
I thought you were saying
you
it
have an
was
argument
persuasive.
accepted. Yeah, you said
It
it's
is persuasive. It is persuasive, as in it's a reason. I was like, it's a reason for something.
Persuasiveness is a good reason, not just a reason.
Okay, good reason is what? What is that good?
Something that has explanatory power with lines of reasoning. You're not giving me any. You're just saying.
I gave you a reason.
No, lines of reasoning means logic to bring you to a conclusion.
I gave you a reason. If most people share intuition, that's some reason to think that they're asking.
Then it is persuasive. Then you fall to the reductio again. This is.
But Cloud, it's just a reason. It's just a reason to think real hard about it. It's not a reason to make a decision one way or the other. I mean, most people can be wrong. I mean,
Yes,
so
they can be.
Yeah. So there's lots of cases where everyone has been wrong.
That doesn't mean they shouldn't have believed it.
Well, no, they were wrong and they shouldn't have believed it. Yeah, because it's wrong, right? Something that is wrong is something that you shouldn't believe. I mean, you shouldn't believe what is wrong.
That's not true.
You should believe what is true.
Sometimes you should believe wrong things.
No, you shouldn't. No.
Yes.
I must believe
You
only right.
Andrew, it was interesting.
Raichu, listen, hold on, Jonathan, just a second. Raichu, I appreciate you, bro. It wouldn't have, I hope that, this is just a kind of a trial period, so to speak. There's other people that I think, obviously, we can keep it more one-on-one oriented. There's other people engaging with you. But yeah, I appreciate you, bro.
Yeah, clown
Talk
have
soon,
a
man.
good night.
Have a good night.
Take care, Raichu.
Appreciate. All right, go ahead.
I was gonna say that what you're saying, right? But anyway, go ahead.
It's just like you should believe false things sometimes. You could be like well justified in something and it turn out to be false.
Right, but you shouldn't knowingly believe false things.
Well, yeah.
Because other humans interpreting it is not charitable. I know you weren't saying you should knowingly believe false things, but again, the whole charitable thing, like he's not trying to understand what you're saying, he's trying to take a terrible interpretation of how you could interpret those words and then meet up the straw man. I'm sorry.
No, you're right. I don't. His goal here wasn't to like discuss it. It was that he wanted to show us wrong.
He's a debate, bro.
He wanted to win the debate with his debate bro vocabulary, but that was really stupid.
I think you guys are not being charitable here, right? I think he's making a sincere effort to apply a formal method of getting at the truth. I don't know if he's applying it perfectly, right? But I think he sincerely believes in his method, and he really is trying. And it's our job, and it's not an easy job, to show him the weaknesses of that approach. And we can't do that just by calling him a kid or disparaging him. There is something better that we can do. But I think he is sincerely applying a method. It's not the best method of getting at the truth, But it is a method, and it's probably one where he's experienced some success.
I'm not saying he's not sincere. It's more like, I mean, I pretty much agree with you. Like, I disagree with his approach. I think the approach in itself is a kind that won't allow for, like, meaningful discussions to be had.
I think,
Yes, that's what I was gonna say. He ruined the conversation with his method, as you describe it, as well as. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I mean, I would just say, I think with some advanced interviewing techniques, his approach could be broken down, all right, but I did need a little more time to apply those techniques to him, both to measure him and then to gauge the techniques,
I think you could
the appropriate techniques to apply. But yeah, it wasn't easy.
Like, it wasn't to like disparage you. I just wanted to like it. I thought that maybe he was gonna lash out at you for making that comment. That's why.
But it would have been good if he lashed out. Then that would have been a very authentic way for him to respond.
Engaging with the extremely Philbro and tenacious pro-choice folks, and so that's kind of his. He definitely is trying to get to truth, but I think that his method is going to be very, and sometimes he can be condescending and a little bit pompous in the way he responds. But I will say that he's had many of these discussions. And I think, he's adamant about pro-life, which I am too, so I appreciate his position. But, I don't know. And keep in mind, too, there's like a temperament whiplash going on between Cloud and Jason and Jonathan. there's quite a bit of difference going on. Cloud's got a little bit of spicy, there's a little bit of ambiguity on what he's saying at times. And then Jason, you're more calm, collective. You don't want to be interrupted, and you don't want to necessarily interrupt, and so that's kind of different. And then Jonathan's just kind of and says some stuff that's legit for sure. I don't know. So I just think going between the three and until potentially he's getting ganged up on, I think that might be something that can make people.
Я брала его.
Так ты сама не ездила никогда.
Ну, я ездила раз, да.
Короче, я думаю, не больше 10 тысяч в год ты наезжаешь, если не меньше. Правильно? Тем более по Израилю там сильное расстояние ж нет больших, да?
Ну да.
Окей. Преимущество ты спросила новую или лист, ты сказала, или БУ, да? Или лист новую, или новую купить. Или про новую вообще нет разговора?
Не, новую никак.
Новую никак, значит, а у вас дают БУ в лист тоже, да? Лизинг. Лизинговая машина тоже дают? Израиль.
Нет, в лизинге она берет новую машину.
Значит, лизинг отпадает. Значит, тебе надо или купить, или финансирование. Вот это вопрос. Правильно получается? Значит,
нет, почему? Она может взять новую в лиз.
так она говорит, что новую никак.
Нет, новую покупать она не хочет за новую.
А в лист ты можешь взять новую, правильно? Окей. С тебя маленький.
So that's and it will have good outcomes if you interfere. I think it's hard to answer any of those in the so it seems like something where we have to leave this to people's judgment to some degree or not. Yeah, do we have to leave it to what is 9 months? 30-something weeks or something like that? We don't really need. I don't know that we need to leave it to that. Okay, but I think if you look at how miscarriages are handled, for example, they're handled very differently than sudden death of a living person outside of the womb, and that accords with, I just think, the hard public policy realities of the situation. And And that's something that we need to take into account.
Does he ever debate on his side? Andrew.
I haven't really heard. I don't know. That's a good question. I mean, I think he can motivate his position. Yeah, I think he can. And I think I have heard that. But I'm trying to remember.
Well, I think he could give reasons, but then the criticisms that he was levying against, like, me and the other folks on stage here, I suspect will be very similar to the ones that I could make to him.
But would you? Because, like, it's just such a weird way to have a conversation. Many of the things he chose to do.
Well, for those types of people, sometimes they're like, they want like this like specific thing that delineates between the two, and then when shown, well, okay, your critique of me is X, and then when we evaluate yours, it seems like my critique can be the same X. So where does that leave us?
Yeah,
just in the same spot.
Yeah, so it's hard to get out of that circle. I agree, but I think that's where. Yeah, that's where I don't know. It's not easy. I would say that I'll have to talk with him again before I really can say, what is the tool that I needed? What is the question I needed to ask? What is the angle I needed to take to really open up that conversation, right? But one thing I wonder about is whether he really believes that we want to hear what he has to say. And it may be that he's argumentative in part because he's not really sure that we're willing to have an open conversation. And so it might be that we need to focus more on rapport and less on, highlighting inconsistencies in his techniques or hitting back or deflecting things because it's really rapport that is our problem and not argumentation, although he makes the conversation about argumentation.
Yeah. The debate typically circles around something that I don't participate in, so that's kind of why I don't find myself having this debate, because it's usually about the legality of it. Although what we do is we talk about the morality and then the application to the legality. And I'm fine saying it's immoral, but we should make it legal, because I don't think like the government has to have a hand in it. Just like I think like lying is immoral, but the government doesn't, prevent us from doing that, or like it's immoral to like cheat on your spouse. There's some things the government shouldn't step in to prevent.
I can agree with that, James.
I think it was a bit different than that. I think adultery and, for example, obscenity was not covered by the First Amendment. It's not considered free speech.
Wow. Well, hot take.
Well, that's not even hot. I'm just spelling out the reality. This is how it was.
Some is and some isn't. I think that's fair to say. But adultery has nothing to do with the First Amendment. Adultery is
No, I'm not saying this. I'm saying about the obscenity. Like, being, they didn't consider you to have, the free speech to be obscene and have, nudity or whatever.
Well, there are some limits on obscenity even today, right? You cannot, for example, engage in pornographic performances in front of children. So obscenity is still limited. But the other example that Cloud offered was adultery. And adultery is a good example of something that, at one time we believed should be illegal. Now we made it illegal. And it is very hard from a policy standpoint when adultery is illegal. And so it's something that gradually became legal. Basically, we gave up in part because, like, one reason that happens is because society has laws, but the society's ability to enforce laws is weak. So you don't really know that the law is not being enforced and that it's a law you can't enforce because you can barely enforce any. And then state capacity improves, and you realize that some of these things, no matter how we try, we can't enforce these rules. And so the state gives up on those things. And adultery is one of those things where it's like, what do you think you're actually going to do about adultery? And but it's something that underwent an evolution. At one time, it was illegal and carried very serious consequences.
Yeah, the lying case, just like the speech in general, like not every amount of speech is like protected. Like you can't just yell fire. Like certain kinds of lies are protected, like libel or slander or whatever. But just saying, I like that green dress, even if you don't like it, like those kinds of things are, they might be immoral or something, but they're not illegal.
Yeah, so I think the really interesting part of that, or the important part of that to me, is that what's legal and what's moral are separate questions. You can't start from like something's immoral and so it should be illegal. Like it's not ever gonna be that simple.
I'm getting bad work, bro. That nigga stay getting bad work.
Doing my job. Yeah. I'm a driver right now, so I'm trying.
That's it, bum ass nigga won't even get a better phone, but he rich, right? How the fuck you gonna tell me you rich and you can't even get a phone with 5Gs? You walking around with that Obama phone in your fucking face. See, now what? I'm getting a new phone. I need a new phone for a fucking new phone. You fucked up ass.
That's life would be terrible. Imagine all the. How many police would you need? I don't know. 50% of the population would need to be police. And they'd be arresting each other all the time,
Yeah, agree. I know Andrew likes to argue against what I just said. He thinks that there are things that the government should step in for, like he'll point to murder and stuff, and I obviously do agree with that. But then the question is well, we don't step in for those ones that we just listed. So Andrew, do you have a way to delineate that?
What? Sorry.
Did you hear what I said?
Delineate what now? No, delineate what?
Yeah, so you've heard me say I don't think the government should take us part in whether or not abortion is legal or not. They should just stay out of it. And you'll say, well, do you think we should stay out of murder or something?
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, I don't think we should stay out of murder, but then I gave some examples I think it's immoral to lie. You agree with that, generally. At least I'll say generally, but you might mean absolutely. But in any case, you don't think the government should make that illegal, do you?
Make what illegal? Sorry,
lying.
Lying. Oh, there are certain times that you can't lie, and I think
all lies. You think all lies are immoral, right?
Well, I think they're all immoral, but I think
right.
As far as
yeah, you're right. I'm just trying to say it's on the basis of it's being immoral, we don't decide that the government.
Oh yeah, right. That's correct. Yeah, I don't think it's reasonable. I think even biblically speaking, even under a theocratic government, it isn't the case that every sin involved, legal interference or some sort of restriction or somebody coming in and doing something, some kind of fine or penalty or something like that. It didn't always result in that. So.
Is it that you liken the abortion case to the murder case because you think it is murder, right?
Right. I don't see any meaningful. Yeah, I don't see any meaningful or salient distinction between being in utero or outside of the womb. Something like your size or your development, or whether your cognition is there, or your sentience, or whatever people want to point to. I just can't. Yeah, for the life of me, I don't see why somebody would want to put some kind of, some kind of marker there and just say, okay, well, this is acceptable up to this point. It's okay to do it. It's like, man, I don't know. To me, it's a human. It's an individual. It's an individual, not independent, but it's an individual human life. It's got it's got its own DNA and all this stuff. It's not just like, it's not the mother's body, it's not the father's body. It's a new life. So I don't see why people would just put these markers and just say it's okay to kill it. I don't know.
I don't disagree with like kind of what you're saying. It's the most people are gonna latch on to whether it's the sentience or the personhood because of things like it can't be just basically that it's human cells that we're destroying, because I could just rip off some skin of mine and I've destroyed human cells. There's something further than it just being human cells that is important. That the destruction of is like the moral part of it. That's where like that sentience or personhood might come in through quite a bit, at least like with the pro-choicers.
Yeah. Good.
Can I pick you back up what you're saying, Andrew, too?
Sure.
I really like what you said, and that's my other favorite argument. So it goes on the line of thinking that it's not even about necessarily the life itself that you're destroying, which is also a tragedy, because as I said, all abortions are a tragedy, and it's terrible, and shouldn't happen if it's avoidable. That's we know, but I'm not going to tell people what to do kind of thing. But what I will say is that I think it is damaging to society to devalue any type of human being whatsoever. We should always treat it with the utmost respect for what it is, and it's a dangerous path to go down. So if I was given an argument I could concretely stand by, I would love to push it to a point where I think I could argue for no abortion all the way from the start. Now, I used to do that from a Christian standpoint, arguing, well, that's when the soul's attached to the embryo is when the first is formed, right? When that first conception happens. But without that argument to stand on, given that I don't believe in a Christian God or necessarily a soul, I'm left without an argument to argue further than the 20 weeks of sentience just for consistency's sake. So I'd love to hear of a way that I can argue for more than that without God.
Yeah, well, I mean, when I say, oh, what's up, Doctor?
Thank you so much for this great and wonderful discussion points. As you all know that God created human beings as His image and likeness, so that from the beginning, it is a plan of God coming to this world. So no one can protect a man who's coming to this world by the program of God. So when Jesus Christ says about killing, if you hate a person, that is equal to killing, murder. So how much a serious point about human life is given by the word of Jesus. If you hate a person, that means if you see him as the man who is anti you, that will consider as a killer and a murderer. So when we see the abortion that really anti the word of God. So we human beings, our final destination is there in the hand of God. If we did this, what will be our fate, our destination after some times? So we have to care for our life. If a woman abort a child, that means kill a person plus his child or her child. That's a great, what can I say, great murder. So keep her child as if consider that God gave her from the eternity. Okay? God already programmed us to come to this world when the time comes. So we all came here child is not something that is unknown by God. It's really known from the beginning, from the beginning of the earth, from the beginning of the sky, from the beginning of the human.
Oh. Hey, Walker, sell me one of them bitches. No. So, what's that? What gin is that? What is it, gin? I don't know, man.
Whatever you say is your own idea, and I respect all ideas.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, let me ask you, Doctor, how do you know that there's a God?
Okay, the first thing is the Bible already tells us that. The second thing, we all human beings are sense that there is power upper than us.
I don't sense that.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying. Well, that's what I'm saying. Okay, you never sense that. It's not a matter of sensation, but reality. Okay, the reality is there is God who created all this world. Let you see the stars, planets. Let you see our creature in this world. Can it come without any power, without any plan? I don't think so. So the believing motive is not mandatory for all human beings, but we have a free choice to believe Jesus or not, to believe God or not. We are created by His image. From the beginning, we were in human fetus. So we come to born, then we grow, we were child, we were adults, so that we're going to die. So the process itself gives us the insight that there is a creator. Okay? Denying is not something that makes you free. Okay? Ignorance doesn't make you free from the judgment of God. Okay? But it's good to know the Bible, to know the reality, to know the truth, then you can judge yourself. You can compare the good part or the bad part. So don't ignore all things by saying no God, no things. No. See our compare and contrast. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. Heritage, or just to keep it simple, are you guys there? And Sarika, good to have you. Haley, Chenadu, good to see you guys.
Yeah.
Are you Heritage? Heritage, are you, just curious, are you pro-life?
Yeah, I would say so.
Would you say, I mean, it's not really, it should be a non-controversial statement, but human life begins at conception. You grant that, yeah?
Yes.
Okay, and then you would be against abortion in all cases, or in all cases except medical, or all cases? Do you have any exceptions?
Life of the mother.
Right. Okay. All right. Well, it seems like you
and maybe yeah. the age kind of goes with that.
Yeah. Please join the house, Heritage. It's good to have you.
I just wanted to throw in the God thing. Is I do agree with Jonathan, the doctor, earlier. I think just like a little 2 cents like deeper is that I think the whole point of the pro-choice and like abortion and all these kind of things, like people, I think they, it is kind of my own ideas, my own mind. I think they know better. Like I don't think they know what they're really doing, like what abortion really is. And I think how I've never had a interest too much in abortion as a conversation usually, but how I see it is they try to, how I tie it into religion, it seems more to me that it's like flipping everything, the hierarchy of things that are important on its head, like making infants, babies, something that we would take the most care of, something that we would consider very treasured and important to us, and considering them to be useless or a detriment or harmful even, or these kind of things, and that we should discard this and treat them badly. And the same, I think it's just like a really shallow part of that. I could go deeper, but that's how I kind of rationalize people that are supportive of pro-choice broadly. I think they just want to flip everything that we have important like upside down. Like they consider the bad parts criminal. Like they really usually support like criminals or addicts or like the worst of society. They'll put them on top. Like they'll say like these are the people that we should be giving like a lot more rights and freedoms and more consideration for than even our own babies.
Have you heard of Emil Durkheim? He's a sociologist, and he has this theory called the sacred and profane. You should check it out because I think it's extremely relevant. Where the sacred and profane had an inversion, and so the things that were sacred are now profane.
Yeah, I think it's like a rebellion. It's like a rebellion against God.
Yeah. It's actually a long time. It's been happening for quite a while, for centuries actually. But I also don't think though, like in terms of what people who do support choice, right? They see choice as a virtue in and of itself, and then they see that just like democracy, right? Democracy equals choice. So therefore, like we support democracy, we support people not deciding the future for others, right? So by that token, right, they legitimately, and I should know because I actually used to hold that position, and for all we can tell, right, the baby, the fetus is just a clump of cells, at least up to a certain point before it starts, having hands and feet and a brain or something, right? As far as we can tell, it's just, kind of like a clump of cells. We don't really know more than that. So, they're just going to go by that standard and not look into it further. And then just, be proud that they're supporting choice. And they feel very confident about this. I don't think there is an obvious attempt to invert the switch, but that inverting of that switch it's a much deeper discussion, right? Like how when people become 18, all of a sudden everyone has a license to become like completely like maximally degenerate. Like anything called like adult is like considered. It's the only purpose of anything adult is like degeneracy. But yeah, I don't think in general they feel that way. That they feel justified.
I just bring up the whole thing because if we were trying to make like a God argument, that's the kind of mindset that I have. Like I'm thinking in my mind, I'm arguing with somebody, and some people might have good intentions, some goodwill, and they think they're doing the right thing. But usually those people, like, if you have any more pushback than that, I think it is this type of rebellion against God, and I just think it's that's why I kind of stay away from the whole debate. It's kind of pointless to me to talk about.
Well, they seem to relate people as kind of like this 30 to 50% backwards group of people that just don't get it, right? Like they
Or deserve to die. They even just say like they deserve to die.
Well, yeah. Well, I don't know about that, but like they definitely feel very. Yeah, I mean, I think there's enough, you know, there's enough there for them to feel completely justified in that. I find the discussion so difficult because it's really two worldview. Yeah. Huh?
Like God supports choice. That's why he allowed us to even have like the option to like do good or bad.
Well, I mean, that's funny you say that, Clyde, because even pro-lifers are still going to say that people who want to go and do that, sure, you can go and get somebody to perform the operation or the surgery if they will, or this procedure if they will. Okay, cool. But that doesn't mean you're not going to have legal consequences. So, I mean, you can have choice. Choice is going to be stuff.
Choice here, I mean, like what you want to do is make it illegal, and that's like a separate issue. Like we can say you can choose it, but one of the choices is wrong. But I would say like if here's the thing, if some of the people will argue like when you make it illegal, you're gonna make it like because some people are still gonna seek it out and like the kind of way that they're gonna go about it is gonna put like way more people in harm. So making it legal might just save more people because they're gonna like do it in a healthy way. Because the mother might sacrifice her own life trying to kill the baby or whatever. You know, I'm not saying that starts the right way, but really clearly there can be good things by making things illegal just by safety.
Okay. Sorry, I might have missed part of what you said there.
Making things legal can make it more safe.
Oh, yeah. Well, yes, but yeah, that's true. But that, I mean, there's an argument to be had there, right? Should we make drugs illegal because it'll drive down the black market, and it will increase quality. People can have access safely to these things in controlled environments or whatever. I mean, yeah, I hear those arguments. I get it. But I think it also puts a stamp of approval on it that I think is questionable. And it's kind of like, that can open up doors for a whole lot of things. I know a lot of, like, particularly certain states that have, well, one in particular, that pretty much promoted, or decriminalized drugs, even hard drugs. And that they were hoping that would do a lot of good things. But one of the bad things that came from it is that people just overwhelmingly, I mean, there was an increase, there was an uptick in usage, and people were dying, and all kinds of stuff was happening. So it kind of backfired, and so they kind of rolled back the whole idea. I think that when you make something legal, there is something. I mean, to some degree, I agree you can't legislate morality, but I also think that you can't just. There is a problem not having something on the books against something to make it like a stamp of approval. It's like, hey, you can do this, or this is going to be permissible for you to do. I think that is problematic. But I mean, I understand what you're saying.
Especially, well, the difficulty, especially if you're a Christian, is like when you apply that same kind of thought with like slavery stuff in the Old Testament. Is like I think people are gonna think that they made those like it was legal and they made basically it's safe, quote unquote, like safer than like the methods that were employed at the time, and so that was why they did it. They made it
say in here, I don't want to, I'm not saying that it's always legal in every case, but I'm just saying that there is, unless you have a justification, you shouldn't be.
Yeah, killing people. Yeah. You know, they haven't really done anything wrong. They can't find like a moral reason. And obviously, I think most people, even on the pro-life side, still think that there could be cases for ending the pregnancy if it's going to like kill the mother, things like that. Very few people take that like, nah, no matter what, that it's saving a human. So yeah, like we are going to agree that there can be reasons, even like even if the baby has done anything wrong, that still have life.
Yeah. So, go ahead, Jake.
Yeah. So, Andrew, I think you're really saying too much when you say that for something to be legal is proven. I want you to, I think I'm because think about all the things that are legal, right? It's not the government saying you should do those things, and no one thinks about that. No one thinks about it that way because it's not the society saying you should do those things. Everything that is not illegal is legal. Being legal is the default. That which is not forbidden is allowed. So now, at the moment where you take something and say, okay, it's not illegal anymore, that is really saying to everyone, maybe it does sound like a move or whatever, but the generations that follow are not going to see it that way simply because it was never illegal in their lifetime. And in the same way that everything around you that is not illegal, you don't feel like all the things you do every day, you don't feel like the government is approving that you can wear the shoes that you wear just because they're not forbidden. So I think this argument, it's one that Christians often use, and it's very bad. It is a very bad idea about public policy, and the Christians should all, I don't know, have another holy war and kill the ones who believe that. Okay, you can start that for me. Thank you. Because it's a bad idea about public policy. It's just retarded. Because most things that are legal, no one believes anyone is approving them or encouraging them or anything else. They just don't notice.
What about segregation?
Again, that is not a matter of something being legal when it was instituted, was it? It was in fact forbidding integration. That's how the law works. The law doesn't permit things. The law forbids things.
No, sorry. What about the law that states that you have to integrate because segregation is illegal? Wouldn't that be and I agree with you mostly, that's what you're saying. But I mean, wouldn't that be a case of the state making something legal because they're approving of something? They want to change public policy and they're showing that they approve of integration and disapprove of segregation. That's why they had to send the National Guard down because the local governor did not want to allow this to happen. He wanted to have segregation.
But that's not them making something legal. They had to make something illegal.
They had to put into law. They put segregation's law into place. So they didn't make
No. They made segregation illegal. So that's why then they could punish people because that's what the law is. The law says this or that thing is forbidden, and if you do it, there is a punishment. And here's what we're going to do. The law doesn't say this is legal because so many things are legal. The law does not say you can have 10 socks, or you can have 11, or you can have 12. Things that are legal are not in the law. That's kind of the whole point. If they were, it'd be very long, right? As big as we think it is today, it'd be much worse if they actually enumerated all the legal things.
But Jason, wouldn't you agree that the whole point of having the law just declare that which is illegal, basically mean that the whole point of having just the law explicitly enumerate the things that are illegal is not to do all the things that you could possibly do that are not specified by the law, but to work within what's trying to be conveyed within that framework. Like in other words, just because something is not explicitly stated doesn't mean I should try and do it if it's gonna like them out hurt or like ultimately like worsen my neighbor or a business person or like like it will cause some kind of like eventual harm or like disturbance or nuisance or like I'm free to like turn up my music from a certain time to a certain time, but if I do it every day, um, it's really gonna bother a lot of people, right? And so like, but just because it's legal doesn't mean I should be doing it, right? And so, right, like
I agree.
and so I think
Yeah,
I wonder.
but that's not approval. That is kind of the point. Like just because it's legal to turn up the music doesn't mean society approves of it. It just means like if they were gonna harass you or put you in jail for it and so on, it just is a little too much, right? But that doesn't mean it's approved of. It just means it's not punishable by the state.
Do you think society approves of cigarette use?
Broadly speaking, society disapproves of cigarette use. It is still legal, but broadly speaking, society disapproves of it.
And you're basing that on what?
Well, smoking has become less and less popular and is less and less socially accepted. And if you look at, there are other societies where it clearly is more socially accepted. So, you go to, in America, it's much less socially accepted. And this is the trend all over the world. You see less and less smoking overall.
Do you think that's because of people, or do you think that's because the people, I mean, do you think that's the actual sentiment of the population, or do you think that the people in control and the ones who make the laws are actually dictating what you're calling society's acceptance or non-acceptance?
Okay,
Well, because you can't, okay, there's another answer. How
Are you
many
gonna
people
start
have you
using? Are you gonna start using the hard J here, the hard Z, divine? Are you gonna start using the hard Z?
Well, you're saying
the
society,
people
you're making very broad terms about what like
Okay,
all of society wants. And
divine,
you're like, well, it's
people,
generally less popular. Okay,
divine,
basically.
divine, look, well, yeah, that's just statistics, you can see it's less popular. People used to smoke, more people used to smoke, fewer smoke now. But yes, the people controlling society have made it less popular through media, music, okay, the news, reporting about smoking. All of those things have made it less popular from the people controlling society, but it's still actually legal.
So where's the
Hold on though. Hold on though. Is like, where is it legal? Is it legal to do inside a building anymore?
No.
That's the kind of thing we're talking about. Legislation has made it reduced.
The legislation.
Well, he would say that the legislation just prevents you from smoking. It doesn't approve you of smoking.
And the legislation prevents you. Yeah, that's the point. The law literally prevents
So
you.
then can't your excuse be that unless the law says, hey, you can do this, that all laws are just like they're just non-preventative?
It's my whole point, divine. My whole
Right, I
point is
read that.
that's what the law is. That's what the law is.
Right,
The law is not approval, and you're laughing at that.
I'm laughing because then you're reasoning to
idiotic.
me that,
It's
okay, what
idiotic,
does the
divine.
law
And that was my
approve?
whole point. That's my whole point. The law does not approve of things. You don't make a law for things that are okay. You make a law for things that are a problem that you need to stop. If it's just okay, then you don't make a law about it in general. So there are.
So there's no positive laws. There's only negative laws that are good.
There are the only case where we have a law that is like saying you can do something is when you have a law like, I don't know, fishing is forbidden, and then you have a sub-law which is, but it is not punishable between, February and September or something. It's like a cutout. When you cut out from a law that forbids something and you like forbid less things with the cutout, that's the only case where the law permits something. Because if no law permitted it, you wouldn't need to permit it.
I think
Okay?
we should make it.
Well, that's like saying we have rights. It's like saying we don't need a Bill of Rights or we don't need a Constitution because we just have those things naturally.
I would want to make sure that there's a distinguishment between permissibility and promotion.
which is what Jason's been, bringing out, which is that the law is not about what is right; it's just only about what is wrong. So then, when people start doing things like the Nestle Corporation, right? They bought like tons of waterways and you know like and a lot of people were very upset about it, and um, but they were all within their legal rights to do it. And so, as things get more and more hammered out, and that's sort of the problem, right, with the way the society is set up, so that if everything that's not permitted, if everything is permitted within the confines of the law, then you can just try any number of combinations to do really abusive things that eventually people will hate. But that's not really a great way to, in my opinion, for things to run.
But don't laws protect people's freedoms?
Yes.
Yeah.
Say protect the idea that they would
Please hold on. They protect them by saying, if you do this, which interferes, we will punish you. If you do that, which interferes, we will punish you. It is always, that's the way the laws protect freedoms in practice. That's what they actually look like when they protect freedoms. It's by forbidding other behaviors.
Okay, so if they provide freedoms, or if they're just requirements, like you're required by law to do something, you still consider none of them what we're calling positive laws, because you consider any type of punishment a form of making it really just negative, that they're just kind of like threatening you with punishment, and then that makes it.
Well, I'm saying allowing something is not promotion of it, because so many things are allowed and no one takes notice of them where they feel promoted. No one is saying, oh, the government allows me to have 11 pairs of socks, so the government wants me to have 11 pairs of socks. Just allowing something is not endorsing it. The law allows so many things. Okay, even things that you couldn't do at the same time. The law allows me to drive a Toyota. The law allows me to drive a Honda Civic. I can't drive them at the same time. Which one is the law encouraging me to do? Neither. My point is, just because it's allowed doesn't mean the government is approving it.
Well, like the Voting Rights Act. Would you think that the Voting Rights Act is the government promoting people's right to vote?
There are ways that the government encourages things, okay, but in certain behaviors.
But I mean, the Voting Rights Act is a law.
The government is not there encouraging people to vote or forcing them to vote or anything, right? You can vote or not vote. It's up to you.
You don't think the government encourages people to vote?
Not with just punishing people for preventing you from doing it, because that's what that act actually does, right? The substance of the act is this or that strategy to interfere with voting gets punished, and they have a bunch of provisions in there to try to catch numerous strategies.
So any rules or regulations, what if a rule or regulation does not have a punishment attached to it, in your view?
Then it is not a law, okay? And that goes back to, you can find that in Blackstone. You can find that in, there's a companion of legal maxims, where more or less the substance of this is there is no law without a penalty, right? And no right without a remedy. Because law is not just saying this or that is good. Law is saying we want this, and if it doesn't happen, then here's a process. At the end of the process, some kind of remedy or justice will be rendered. So either you get punished, or you gotta pay somebody if you did wrong according to the law, right? You gotta make it up to them. If the law doesn't have a remedy or a punishment, then it's not substantive, right? What would happen for a law without a punishment? If you broke it, nothing would happen, right? So then
we're talking about like what society is accepting of. You're saying that if the law doesn't punish you, then you don't
control all of society instead of people, if that makes sense. It's still people coming together, building an imaginary structure of government in order to either control themselves better or in often cases to control people who are not in government. There's more people being controlled by government than there are people in government in the actual
Yeah,
government. So
that's a really, really, really broad way of putting it. If you make it that broad, then yeah, like, I mean, even corporations probably gonna fit underneath that.
okay. Is there a problem or anything logically incorrect with it, or is it just broad?
It's just really broad. It's gonna capture, like, most people aren't gonna wanna make it so broad because they wanna make some distinguishment between the government and, like, a corporation.
Well, government is a corporation, and the government, corporations donate to our governments and influence our government. The people who make, coincidentally, I mean, what are we talking about?
But this whole thing, remember where you came from? Like, this whole thing stemmed from whether or not, like, laws were meant to prevent, and then if they weren't meant to prevent, did it mean that it implied, well, the permissibility, and I thought we should just say, like, making something permissible isn't the same thing as saying, I think you should do it.
Well, I think if like when they legalize like drug use in San Francisco or whatever it is, where they start to like actually distribute needles, you know, you could say that doesn't promote drug use, but I mean most people would say, hey, if you go down to Skid Row and instead of just letting them do what they do, then you go and you provide the materials for them to do the drugs, and that the law is saying that this is going to benefit San Francisco in some way. For you to also say that also San Francisco is not encouraging them to do the drugs, I think that is
Well, look,
Right.
there might be, sometimes, like, when laws come out of favor or go into favor, like the case was like smoking, or even like, what was it, prohibition, like the enacting or allowing of things will, like, push people to do it. Like, in some sense, there is like a movement towards or away based on what the government does. But that being like an accidental fact isn't like the purpose of why they're doing it. If that makes sense. It's not like when they're enacting the law, in the case of like, let's say decriminalizing drugs or something, it's not in their intention that my decriminalizing is to make people do more drugs. It's like, that's not the intention of the goal, even if it accidentally occurs.
Right, that's all I was trying to argue with. Maybe Jason, and you could comment on this, but my point would just be that, look, in an environment that has restrictions, legal restrictions against, whether it be drug use, whatever the case may be, if that gets overturned, let's just say it's made legal or it's decriminalized, there's like an implicit, or at least it's received this way. I'm not saying it means it's the intention of the government by any means. I mean, it shouldn't be, but there's like this tacit understanding, or it's like it's carried with that for a lot of people that are in that environment, that if they have a desire to engage in that activity, that now it is somewhat there's a condoning of it. It's like built in that this is now no longer.
But that's like the same intuition that drives like the ancient slavery system.
But only temporarily, Andrew, because there are people born every day, and many of those people will come to adulthood in a time when it was never against the law. So it will be just like everything else that's not against the law. It won't feel like something that's condoned. It'll just be like an ordinary thing, like whether I have toe socks or I have those, the other kind of socks, or I have a Toyota or a Honda. They're all allowed, okay, and it makes no difference.
Yeah, no, you're right. That's a fair point. But just to be clear though, I mean, like that can still be catastrophic. The consequences of making something permissible.
Yeah, and
you know what I mean.
Yes, you're right. And then so this is where you get into the way that you make stuff legal practically.
school. You can do drugs and work, right? Well, you don't do that. What you do is you say, like, okay, we're gonna release the grip a little bit, right? Now marijuana is legal. Okay. If you get a little property, and then you release the grip a little more. You say, okay, now you can do cocaine, but only, at the amusement park or something like that. And you gradually, release, and only on the weekend. That's right. And that's what you do, right? And because you're right that if you just like let the thing, let it go, then it's crazy. Oftentimes, not always, it's oftentimes, right? So, like in America, we don't have the autobahn, but there are just large stretches of the road where everybody knows they can drive as fast as they want, right? But when they come into a major city, then they all slow down, and people pay attention to the speed limit, and the cops actually start busting you, right? So we don't exactly get the autobahn, but there's some flexibility there.
But San Francisco must have figured out that it benefits them to allow these people to do this drug that they're going to do anyway, or multiple street drugs, and then it benefits them to give them safer means to do this because it causes less medical problems for them to have to clean up. So do you think that is just them making like a cost benefit analysis, and then they don't really want people to do more drugs? Or why do you think that they would, as opposed to doing nothing, think that giving these people clean needles was a good idea for their city?
Yeah, okay, I'll go real quick. I'll just say, I wasn't saying earlier that the government never encourages anything. I'm just saying that making things legal is not, so many things are legal, that isn't approval. If the government is giving you money to do stuff, or is giving you a free thing, then it's encouraging you then, right?
When you say it's not approval, what do you mean? You mean like government officials saying, like, we approve of this action, like it's a good action that you should do?
If the government comes to you and says, we're going to give you money for doing this action, that's totally different than it's just legal to do it. Yeah, like the government doesn't just say, if the government, okay, it's legal for me to buy any car I want, but if I buy an electric car, the government gives me money. Okay, now the government is encouraging me, it's giving me a gift. It didn't just allow me to do something. It's definitely approving of me having an electric car.
Right, so that's the same thing with the needles. Instead of me as a drug addict, instead of me having to go and find some dirty needles myself, all I have to do is go down to the government clinic, and they give me free materials to continue my illegal drug use.
Yeah, and they encourage that for a variety of reasons, prolonging the crisis and chaos in their downtown is a way for them to, traumatize the business community and sow chaos, and then they use chaos as part of their narrative for motivating the destruction of the United States, which is.
But encouragement is not promotion.
Encouragement is promotion, yes. Encouragement is promotion.
So then by having those free needles down there, they are encouraging you to do more drugs.
Yes, they are. They're giving them stuff. They're giving them free stuff.
And then by legalizing marijuana, they are promoting and encouraging you.
Well, I would say that by legalizing marijuana, I'll tell you very frankly, it would not have changed. It did not change anything about the rate of marijuana use in San Francisco. I'll be really honest with you about that. Everybody was using marijuana before, and they continue using marijuana. And, and in states where it's illegal now, everybody still smokes marijuana. So I think this is an example of where we got another policy that's just a really dumb idea. And we've got to rethink what we're doing here.
Well, why are they doing that? What's the motivation?
They love marijuana. I don't know. Oh, why is the state doing it? Because, once in a while, governments are persuaded to engage in good policy. Probably they just can't help themselves. And illegalizing something you can't prevent is a good idea. So that's probably a big part of why they legalize marijuana. Also, all the people running the government probably smoke marijuana every day. And are, so it's
Something like prohibition stuff, right?
Yeah.
They tried that, look where that went, and they might be thinking similarly, like, just to hell with it then.
what point would a child?
They're alive, right? Conjoined twins and they still kill without getting in there?
Sorry, 1 second, I'm just gonna put on my headphones.
This might be a better debate than earlier, the later on.
Well, I think I understand that you're being sarcastic, but my argument is that
No, he's not.
I'm not being sarcastic. Like, how many times I've said this?
you loud. I don't know why this Mr. guy is getting it. I'm speaking to you loud.
What am I being sarcastic about?
No. Why so?
He said about cripples or no, like I think it was Jonathan who mentioned the movie 300, but you were in a similar statement saying that if child, a newborn child has Down syndrome, we could probably.
Oh, I never said that. I said if it has
I
psychosis.
said
He said if it
I
has
said
psychosis.
I said
Oh, yeah, sorry.
and I was being sarcastic. Now, can you guys hear me now? Put on my headphones.
Yeah. Shouldn't there be some level of where you're not forced, either not forced to have a child, or where a child shouldn't be forced to be brought into this world based on that they're going to have a certain amount of either mental or physical retardation? Where's the idea? Well, as long as she can give birth to them and they're alive, then that's better than them not being alive.
I disagree with the latter, but if you could like foresee it about it in the world, you're better off reporting that doing some form of euthanasia after the birth.
This is a good question. Are there any children who weren't forced to be in this world?
Not forced.
Okay, that's what I was confused about because that was something I said. What do you mean by forced to be in? What do you mean by forced to be in this world? Like I didn't choose.
That just means.
I don't think that any child chose to be born.
That's a
Just
thing
means
that
there's like no pre
born on that.
Yeah, there's like no pre-birth consent.
Right. I mean, that's kind of like the idea is that if I was a baby and I was in there and I didn't have legs, and I'm like, hey, I don't want to have no legs. There's no advocacy for that kid. There's advocacy for people who are saying no rape and incest, but that more has to do with the mental state of the mother. Rape and incest can produce a perfectly healthy child. I'm talking more about shouldn't there be some sort of like protection where it's like if you're a baby and they know that you're not gonna have you're gonna have half a heart, you're gonna have to be attached to a machine your whole life, then maybe it's better for you to not have to have that existence instead of the default. Well, all life is precious, and as long as the person can just give birth to this child, no matter what fucking life the child is gonna live, that's better than aborting it. Like that's not.
I agree with you. Dylan, about who
Who gets to choose that?
Well,
That's like
imagine what if a bunch of like uber white liberals who were like the bunch were like, guys, systemic racism is so bad against black people that I honestly think that the suffering they have to endure, it would be better if we just kind of kill them all in one because I honestly think it's so unjust. And I don't know, I just think we should just kind of kill them. Because honestly, with my white privilege, I feel like I live a better life than they just suffer so much.
You're saying that black is the same as being physically or mentally retarded.
Well, I don't think they're the same, but in terms of suffering at the end of the day, right? And I think
it's not. I mean,
if you were in the right chat room, everyone would be like, yeah, bro. Yeah, good point, bro.
It's not. Oh my God.
I'm trying to understand. I mean, do you know what black people go through on a daily basis?
I mean, if you're doubling down, you either have to remove the sarcasm from your voice and make it think that you're serious, or then you're being highly, then you probably don't have any black friends.
Well, I just said I'm a white liberal. So I mean, all my black friends tell me about what they go through on a day, growing up in the hood,
those black people, they want to have their abortions. Can't take that away from them.
So this is the thing. I'm young.
That's why black people started transparent.
But here's the thing. We're letting them. I'm saying we're the privileged ones. We know what life is really good like. So we know what's too much. So why not just kill these black people so they don't have to suffer?
Well, I'm pretty sure where the argument's coming from. I think the answer is that it would be better off if we made life good for people rather than ended the life of people who life wasn't good to.
That's too easy. That makes too much sense.
But what if the way to do that good is to like get rid of all the white racists? Because most white people are going to be racist because they start all the wars. Maybe kill all the white people who do it, because they cause the suffering.
Or just make white people illegal.
You expect that ending. You didn't expect that ending. You didn't expect that one.
Yeah, I think it's kind of funny to me to hear when people say things are too much. I think those are kind of lies that are being propagated that people have started to believe that, oh, it's going to be too much for you to carry a child to full term. It's going to be too much for you. It's going to be like extreme pain for you to deliver a baby. I mean, there's so many lies, I think, and women are not really getting proper education to deal with these things.
How many kids do you have?
I love that you brought up that point, by the way.
How many kids do you have?
I will have children. I've not had
And the answer is zero. The answer is zero. But
Right.
I think that's why, like,
So you brought your own kids to term, and then you're also saying that people should complain about the pain of bringing kids to term?
Well, I've done extensive research.
Oh yeah, no, I've listened to guys talk about getting, fucked in the ass. I've never got fucked in the ass, but I can totally talk about it and say that other people shouldn't complain about it, even though I've never experienced it. That makes sense.
I'm not I think there are lies being propagated.
So do you think it's okay? What is the lie?
That is the example that you move with. Not that.
What's the thing that's
We need to point just to say that didn't she just bringing the race card into abortion kind of belief that they don't doesn't make sense. I think I understand you some questions where
Wait, go ahead. I was saying that it comes down to suffering. I mean, my black friends,
I
they
understood.
just suffer so much.
Coming from is it like a jungle in here? You need to like shout to get to where I just had two things. The first one is like, I feel like we had like a serious topic at first with like euthanasia and abortion, and then like somebody like trolled it away with like the black thing. But the second thing I wanted to say was like it's too much, it's too painful. Well, what's supposed to be too painful? Just like the process of giving birth, or like mental pain, or like the kind of pain that comes from like a rape victim having to give like birth.
So really quick, I don't know if humor for satirical edge or irony or trying to draw a point out for ridiculousness is lost on you. I know sometimes in neurodivergent circles that can be lost because there's a hyper-literalist interpretation going on, but that was the point, to try to make, like a Sorites paradox in terms of, at what line are we able to draw that this is, okay, at this point this is too much, right? Does that make sense in terms of why I would say that? And it's not that, of course, any sort of analogy is going to break down at some point.
Yeah, it makes sense.
It's going to be
disingenuous and not helpful to the conversation. Of course, it makes sense. Logically makes sense.
So you just kind of get down in principle to judging what level of suffering is excessive. That's why it's still apropos and relevant. There's still going to be a subjective element to in terms of, hey, I think this is too much. No, I think this is too much. No, I think this is too much.
continue on with that nuanced thing you said. Oh, you know, haha, I have like black friends. And I'm asking you as you're saying, and then I'm asking you as you're saying it, are you being serious? And then you're saying no. Now you want to come back and say, oh wait, I was joking because back then I didn't have. I didn't get.
Andrew, can we just drop the method? Because my criticism was ridiculous.
By the way, I've got a greeting. So just give me just finish this up like a minute now. So and then you guys got it. But I'm not gonna be misinterpreted. Okay. So first thing was you asked me if I was serious or something like that. And what I had said was yes, and I continued in character. I didn't say no. That's the first thing. Other thing you said was about 2 and 4. My whole point in bringing about the ridiculousness is to show, hey, maybe there's a problem with using this as a justification because it's to bring out the quality of life, perhaps versus sanctity of life distinction in terms of what justifies that. Because my point of using a Sorites paradox like that, right, in terms of, hey, how, or like you want to say a fallacy of the beard, something like that, like, is it's very, 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 very problematic. And perhaps that's not a good justification or even, method to use because of all the slippery slopes that are involved in it. And that's why I use the ridiculousness. You say, hey, and that, well, before, I guess somebody misunderstood. And by the way, this was brought up because homie said I was trolling. Really, I wasn't trying to troll. I use humor sometimes to make points, which was that my point was going to be perhaps sanctity of life, which you don't have these type of gradation issues, would be something that's more, I guess, universalizable, something that's more consistent, something that's not as susceptible to some of these, because of what I just said. You can say, hey, what if somebody doesn't have legs? Do they deserve to live? I don't think that person has less value. I think a lot of people that do have, suffering sometimes do prefer to have live life, and I just think it's a really, really, really dangerous place when you start making other people the arbiters of that, because there's going to be a lot of it's problematic assumptions. So anyway.
Question: if we are to have an healthy argument, we have to be able to simulate at least certain parameters so that we can go forward. Do you agree that fetus and the baby is different?
You're talking to me? I'm talking to somebody else in general. Seems like you're going backwards.
I'm talking to you.
You believe that a fetus and a baby are different? Well, how are you using those terms? How are you defining them?
13 weeks, the ability to survive without being in an uterus.
I think that they are at different stages of development. So it's like asking me, is a teenager different than a child? Yes.
No, don't bring those, irrelevant
I'm
examples.
telling you how I see it.
Okay.
Because you asked me that. Does that answer your question?
No, it doesn't. I'm still confused if you are looking at a born baby and an unborn fetus the same way.
How did I not just answer that? I said I would look at you differently in that I think it's the same. I think it's the same baby through the process, but there are different stages of development.
Yeah, I think everybody's recently has been agreeing.
Yeah, I don't understand what the problem. Like I didn't answer the question.
No one's opposed to anyone so far.
You're already objecting to the view that a fetus is a. Yeah, I think the Indian guy is confused, and I think we're making progress in the other conversation.
Yeah, I don't want to go. I would rather go to the other one.
I agree to slippery slope, but with that, would you be willing to tell people that they're not allowed to separate and join twins to give one a better life? Or you can that's really hard question.
Oh, what I say that I can
idea of what, kind of like bodily autonomy and what I have the right to do because what I think my future will be.
Yeah, and I think how I see it is if it's when I remember when I took religion ethics and medicine classes in college, I remember we talked about it, and it was it was like if it's terminal, there's no, and it's by withholding. If withholding unnatural means would bring about death, then I think yes. I think the active means though is potentially more problematic. But this is what I'll say.
Like if they were forced to take like if they were taken off the
Yeah, or
they
something.
would die.
Yeah, that type of stuff. Now I will say, and if I'm being realistic, sometimes, and this is where I'm inconsistent, I'm gonna be honest. I've been sympathetic to people who, like, somebody burning on fire. Like, let's say there's like, and they're like, just shoot me, take me out of my misery. And I feel like sometimes it's a merciful thing to do. And this is where I can, like, I decided we don't really care about mental health. But, like, I don't, like, if somebody, like, were to mercy kill that person there, you know what I mean? I'll just say my emotions, I don't feel as bothered by that. My feelings aren't a gauge of whether something's right or wrong. So let me be clear. That could be immoral. But it would be, I probably would be less bothered by that than, let's say, something else. So,
You don't think I have the right, barring some sort of terminal cancer, you generally kind of want to force me to live no matter what kind of experience I'm having.
Yeah, it's life and we all trapped in it together. We gotta love it.
Well, we're all trapped in it together, but clearly there is the ability to take yourself out. You're just saying I should not legally have that ability no matter what.
If you succeeded, how can I punish you for it?
Well, okay, so
you do understand? Like, it's like the right. It's like.
Well, no, getting back to your black thing, like, what do you think about, like, the stories, obviously I wasn't there, but the stories of, let's say, African slaves who then will become African Americans, and them they're on the slave ships coming over, and them seeing what's going to happen, them seeing, their slave master, they see the situation that they're in, and they think, I would rather jump overboard than to have my children have to go through this. Would you be well, in theory, if let's say the mother's pregnant, let's say here's a great example. Here's a great example. Is a pregnant, collective African woman slave, and she thinks I don't want my child to have to go through what I see that I'm going through. You, I'm assuming, then would not be in support for jumping overboard and sacrificing herself and then taking her child.
How is her sacrificing herself?
Well,
just for killing herself.
Well, that's why I don't think that Jesus was sacrificed, and that's a whole other.
Well, I mean, but you're saying that she's. Yeah, well, I mean.
That's what she thinks. That's what she thinks that she's doing.
She thinks she is, but I'm like, if she jumps off and then kills her baby, and then she's like,
I kept them from slavery. I'm in slavery. I don't want my child to be in slavery. My child is not born. Well, I'm kind of trying to almost give a real response to your why shouldn't black people die?
I think it's interesting is that, like, for one, a lot of them was dying, or like 2 million or more died in that thing anyway.
Right.
They literally, the options were either death or slavery, and a lot of them just take both. And it seems like, by the way, and I don't want to detract from the group, like, I'm almost glad to speak to retention. So, like, I like the conversation that they were having before, because y'all think it's productive to go forward. My point was just about how I thought the problem was of the gradations.
Understood. Yeah, I'll back off in case other people.
No, it's not.
But thank you, man. I
It's been a
these are like
So you're talking about
cases
like
where
rare cases?
not rare cases, but some cases where something has happened, something has, I don't know, come back that was concerning or whatever, and they've not checked the chart properly. That okay, the woman was given an epidural, and they've just called like child protective services on the parents. So
That sounds like an accident.
What happened to the
You're completely insane if you think that.
yeah, but what happened to the fentanyl violence? And what about the
It sounds like you're describing an accident. Like they looked at the chart
yeah,
wrong.
these are definitely accidents.
What's your concern? What's your relation to this? Like what we were talking about in the room, I guess.
Well, I'm just kind of throwing out data, right? So
Okay.
you guys can go research.
what data have you shown?
But data and
Because
service.
What I mean is-
you're trying to say that women are lied to.
I'm speaking. Data and service of what point?
That in general, the healthcare industry is propagating lies, and there's just a war going
Okay,
on.
thank you. Do you think that if you admit that what happened was a mistake, do you think that's a good point to bring up if the thing you want to communicate is that they're lying? You understand? A mistake
Yes,
isn't telling a
because
lie.
if they don't have,
Do you understand the point I just made?
intentionally, where yes, whatever came back on the chart might have been a mistake, but they know the woman just gave birth. But why are they not looking at her chart? They're directly just like
But
calling
these are such random. Why are they? Do you think these like obstetricians and midwives they don't look at the chart? That's
or we'll let your son go free, but you have to kill yourself. Which one would you do, or are neither allowed in your world?
I'd probably do neither, but maybe myself if I was to do one of them. But I wouldn't kill myself.
Well, why would that be okay? Wouldn't that be a sin? Wouldn't that be not acceptable?
What do you mean to kill myself?
Yeah. Under any circumstances, really.
Well, that's a sacrifice. Depending on how you're playing that out, that's a sacrifice. Because the idea, so to go free, you're just going to remain captive. So that's it, right? That's the alternative. You just remain captive. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'd probably just remain captive then. But ought I kill myself? I don't know that I ought to.
So it's better to live in bondage than to sacrifice yourself. So that it's better for you and your son to live in bondage than to sacrifice yourself to go free.
Yeah, it may not be good for him for me to off myself. You know, even if we were both living in bondage, depending on what that looked like and for how long, if it was in perpetuity, and if it was crazy conditions. I mean, there's a lot to consider. And what would we have, or what would he have if I was to off myself? What kind of life would he presumably have? And what do you mean by off yourself? They give you a gun and say, okay, you have to blow your own head off, or whatever. I mean, what's being said there exactly? I think a lot of the details might matter. But yeah, I mean, yeah, I definitely wouldn't off him, and I possibly would not off myself. And I'm saying more like the odds, what I ought to do. Or if there's no odd, it may just be the case of what would I do? And yeah, I mean, I might off myself, but yeah, never him. I don't think I ought to do that. I think I ought not off him, and I wouldn't off him. And then I'm not sure if it's an odd as far as offing myself, but I might off myself. Yeah, I think that's depending on the circumstances.
So there are. So you think that that it would make sense that you would do something so big as to take your own life to possibly help out your son, but you think that in all circumstances of abortion, no matter what, it's wrong, because no matter how good or bad a life that child is going to have in the future, since we don't know, you're just automatically assuming that all abortions are wrong.
No, I mean, I think you have to have a justification, and I think generally you're not going to have a good one. If God tells me to abort my child, for example, then I should do it. But yeah, I don't think that there's any. I don't think there's any. There's going to be few justifications that I can see for offing your child.
There's somebody asleep. Is somebody mute them?
Yeah, who is that? Let me see. Is that David? Good deal. Yeah, so Heritage, are you there, Heritage?
Yeah, just I'm here.
I think you came into our room. I'm gonna say, if I'm right, I think I placed you. You came into our room probably 2 months ago, 3 months ago, something like that, and maybe even more than that. And you were making the case for like the white folks, basically. You were saying that the white race is supreme, that kind of thing. Wasn't that you?
I talked about white identity.
Yeah, but I mean, you were saying there's and then you got I remember the discussion of like white people contributed to technology and they've helped advancements and all of these things.
Oh, that's you.
For sure. Yeah, I was here before. I remember you.
Yeah, I'm glad you're back, buddy.
Are you trying to make a reason for? Andrew, are you trying to make a reason for abortion?
What do you mean? Oh, what do you mean? Reason for abortion? I was very connected to that.
Well, if there was one more abortion, there would be one less white supremacist.
Oh, I see. Yeah. So here's the thing. Heritage is a very unusual person because he's well spoken. He's chill. He doesn't like get super fired up, but he says stuff that's extremely potent. And so yeah, no, I'm glad you're happy. Yeah, no, that's good. So you're against abortion? Yeah, life starts at conception, Heritage, and no
me this just like an hour ago. But just that, yeah, just a fellow mother's life is in danger.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I didn't know if that was you that said that, but yeah. Well, I think we're on the same page, right?
Yeah, and you don't hold. Wait, and do you hold that?
Yeah.
That if the life is the life thing, then abortion is fine.
Well, I mean, some people will argue it's not abortion. I don't try to get into that dispute, but yeah, I mean, I do think that if it comes down to saving one's life over another, then I think that's a very relevant. I mean, that's a real decision that can be made, and I think that's reasonable to go either way.
What about life of the child? What if they say that after the child is born that they're going to have a certain amount of time before they die? Are you going to force that mother to carry it to term just because it's going to live through the pregnancy? Even though the doctors are telling you literally it will only live a week or a month or a year. And then where's the line for that? Oh, well, if the child can live for 2 years, but then it's definitely going to die, then we're going to make it go to term. But if it's going to die after a week after pregnancy, then we'll allow her to abort it. Because then you just get...
Divine, what if it lives 75 years after it's born?
Exactly. But that's the whole point is that the doctor is telling you that it's not going to live 75 years.
Yeah.
They can tell you it has a terminal disease in the same way that you're saying, well, I give exceptions if I know that the mother is going to die because of this pregnancy. Then it's okay. Because as soon as you start making it okay because of something, then you're just opening the door, especially if it's medical. I can come up with 2 or 3 more medical things that if you're going to let the first medical thing go by, then why aren't you going to let the other 3 medical things go by? Unless you're passing judgment. Unless you're just saying, well, she should be able to give an abortion, and then you're making moral things. If it's just medical, then it should be about the life of the child as well, not just the life of the mother.
I'm hesitant to say that we can kill maybe at any point in that case.
So you're going to force her to take it to term, even though the child is not going to live a week after it's born.
Well, you're saying that definitively. You can't say that definitively.
There are definitely circumstances where doctors know that after the child is born, they can tell you, okay, within 2 months or something, that of give or take or something like that. This child is not going to live a beautiful life. It's probably going to suffer in pregnancy. If you're worried about that it has a heartbeat and has feelings, it's suffering in utero. It's going to suffer as soon as it's born, and then it's going to stop. And not to mention the mental state of the mother. And the mental state of the mother, if you're forcing her to do something that she might not want to do. All because what? All for what? For that child to have a tiny little bit of life. Because life is so sank. Not the experience of life, but just the fact that life is so sank. The sanctity of life will force you to make another human being have a terrible experience. And then the life that you're talking about will be tiny in the scope of things. They'll have a flash of life, suffering, and die. But that's not enough for you. You still would make her go through that experience.
Well, I'll give you my answer, maybe a heritage answer. I think you anesthetize, and it's also going to be that doctors can be wrong, and I believe in God. So, I mean, that's just pretty much going to be, if I was to say, no, I don't think we should be permitting somebody to be able to kill their child if they think there's some kind of, condition in which they'll only live seven days and die in excruciating pain until then. I don't think that's something, that's a tough question. I'm not going to say that it's not, but I think that I would probably go with, anesthetize, and then also that doctors can be wrong, and I believe in God. So I think that's probably the kind of response I would have. I'd be kind of concerned about actively killing the baby.
What about the mental state of the woman? If the idea is that I have exceptions for the mother's life, why are you not concerned with the mother's mental state?
Yeah, because I think mental state can be, there's some healing or there's time for that to be fixed or repaired or reversed, and it's really hard to say what's going to affect that because it can happen either way. You could end the child's life and bad things could happen mentally for the woman, or you could not and bad things could happen for the woman.
So she's 3 months in, she's depressed and suicidal, and she's talking about
terminate this child that God is going to terminate immediately after this point. All because why?
Yeah, well, I'm just saying my answer is going to be the same.
No, why are you going to make her do that?
Oh, because I don't think you should be killing humans without justification.
Without
And I don't
justification.
Yeah.
So the child deserves to have that life.
Well, I didn't say that, did I?
No, that's, you are, yes, you're saying that they deserve to have a life. They don't deserve to be killed. They deserve to have that life.
No, that doesn't have to be what I'm saying. I can just say that, look, whatever else is occurring, that's not the issue. The issue is that you can't end this life without a justification. I'm not saying that.
Justification just means that you have a reason to do it. I mean, I don't know why you keep on saying you can't do something without
Yeah, it needs to be I'm sitting there a justification that would actually justify it, that would make it permissible.
The child is going to die within a week or a month of being born. The mother is at 3 months and she's suicidal because she knows that. Why?
They're saying that's not good enough of a reason. Sufficient justification.
Right, but then medically, if she's going to die, then that's okay. Then you have no moral problem with that.
So look, if it is.
So then you're valuing her. Aren't you valuing her life over the life of the child?
No, because you're saying no. Because look, if it's the case that because the idea of removing some kind of pregnancy for the fetus in service of keeping the mother alive,
Right.
That's something that by changing the environment, it is certainly probably going to kill the child. That's true. That's not the intention. You're trying to preserve the life of the mother. It's different from saying something.
No. The intention is to end the life of the child because that's what's causing the threat to the mother. So don't muddy the waters. It's one thing.
No,
We need
that's
to
right.
end. Yeah. You just said I believe in pregnancy unless it's in the case of the mother that's going to be terminal to the mother. She wouldn't have a terminal pregnancy if she wasn't pregnant. What are you talking about?
I disagree with you, though. It's not the intention is not the end of the life of the child. The mother may want the child. The doctor would like to keep it. There could be all this either. That's not. That doesn't follow. That just because you have to terminate a pregnancy to save the life of the mother, that therefore the intention is to end the life of the child.
If I have to remove cancer in order for me to live, isn't the intention to remove the cancer?
Yeah, remove it, but that doesn't mean you're trying to kill it.
Oh, come on, Andrew. You're not trying to kill the cancer. You're trying to remove the cancer and relocate it. You're going to put it into the cancer relocation program. Obviously, the intention is to remove the fetus. Obviously, the intention is to end the.
It's not kill it is my point.
You are prioritizing the life of the mother over the child. Correct.
I'm saying if the mother chooses to do that, she
No. I'm talking about your exception for medical. Your exception for the life of the mother.
I'm saying that would be put in her form. That would be something
No.
she would have the
I'm talking about you and your opinion and your idea about why it's acceptable to allow an abortion in the case of the life of the mother. The reason is because you're
case of the baby 2 weeks later, it was like guaranteed they're gonna die. Like God Himself told me the child's gonna die 2 weeks later.
Well, then, yeah, that's interesting. I think when you do the God Himself thing, I have issues kind of with that because I don't know how you know. I mean, God presumably know how to convince you that He told you that, but I don't know how you would know with some kind of.
No, but these are just this is just like a thought experiment what I can stipulate. And I think the point is I'm just trying to isolate whether you think that it would have been a good enough of a reason to abort if the child died, but given realities of doubt, the doubt makes it such that it's not justified. But it's the presence of the doubt that makes it unjustified. So I'm just asking, had the doubt not been there, would in that case the abortion been justified? That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, well, I think even if you don't have doubt, you can still be wrong, right? So.
No, by doubt had, I mean it's guaranteed to happen.
Oh yeah, I'm not sure that I believe that. I don't know. Do you think that's even possible?
Well, you said people can
No,
be wrong. You said
but it's
people
not.
can be wrong, and I believe in God. So people can be wrong.
Yeah, that's correct.
So now he's coming in and he's removing both of those things and basically saying,
No, I understand.
he's utilizing that.
Right. I was just.
So now you know that the child is going to die. It's not
Yeah,
a question
I
of, well, maybe he'll live 75.
Yeah, but I think God has set this. I think that we're in a world that we're actually this is the actual world. So I don't think that we can. The problem I have is this kind of separate.
Yeah, but we're talking about a possible world. We're not talking about the actual.
I understand. But I think that if you change that up, I think that it would be essentially potentially the whole moral framework for everything would change. It could be the case that the whole what we're actually dealing with is different, and it would be just different. I might have different commitments, and the moral law may be different. There could be a whole lot of stuff different. I just don't think that that's possible in this world, as far as I can tell. Maybe it is. Maybe it is. Maybe you could convince me of that. I have not been able to understand how it is that somebody could have infallible knowledge, in such a way that they can know that they have infallible knowledge. That it is the case that they couldn't be wrong about what they're saying. I don't know how to do that. I understand people want to secure that with God or something like that, but I don't even see with God, even I believe in God, I still don't think that's possible. So, you see what
I just saying, are you saying it's impossible, as in there's no possible world in which you can ever be certain of that? Are you just saying that you don't like to answer questions of a possible world, you just try to stick to what's in the actual.
No. I love hypothetical possible. I love all that. But what I'm saying is like, let me give you an example. And I can't remember what I was talking to Sully about, but Sully gave this example where it was like, well, let's just say that this wasn't the case. I'm like, well, no, I mean, I can do that, but you're asking me to put myself in a hypothetical where literally all these fundamental things about reality that would be relevant. You're basically saying those things aren't there. Okay, well then, sure. I mean, I can answer, but I don't see how it imports back into the real world. Like, what bearing you can say.
Because I'm just trying to figure out whether you ultimately value equally the life of the child and the mother. And so.
Oh, I see.
That's why I'm like isolating the doubt.
I see what you're saying. Yeah. Oh, if you just want to know, I mean, I can just tell you. I mean, as far as I can, my own assessment of what my feelings are, I do think that they're both equal of value. I mean, maybe not equal at different times. That could be relative to a person, but I'm just saying, as far as value-wise, yeah, I don't make the distinction.
But there seems to be another thing where you do make a distinction, because you're saying the presence of doubt in the child dying 2 weeks later is sufficient. And well, that's why you point to say that it's not justified to abort the child there. But the mother dying from having the child, that's not 100% either.
I agree.
There's a possibility. But even with the presence of doubt there, you're fine with the abortion.
I agree. And that's fair, and that's why I conceded earlier. I think that's that's something I'm just conceding. I think that's the most reasonable, because it may not be immediate that she's like dying, literally in the act of dying, and then so you're like, I have to do something to prevent that. It could be that she's going to die shortly, or it's going to be very, very deleterious to her, and I still would say that should be able to be a choice of the mother. And yeah, I grant that you could just say, well, I'll stop it there. I mean, it is where I stopped it.
you why. He's saying to you, why would you do this? Why is this happening? Why would God allow this? Why did God allow her to do this to the individual?
Well, why did God? Oh, I just say I don't know.
You said you don't know why. Okay, do you think God wanted this to happen? Why would God take my child from me? Why would He allow this woman to do this?
I don't think He wanted it that. I think He permitted it that. I think He wanted it that.
Okay, so why would He permit this woman to do this? Why would He permit? I didn't even know about it. She didn't tell me. Why would He allow this? He loves me.
I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't be insensitive to the fact, obviously, she did something by her own free will and whatnot. I mean, I wouldn't be insensitive to the fact that he's hurting right now. I'm not going to start giving him. That seems a little too. That seems a little bit too cold. And it's not like I'm going to start busting out of the Odyssey.
Right, but in your worldview, since God allowed it, he must have a reason for it. It must serve him in some way. He's allowing it to happen.
Yeah, he will use it. It's not like he wanted them to do that. It's not like it's a good thing that they did it. They violated somebody could have been violated more law to do whatever, but God can use that.
Okay.
I do want to give the Grand Inquisitor rest. I do want to give Heritage Harold a chance to come back in. Are you there, Heritage? Are you there, buddy? Heritage. Okay. Yeah. So, what's your view on euthanasia, Mr. Enos?
Oh, I'm pro-positive euthanasia.
Have you seen that Death Machine? That
The one in the Netherlands.
yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen it.
The suicide pod or whatever.
Yeah, I've seen it. That was pretty good, but
Yeah,
I mean, morally, I think that it's not merely like conditions or diseases like what's called FOP, where damaged muscles regrows like bones. It's not only for like conditions like that, but also for like severe depression, provided that the patient has had like sufficient time to ponder, think about it. Like it's not like a mere phrase they receive positive euthanasia. But as like a legal strategy, I would probably just argue for extreme pain cases to get that legalized initially, and then maybe in the future expand it to like suicide. So expand it to, I mean, sorry, to like severe cases of depression or existential angst.
What do you think, Venus? What do you think about somebody giving up their autonomy? Just for, I wanted to ask you this, just remind me of that. Giving up their autonomy out of, because of some, BDSM, whatever the case may be, fetish they have. They want to give up their autonomy irrevocably for a night.
For like a mere night or like for life?
Well, I think we start adding on to it, right? But start with the night.
Like an entire night?
Yeah, an entire night.
And is it like an open possibility what might happen, or is it like a rule?
Well, I mean, you can't there's certain laws, obviously, right? Like, you can't break the law. You can't, like, kill them or anything like that. But they have to listen to you. They have to obey you within limits and do things, whatever, eat and sleep and do whatever it is that you tell them to do. Yeah, pineapple.
Yeah, that was it for you.
For like
puts them in a pain that is akin to, people who have like diseases that would be fine with for most situations. Unless like there's like some kind of like intense pain by not having the finish realized.
Sure.
Probably would have
Yeah.
like I would take issue for life. Probably with a year as well, but probably like a day. No.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, I like that. I like what you're saying there. That's interesting. Yeah. Yeah, it's very good. So, and you're in favor of, you said on the abortion, you're all nine, so partial birth could be acceptable.
Probably probably have like up to 24 weeks, around the 20 range. Well, somewhere in the 20 range. But for like special cases, like if the child is like Down syndrome or likely to develop some kind of a disease where they have to like live with like constant like extreme pain and suffering, I have no problem even if it's like post-birth, like at any point in the pregnancy and those cases.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Very cool. Well, let's see if there's anybody that wants to be opposed to that.
The whole thing about the number of weeks is that you're still, it still gets back to the life of the child, because you're not saying that the mother can say, hey, even though it's past these amount of weeks, look at the health of the child, look at what type of life you might live if I can force to give birth. Because again, that's the whole reason why I was, talking about what are you prioritizing, the life of the mother or the life of the child, what type of life either one of them are going to have, and what power you're giving to the mother to actually make that decision as far as she doesn't want to bring a child into this world that's not going to be able to walk or that's not going to have, normal mental functions. Because it's just very broad to say, well, these past these weeks, because that's after these weeks, it's a this. I mean, obviously have your lines, but then again, if you have one exception, that opens up the door for all different types of reasons.
I think it's something like a problem if you have like one exception, but it opens up all kinds of reasons. If you're some kind of like a generalist about ethics, in which you can like extrapolate from one exception to another. But if you're like some kind of a particularist, like I don't think that would be like.
Right, which is what I kind of am too, really.
Yeah, I'm like a particularist. Well, I'm like a moral anti-realist. Ethic, when I say like ethics, I just mean things like things that would be out of accord with like my desire, or like state of affairs that would desire not to happen. So
Well, the life of the mother means physically, literally, you have to prove that if she is forced to give birth, she is definitely going to die. Is that what life of the mother means?
So who are you asking?
Well, sorry, I guess I'll stop asking these questions. The idea that it doesn't open up the slippery slope to more questions, I disagree with, and here's how I'll try to put it. Just as the person asked Andrew before, well, nothing is certain, so what, 99% she's going to die, but if there's 1%, then we are going to force her to go through with it, because then that means that then the child could live and she also could live. What if the doctor says that it's a 50% chance? What if the doctor says that there's only a 25% chance that she can die? Does that mean that that doesn't qualify for your litmus test of life of the mother? So yes, so that's one example in one example, as far as that when you say yes, more questions make you further, refine your point, and unless you really have, a 100% guarded line, you're going to keep on getting pushed, because all of the different examples are going to get more and more nuanced, and then you're going to be either forced to hold your line or move it.
Right. But that just seems to apply to everybody. I'm not sure. Like, surely do you have like a cutoff period for when you would regard like abortion as not acceptable? You would like to see some legalities around it.
Not acceptable to me morally is different than legally acceptable. Legally acceptable.
No, sure.
I'm almost like annoyingly like Selah, where I'm like, I find it hard to tell somebody else what they can do with their body. I don't like the idea of a woman who's about to give birth to doesn't allow her underneath your moral framework to have an abortion? You know, that's the kind of questions that more haunt me. If that was a non-answer enough.
I think.
No, but what if she's like 9 months pregnant and she wants an abortion? Then still legally you would say I'm not for like any kind of like state involvement, any kind of coercion.
I think right now in my legal framework, I don't. I don't think the state. I don't think the state has any right to step in at any point. At this point, that's where I am legally.
But if
Morally, I'm against it. Okay.
But if the baby is just born and she wants to like postpartum abortion, then you're fine with the state's.
Then I go along with that. It's kind of like the murder of a separate individual at that point. After birth, yes.
What if it's still separate, still connected to the umbilical?
What's the cord? Yeah. Yeah.
Then I'd have to go and do some research and see like the viability. That's where I go to. I'm like, well, but if they disconnected it, they're like, it's still connected to her, but is it alive by itself? And they just or does it need to be connected to her for a certain amount of time, or else it will die? That's the detail I would want to get. Because it's the whole idea whether or not like the whole idea also about the life of the mother is that in that point the child is kind of like a like almost like a parasite, because the whole thing that's causing her the life of the mother peril is the pregnancy. That's why I was honing down on you, Andrew, about that's what the reason for the termination is, or the reason for the procedure is to terminate the cancer, and the cancer in this moment is the pregnancy. It's the cancer on her life, and regardless, pardon the terminology, but we just accept the words I'm using, then it makes more sense. The cancer on her is the pregnancy, and it needs to be removed. And then that's why, if it doesn't, she'll die. Hence why you have inception for the life of the mother. But you don't think of a child as that, right?
I think.
Only when it's really going to kill the person. If it's really going to kill the person, then it's a cancer and it's a parasite that's acceptably.
Well, I don't look at it like a cancer. Yeah, it's a weird way to put it, but I'll just say this: Venus is pointing out though, and I think it's just going to be the case that you're going to have lines around where your acceptability stops. It's going to be, you can be pressed hard on those lines, and I think that if you're going to say, well, it's the umbilical cord, or so okay, well then while it's still connected to the umbilical cord, then a woman could just be in the middle of giving labor as the baby's coming out, as the baby's crowning, she could just take a gun and shoot the baby right in the head. It'd be completely acceptable to do that, right? If it's her baby, her choice, she can kill her own baby. Right.
No, I guess once it's outside of her, even if it's still connected, then I'm gonna reconsider that.
Okay.
Although it's working anyway. It's working on the inside.
What if she literally just starting to do it? It's not, the baby hasn't crested, there's no crowning. It's just the kid. Yep.
Yeah. This is how annoyed you felt when I asked you this question.
Exactly.
I beg for forgiveness. I seek forgiveness.
Yeah. The Grand Inquisitor must repent.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, it's rough. And I just think that they're gonna have that kind of issue with a lot of different things that we're committed to. And you're gonna have to do a cutoff at some point. Now, I mean, yeah. I don't know. Yeah, it's a tough deal. I think the yeah. yourself, not be a god. You know, the right to choose.
God thinks you have the right to choose.
Oh, hey, Angelique, you want to say something and then you want to leave? What does that mean? Why would you want to say something and stick around? No, go ahead, Angelique.
Hi everybody. I meant that I don't want to stick around here all day. So, yeah, I want to just bring like a fresh perspective on this whole debate. First of all, can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Okay. So, in the circles that I move and in my worldview, children pick their parents. So, it means that the consciousness, when it comes to the world, has decided who will be their parents. So by that view, if the baby is then aborted, or the fetus is aborted, it is by the choice of that soul, basically. So it takes the whole emotional thing out of it, because if a mother decides to have abortion, she is not actually the one making the decision. That is the decision of the soul's parent. So in that sense, it doesn't make sense for people to be like abortion's wrong, abortion's right. In the end, it's that soul deciding whether they want to continue with this incarnation or if they decide to leave prematurely. So I can understand that it might be a controversial opinion,
Yeah, I'd say.
but
Wait, are you pretending to know what the soul wants before it's born? That's ridiculous.
I'm not willing to say that I know what the soul wants. What I'm saying is all souls choose. When you chose your parents, you chose the conditions that you were born under. It means you decided that you will learn something from it or you wanted to have that experience.
Well, actually, I agree with you more. That is what I tell my son. I just think that what's going to happen is that any theist who's going to disagree with you has just equally as ridiculous an idea about what happens either and or after death. No. I share. No. Understand. I literally share this woman's ridiculous beliefs. That's kind of like my point. I tell my son that he chose us, and I do believe that we have spirit interactions before, but that's my whole point. If you believe not that and laugh at that, then you do believe in the cross and the resurrection, the Easter Bunny, and all the things that you think, well, of course this happened. You don't realize that you sound just as ridiculous as the people that you laugh at. But anyway, thank you for
Well,
sharing.
I don't have either of those views, so I'm able to laugh at them.
Oh, but you said atheist.
Yeah, no. If you believe in
Yeah, I
nothing,
don't believe in
then
this like
then
spooky
you're the
soul
worst.
stuff.
You're the worst.
No, but you said atheist.
Yeah, but it's different. I guess like there's two things I would wonder is like some of these kids they seem like, oh, I don't really like this. These very strange things that ahead of time they chose it, knowing like maybe like what may occur, and then they get their ass whooped like until they die or something.
Like for that woman who believes in that, who choose, like, is this like, do you actually believe that, or we just like giving like a perspective? There are people out there who believe this.
This is my worldview. I
Oh, I
just
see. Is it like part of some religion or like a broader system of beliefs, or did you just like end up living this like one thing?
I would probably say that it has its roots in spirituality. Like there are many people in different spiritual beliefs that believe the same thing. So you might find New Agers believe the same, you might find pagans believe the same. So it's not specific to any spiritual practice, but it has a broad audience, let's say.
Nice.
So yeah, so I just hope this perspective can help some people that are struggling with it's wrong or right, this kind of perspective about it.
I think with all due respect, I think people who are like struggling with that debate, like struggle more with this debate, with like spirits and the other world. I think that would be like a bigger struggle than an ethical question of abortion.
I think for Christians, it's not a difficult question whether they are spirits or other worlds or souls. So I think those that would have the biggest problem with it
Yeah,
are the atheists.
No, but like, well, like Christians usually
Like, why would you think that that's true? Where you said about the babies choosing, we choose our parents and all that stuff. Why would you believe that?
Okay, so I have got this misunderstanding many years ago. So how we are free to choose what we want to believe, right? So this was just something that I heard and it makes sense to me. And it also, in a sense, made me understand that the conditions that I'm living in right now, if I hate it, it's because of my thinking. It's because of what I chose to experience. So in my present life, where I'm at, I chose this. I'm going to this because I decided I want to experience this, etc. So that's me now as a grown-up. What I experienced as a child was because I decided. What I experienced as an infant was because I decided. So it just goes back and back and back and back. So that's what's just like naturally following the progression of thought. If I'm experiencing it now, I experienced it as a teenager, as a child, as an infant. It's the same kind of thinking. So I really understand that now I'm experiencing the life I'm experiencing because of what are my decisions and what I chose. And before I incarnated here, I decided I wanted to experience, etc., etc., etc. So yeah, it's just like a natural progression of thoughts that took me back there. Plus, I heard it somewhere, so I heard it, but it makes sense.
I wouldn't like this because that makes you too much like God. So God can do that. It can be the mind of God, and God can think about things before he gets here, and God can have all these things. But he doesn't like when human beings.
God can think about things before he gets here. What are you talking about?
No.
Are you being
Jesus did think about
from
things
the
before he got here.
dragon?
Sorry, didn't God have a plan for Jesus before he got here?
You said God can think about things before he got here. What are you talking about?
Well, sorry. I'm using the Christian doublespeak where we go back and forth between God being one thing and then God being separate entities. Because and I go back and forth to say I have served my argument at times. Is that not allowed? That's what I learned in this room, Andrew.
God being separate. Well, hopefully, you've been learning from somebody other than myself. What do you mean separate?
Jesus is separate than God. Jesus talks to God. God sent Jesus here. They're separate. And then they're also one.
Jesus is God.
I know, Andrew.
Maybe it's the Father. Maybe it's the Father.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is that you have a problem with her saying the thing like human beings, us individuals, made these choices before we got here, because that puts us too close to like a godly realm where God is up there making decisions about what's going to happen before it happens, how he's going to send himself, and so he made the choice to make the decision to have the plan for Jesus before. It's not like Jesus happened and then God made the plan for Jesus afterwards. So why you have a hard time understanding what I'm saying?
That's not my issue. My issue with what she said is that I didn't even necessarily said I had an issue. I asked her why she believed.
I'm just saying I know what yours is.
Hold on. I want to know why she believes it. It isn't the case that I think there's a problem with it. It could be, she might have a good reason, or maybe I might even think it's a good reason for, us believing that babies did pre-exist and, chose their parents. Okay. I mean, maybe so, but I just want to know what motivates them to believe. That's all I was asking. I'm not saying that somehow, therefore, there's an issue having pre-existence. I don't believe in that. I have reason to believe that's not the case. But I want to know why she believes it is the case. That's what I was asking. So, go ahead.
Yeah, like children. I don't know, like children who get like raped by their parents and like caged and like tortured and parents do like most kind of like messed up stuff. Wouldn't that like count against this like hypothesis that we're choosing?
Yes, I think so. Yeah.
Not really. People have chosen to have worse things done to them.
Yeah, but the scale though, the scale divine, the scale of how many babies end up with Ebola and their parents dying in front of them, and Harlequin's disease or whatever the case may be, just horrible stuff that occurs. On a large scale, I think it's very impractical or very unrealistic to say that all of these babies chose.
Or they just like they're looking at that and it's just like,
oh, but God chose.
I really like that like ass whooping looks great. I think they'll have it.
Right, that it makes sense to say sarcastic. I haven't finished my point yet.
Yeah, but that's different than why God would choose. But that's different than why God would choose it, though.
It's actually not unless you're making exceptions for him. That's my point. You make exceptions for
No,
God.
she's saying the kids self-select where they
I
go.
understand that.
In the
But
worldview of a
the
Christian,
outrage,
God
the
sets
outrage
up.
is like, why would this be allowed to happen? Why would you put yourself
No,
through this?
that's not it. You're missing the objection. The objection is who would self-inflict that kind of life upon themselves. Weird. That's the point.
I understand that.
That's a nice Latino.
I agree. Go ahead, Angelique.
So, we don't grow when we're living in countries, right? If we're living in countries, the possibility that we grow or expand or accomplish something new is much lower than if we're living in adversity and we're living a tough life, right? So this is the reason why people choose to go through things like that, because our reality, our existence shapes our personality and shapes our character. So if someone would choose to go through a horrible thing, whether they made that decision together with God or not, I think somewhere in the Hebrew scriptures it says that the soul and God sits down and discusses before the soul comes down. Right? But the reason is that if we all just had a wonderful life, we all just chose to live happily ever after, then wouldn't be growth. There would be very little growth. Nobody, if you didn't have to go to work to feed people, etc., what would motivate you to go to work? Your job sucks. You wouldn't go to work in the first place. So the reason why we're experiencing things that are tough and evil in the eyes of other people is so that it causes us to grow. It builds our character.
Honestly,
God would never force any suffering on anybody just for the
but how would but this growth, growth, with this growth thing, how does that explain like the 2-year-old who was just like masturbated by their mother and then killed? Like, how did that help them grow?
Yeah, how did the baby itself grow, and why is the baby choosing? If the baby could choose something, you're saying the baby's choosing it because it helps them grow. How are they growing? Or are you saying reincarnation? Or what are you putting out?
Also, let's say at the point when the fetus is not, I believe the fetus is not conscious from the beginning. At a stage, the consciousness comes into this fetal body, alright? So, at the stage pre-consciousness, when abortion takes place, I believe it could be because that specific soul backs out of this condition that they decided on before. If the consciousness is within the body, let's say late-term abortion, that soul either chose to go through that process for whatever reason, whatever it gives them, whatever experience it gives them. So that's my reason for saying the baby chooses the parents, the baby chooses whether he wants to be aborted.
But what about the rape?
How do they
Tell you about the rape?
when you agree that they're not conscious?
Because they exist, their consciousness exists somewhere else. The Christians will understand what I'm saying. Their consciousness exists with God at that point.
No, when they become a baby.
Their spirit, it's spirit consciousness, not their body.
So are you saying you're always conscious?
Yes.
Okay, well I didn't hear you say that earlier.
The spirit is eternal.
Yeah.
No, but if that's
I'm talking about the choosing.
I was doing an answer.
Choosing.
Sorry, I was doing an answer
Yeah.
where you could just justify the terrible thing afterwards.
Yeah, and I'm just saying, like, the child dead is like killed, boom. Like, why would that child, like, first of all, how does the child benefit from the adversary dead? Like, the child is raped and killed right away.
Maybe prison. Maybe it's diverse. This experience is a prison, and the longer that you live is how long your prison sentence is. And some people have to have a very short prison sentence, and maybe that's why people die young.
Yeah, but the baby girl chose to be aborted then, and like never lived.
No. That's the whole point.
Raped,
No, they had to. No. That wasn't part of it. That would be a lesser prison sentence. Their prison sentence was that they did have to be alive for 2 years, and those are terrible things. And the kids died. Their sentence is only for 2 years. Those poor people.
But they pick.
They're picking out. They're still prisoners, and they get to pick what type of prison sentence they choose. They have gone to this planet. I mean, again, we're starting to get into fantasy, not like the hardcore religion, which is obviously based in fact. This woman is just bringing up some spirituality, which is just crazy out there stuff. But yeah, who knows why we picked? Who knows what Earth is? Who knows why this experience is happening? Who knows what happened before? Who knows what happened after? We're just kind of, comparing screens at this point. So it could be anything. Logic. You can't start logicking ridiculousness at some point. Try to understand.
No, I agree with the logicking thing, but it just sounds like all the hypotheses that we pick, we wouldn't expect like people to get like mistreated by the parents. At least mistreated in ways that like rule out any future benefits from the mistreatment.
Yeah, that's kind of like a Rob argument where he's like, well, I would expect a God to be like this, and since he's not like that, then that must mean he's not a God. Like that's you can have a limited framework, but that doesn't mean it brings any less validity.
No, I mean, well, there's like, I don't think there's any problem with like doing arguments from like divine psychology like that. But in this case, it's not. We're not like theorizing about like God's mind. Like we're theorizing about our own minds. Like this is like we wouldn't pick. We're talking about like humans choosing it, which we have like way better.
Right. Souls, spirits, eternal spirits, and human being. We are not necessarily human, and we're probably most certainly not human after we die. If you think about it, God's not a human. Everything else is not human. Human is just a type of animal, and you don't even want to say that God made human beings out of apes. You want to say God made human beings out of clay, and then have this whole argument about that. Well, even though our DNA is 98 or 90% the same as these primates, God didn't use the primates at all. Like just looking at it on its face, that kind of doesn't make sense. So you're already getting to an imaginary land of like He created us, but He didn't create us from the exact same thing that's also on the planet that looks exactly like us. That scientists say we share 90% of DNA. You can't even accept that because you don't want to call it primate or I didn't come from apes. It's just like the cognitive dissonance.
Yeah, but like it doesn't matter if you don't want to call it the human. Surely the way you reason, like I mean, I don't know. I would need more like meat and the hypothesis, but the way when you are like choosing your parents, like the way you were thinking then is going to be akin to how you think now. If it's like radically different, then it's not going to be reassuring or any different because like the you who chose and the you now, there's going to be like a breach of identity because the way you were thinking then has nothing to do with like how you think now. So
right,
like
you're thinking
like
from someone here as like, oh my God, it's so terrible if I saw something happen like that to a 2-year-old, or if blah blah blah. But you're just one of the avatars in the game. When I go and load up my game, if as soon as I load up, some guy comes and punches me in the face and shoots me and says you're dead, I have no feeling about it. It's not like, oh my God, it's a bad experience. So it could be, even though you and I are here and we see the 2-year-old and the terrible thing happening, that the actual experience of the soul, when it's before being here and after being here, it doesn't think of it as like this terrible experience. It thinks of like, oh look, I logged in and this happened. Oh look, I logged in and this happened. It's us that are here that it is in our best interest, to not do that to a 2-year-old because I don't want to feel like a bad person. I don't want that to happen to my 2-year-old. So it makes sense for me here.
But the avatar, but it's not like your consciousness itself here on Earth is itself like a product of the Uber consciousness controlling it. Surely, like the idea is that the consciousness is the same, just like the flesh
once you come down out of that spiritual realm and start to talk to people and then start to control them, then you have to have different names for different gods and different things, and then we have different territories, and then I need to kill you, and I need to have resources. That's not what it's about. It's about that before any of the human division, that there is a unity that happens. Then you do have something of what you would call an individual spirit that's trying to progress its spiritual growth. And if that involves coming to Earth and having a great and wonderful, or great, wonderful, long, or terrible, short experience, that is what you are choosing, just like you're picking courses in college.
Right, but like if I could pick courses in college and like I would pick like a course that has like a serial rapist as like
Again, you are operating from the framework of already being the avatar, saying what the soul would pick. Once you are not the avatar and you are the soul, you're looking at the experiences differently. You're not looking at this is a bad experience that I don't want to have. To her point, the more challenging of an experience, which most people would agree in your own life after being alive, the more challenging of an experience you have, if you are able to get through it and overcome it, you generally have a certain amount of physical, mental, and financial growth. You at least have one of those by overcoming something that you. Go ahead.
Sure, I get the point. What you're saying is like in avatar mode, the way you think and evaluate the framework is radically different from when you're in the like pre-incarnate unity or whatnot. And you're gonna go back to that, and then you're gonna go back to that unity once you die, and then you gotta like look at it completely radically different. I get that.
In the same way that when I'm playing the video game, I have no problem running people over on the sidewalk.
Right, but that's not.
That's what I came to do, bro. That's what I came to do. I came to kill the trees and run people over on the sidewalk.
No, but see that, I think there's a disanalogy there because like when you're playing GTA, you're still using the framework you have outside of GTA to control the movement, strategize, shoot, aim, pick which missions you're gonna do.
But I
just run up
my own character. I disassociate my character, and I just use that framework to take on the character of my avatar. And so therefore, now I've moved into this new framework where all of these new things are allowed, and all of the ideas of what are good and bad are completely different.
So what I think is going on there is like you just like role playing. It's the same thing as like when you're playing a role in a movie. Like if you're gonna play a character, let's say that. But you're still
that we're role players, Angelique.
But you're still using your own framework to strategize how to play that role. And you wouldn't do.
And we are like God image. We are like God. We are more. Wait, let me talk about the Sims. Go ahead.
I'm just saying there's like a disanalogy because you still have the same like the same conscience, the same way of thinking when you're like playing GTA as the same character. And I wouldn't do things that like cause me pain in GTA in the sense of doing like extremely boring missions or repetitive. I'll do things that are like dopamine inducing in the game. But in the case of like the incarnation thing, you're saying things like me picking a life where I'm like 2 years dependent, I get raped by my father and killed. Well, that to trying to understand this view.
Well, because I think it was Jesus as the avatar, and this is a religious, semi-religious room where a lot of people understand who Jesus is. He said he came and he had a purpose. He's separate, from the Father, and then he kind of got sent here, and that this is like the place where he wasn't, and then he was. He came here for a reason, because and he served his purpose, and all of humanity owes a great gratitude to him. So that's it. But also he's a character in a game.
No, I think
He's being controlled by an outside source. The only difference is that he gets killed, partially or mainly, for claiming that he still remembers that he is part of that outside source. Almost to the point where now, Andrew wouldn't like me to say that I'm God. If I say I'm divine, you say, what do you mean by that? Oh, well, divine is everything. Okay, well, that's okay. As long as you're not saying that, like, you're God, because God's God and you're you. So that's how long, 2,000 years later, that mentality still persists.
Divine, I will remind you that somewhere in the Christian scriptures, even Jesus said you are God speaking to his audience.
Absolutely.
Well, I was speaking to the Jews, but I mean I don't want to get into exegesis there,
But the whole point about forgetting who you are is the idea that he did not, and that's what makes him so, revered by people, because he reminds us that we are connected to Source, or to God, and then, but that you're not supposed to also say, I am
well,
God.
some do play.
That's blasphemous.
Well, some do lean towards that he at times forgets.
Right. But I mean, that's not his main
Yeah,
character.
no, I know. I know.
He is the Son of God, and he professes that.
Right.
So
I know.
we're just taking it a step further and saying that everything, that God is everything, we are everything, gets slightly divided, and so anyway.
This is like, I think that this is like a bit different from the initial view that we chose. I also think under this view, it like kind of like devaluates the life of the center completely. It's almost like just like one round GTA.
There's no reason to think that this is a very serious thing that's very important that's going on, other than the fact that you're here and you think that.
Right.
Like, you're supposed to think that. That's the whole avatar. That's supposed to think that all these things are bad, and at the same time say, well, since I don't want this bad thing to happen, but since the bad thing happened, it must be in the greater good. We're just justifying. We're just sort of justification in chat. We are the ultimate justifiers because we have to make sense of what is happening, or else we'll go crazy. So we'll do anything and come up with any number of reasons inside and outside to make sense of what is happening. That's all that we're doing.
No, I guess I get the view now, but is this something you believe, or is this just something you?
I'm moving. Like I said, that's why I want to say that I do share probably most of the beliefs, but I don't want to misrepresent them. But I do mostly think that makes much more sense, and that there is eternal energy, and there's no reason to think that our individuation happens, somewhere after our birth. And also, if you're a theist, then you believe in all these other imaginary things that have happened before, and God knows this. What I'm thinking is not any more Harry Potter than you're Harry Potter.
Well, I mean, from my perspective, all of you guys believe in Harry Potter, but I take it that you don't then make fun of Andrew for believing things that he believes.
No, of course I do, because he's wrong, and I'm right. That's the whole point of having a theology universal. Personal ethic.
Right, but not in the sense that you take it to believe crazy things. More like you just think of the crazy things, so you got the wrong crazy things.
Exactly. I mean, I've been indoctrinated to think that the Earth is trillions of years old, and he only thinks it's 2 years old, so I must be right and he must be wrong. Look what my screen told me. I think personal agency makes sense, and it doesn't. I haven't seen any proof to think that what I am experiencing right now started when I can remember it, because I have at least some sort of physical evidence that I was having an experience before I can remember having an experience. So something was experiencing that, and there's death, and there's
your son's head is gonna look better up on the mantle, on the fireplace. That's a reason.
Right, that's kind of my point, is that you can just justify anything. And so,
What do you think is murder?
what do I think is murder? Murder being
I'm
unjust.
why-
I'm trying to
No, you're not. You don't know my fucking question.
Murder being, okay, fine. Is
Murder
murder is
why do you think
unjustified?
that? Why do you think that is murder? He asked you if it was murder. You said yes. Why do you think it's murder?
Because she killed him.
I don't think they specified the gender of the baby. Okay. Look, maybe you shouldn't be so antagonistic and condescending when you giggle in response to things that you haven't reflected on.
Well, what haven't I reflected on? Whether or not it's a justified killing?
Well,
Whether she's allowed to kill that killing?
Evidently, that simple question just caused you to fucking malfunction.
Well, no, I didn't understand. I didn't understand whether or not you were asking me what constitutes a murder, or whether or not I think that mother should be allowed to do that. But no, my brain didn't break
Do
down.
you think people should be allowed to murder?
I think people should be allowed to murder. Yeah, if it's going to keep them alive. If they're allowed to murder somebody else. Sorry, Andrew, do you think people shouldn't be allowed to murder if they're saving their own life?
Can I just point out something that's hilarious? Why do you think it's murder? Because she killed him. That was awesome. I don't know why you take this like weird, like patronizing tone when you're talking about things that you obviously haven't really reflected on. Like,
Right, okay, so what part happened?
just have a conversation with someone. You obviously haven't read shit on it.
What haven't I reflected on? What haven't I reflected on?
Yeah, bro, there's a reason that you stalled multiple times in answering these questions. Clearly isn't something easy for you to answer, that you're gonna have to think about it. And given the quality of your responses, you haven't thought about these things before, so just don't be so fucking patronizing in the future.
Okay, so then I said it 3 times. So now you have, but you're not going to say I'm in favor of child murder, but you will call abortionists murderers. So you're getting out of referring to your support as murder just because you say that it's justified and it's only a killing, even though it's a killing of a child inside of a mother. All of the other killings of a child inside of a mother, which you disagree with, are murder, and you can call those people murderers. You don't see. That's all I'm pointing out. That your line takes you out of murder land because you're justifying this murder, and since you justify the murder, really all you're saying is like a justified murder is only a killing.
Look, that's my definition.
And that includes a baby. Specifically.
I really appreciate you. Divine, listen, if somebody's running away with your TV, is it okay to shoot at them?
Dude, we're talking about one thing. You think it's okay? Okay, good. If someone's running away with my TV,
yeah, can you shoot at them to kill them? Can you shoot at them to kill them?
It depends. It depends. Is my medication, does my life medication attach to the TV?
Just shoot them. No.
Okay, if I don't watch that TV, am I gonna die? How do I know that? What if one doctor tells me I'm gonna die if I don't watch TV?
That's right. There you go.
Okay, fine. No, I'll say no, right? No, I'm not allowed to kill him. Okay. No.
What if he was running away with your PS5? Yeah, PS5, exactly. Okay, and we can just keep going, okay, and here's the thing, Divine. At some point, you're going to say, nope, that was unjustified, and we're going to call that murder. Okay, and I'm saying that, and there are people, just to be clear, I think that was the case in Texas, a neighbor saw somebody running away, one of the neighbors had a TV getting stolen, the person shot the person and killed him. And I don't think they were, I think they were, they were let free. Like they didn't get charged for murder. Because it was like, hey, you're protecting the goods of your neighbor, and that was legit. Now, a lot of people find that to be barbaric. I could be wrong on the details of the case, but certainly there are cases like that. My point is that you're going to be adjudicating that from your own moral perspective, and you're going to say, hey, is it the case that's murder, or is it not? Yeah, so yes, I agree. There's this thin line between what might be murder and what might not be. And I'm saying, in the case of the mother's life, I think it's the permission. She has the permit. She has the. It should be permissible for her to make her decision whether she wants to, write it out and see what happens, or terminate the pregnancy.
So you call that an allowable or an acceptable abortion?
Yeah, and it would be an acceptable termination. But they keep in mind that there's people who would argue that that's not even an abortion. We're even talking about the same thing, but I don't want to get into that kind of dispute. That is a current discussions going on in the pro-life, pro-choice, debate world. But I don't really get into it too much. But yeah, just say that that's an abortion. That I would say yes, that's an acceptable abortion. And anything outside of that, for just because you don't have enough money to go to college or whatever, or you don't have money saved up to put your kid through college, therefore you can afford them. No, that's a murder. So that's the distinction I'm making.
Do you think that U.S. soldiers are murderers, or do you think that they're defenders of America? I'm sorry, let me just if an American soldier goes to another country and kills somebody, or when they come back, you refer to them as murderers?
No, it depends on what they're doing. Look, I'm not in favor of killing innocent people.
So some are murderers.
Yeah, certainly.
And you base that on an individual basis as to when you'd have to find out the details on the service member, how and why they killed somebody. Then you'd make a
was just the descendants of these hyperboreans.
Wow.
Yeah, it's like a neo-Nazi bedtime story.
It's weird because I'm pretty sure Robert E. Howard invented that from Conan the Barbarian. That's the time period he's supposed to live in. High power.
Yeah, like I think it's meant to be like supposed to be like almost like contractual, but something to like write kind of to, you continue to like slog it out in the trenches, so to speak, and complete the project, while this guy's just living it up and on holiday on this like island, Bora Bora or somewhere. It's like, which one of you is like more of a hard worker? The guy who went on, granted, tough, it was like it was tough on the body, like with this hardcore bender, and then went on holiday, or you who basically stayed at work the entire time? Who's worked harder? Who's had it more difficult?
Obviously, the person who's done the work.
Right, and I think that's analogous to the case of like James and Jesus. Granted, Jesus had a really rough weekend. It was tough on the body, but then he ascended to heaven, best place absolutely ever, and he's been chilling there ever since. Meanwhile, James had to continue the ministry on his own. Well, not on his own, but like pretty much on his own. Like,
And
he was stuck on earth.
Are you James? Is it like
No.
James?
I'm saying this is analogous to like actual just Jesus. Just like so, when I'm having the case for like why I think James is more just than Jesus, or like more moral than Jesus, is why he stayed on earth for us, basically. Meanwhile, Jesus essentially absconded.
Yeah. Steve, he's trying to see how close he can get to just being blasphemous. And not get strung up.
No, he's asking me why I have that PTR. I'm just saying, I think this guy.
I understand. I do. I think Midas needs to come up. He wants to deal with you. He said in the chat, Timothy, to be nice to him. He said, Timothy seems slow. Midas, we want you up. And Baghdadi, I think you got to come up as well. MJO, come up. MJ, can you invite up Midas? I'm trying to get him up.
I invited Midas.
Do you like that people like this? I won't mention their name fully, but there's people that call themselves pastor, but they're infidel in disguise.
Pastor Toby.
What are you talking about, Pastor Toby? Someone on Clubhouse. Somebody's hilarious.
Pastor, I think he's been like investigated now.
I think he's back in Nigeria now. They've kicked him out of the country. Yeah. That trippy video, that run free in my head.
So give up. You're atheist.
Yeah, I am.
Well, there's no such thing as atheism. All atheism concepts come from Catholicism. Why would you choose atheism if you knew such?
I love you, Midas.
Wait, what?
Look at you, bro.
What did that mean?
All your atheist concepts come from Catholics.
Then why did you choose the most metrosexual black person to be your PTO?
Why can't you ever deal with the debate when you just had a whole circling conversation about James? So why can't you actually deal with it?
You're right. My fault, bro. Can't tell us I'm not Catholic. Outside the law.
Well, you're slow because all of your concepts come from Catholics and atheists. Where did all life come from? Big Bang Theory? Where did all life come from?
No.
So where did it come from?
Well, life.
Yeah, life.
Some kind of abiogenesis. Yes, the process of abiogenesis.
Prove it. Because abiogenesis refers to the Big Bang Theory. That's the only thing you have.
That's not true. That's
Yes,
just like
what's the alternative?
just Google it. Don't take my word.
What is the alternative? Darwinism has been thrown out since the 1930s, 1940s, and now you're a Petri with George Mandela, great Mandela thing. So if you think you're similar to a Petri, I think your abiogenesis concept is trash. All your
It seems like there's a lot of like word association.
Genesis.
It's throwing in a lot. Yeah. You just
Well,
don't
you don't
know
know the
like.
source of your thoughts.
Wait, can't atheism just be that you don't believe that there's a God? That sounds right there.
No, because that would be negatively or ignorant. Because what they would be saying is that they themselves don't know why they are here or how they came into being. And no scientists can show you how they came into being.
No. What I'm saying is that why can't, as opposed to all atheism stemming from
Exactly.
I love this guy. We gotta keep this guy.
Minus, you can
Do you
use
understand the
it.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, there's two things. He said Jesus had a bad weekend. I would like to know how you would like to comment on that characterization of what Jesus went through in a quote bad weekend unquote. And then Stephen is pro-choice, meaning he's okay with murder babies. So, what do you think about those two things? The bad weekend and Stephen thinking it's okay to murder babies. Go ahead.
Well, this is the thing. So you have killed Stephen in the and so you've killed the guy who was. I think they accept it.
That's a good question. See if maybe they can answer that. Stephen, what do you think?
Should I be killed in the it's not my list. Mine was my mom's choice. She had me served. I don't know why this happened. What's the relevance of this?
So do you believe that today your father should have the right and power over your life and body? Today.
As in, now as I'm out of the womb. No.
But for years you were dependent on your mother. Even when you were out of the womb, right? You had to get the breast milk, you had to have her take care. It was kind of a similar symbiotic situation. So after you were born, you came out the womb at the first, maybe first 2 years before you started walking, maybe first 7 years.
So there are multiple options the minute I'm out of the womb. So she doesn't necessarily have to take care of me. She can put me up for adoption. I don't know how
So wait, she couldn't put you up for adoption?
She takes my life. Say that again.
She couldn't have organized to put you up for adoption when you were inside the womb?
That is a good point. She potentially could have.
So today, can your mother kill you? Think your mother should be able to kill you?
No, today, no.
Oh, so she doesn't have the right over the body that she created within her womb?
I didn't say that again. I'm a bit slow.
She doesn't have the right to kill the body that was within her womb that she nurtured for all those months. I mean, you came out of her, right? And she should have had the right to you. Therefore, she should maintain those rights until you become an adult. So she should be able to.
So the analogy that I think is kind of that's persuaded me to be pro-choice is along the lines of donating an organ. If I can survive without, if she can, if I can survive independently without many other options, necessarily get an organ from her, then yeah, but if I'm doing a poor explanation of the argument. Yeah.
Because your logic is flawed. You can't explain trash to believe. That's the problem.
I mean,
Maybe his mother's an atheist. Since the atheist still exists, then she can't afford it.
I just like to say.
What if she needs an organ? What if she needs an organ that is vital organs? And she says, I brought him into the world. I had the rights to kill him when he was a child, and therefore I should have the rights to kill him when he's an adult. And therefore, if she needs an organ, she's able to harvest your organs from you. Should that be a law? You think that should be normal?
The question is like innate. Should my mother have aborted me? If we're assuming the same set of circumstances, obviously not. Primarily because she wanted to have me give up to my wife. What's the make to say she should have aborted me when she wanted to have me as well? If you're gonna construct some set of circumstances that obviously justify the abortion, then yeah, she should have done that. Like that's like seems like a bit of a fucking futile exercise. I expect nothing less. I expect nothing less from you,
I agree. If you became an adult and you realize you're not contributing to the gene, then do you think that you should then abort or postulate abortion? I'm saying it's
Yeah.
much easier to destroy a life in 2 seconds than to have someone come back for 80,000.
No, but so are you though, just to be clear. Like, we're both free. But actually, in your case, maybe not. I imagine there probably was some cost for your conception. But like in my case, you know,
You're
I
right,
was
we all
conceived
that
in,
you're gonna have to
I was conceived in wedlock, so it was completely free. So yeah, all those IVF babies from the greater families than I am. Maybe not you. Depends how expensive your mother was, I suppose.
I think you should be posthumously aborted. I think your mother should have the right to kill you right now. What do you think about that?
That's completely.
As long as you use, I think that'd be great.
Okay, yeah, I mean, there's like probably a good argument for that, to be honest. I'm
Yeah,
not
it's a great
disagreeing.
argument.
No,
You see your logic, it's a great argument. Because you
and
got
what logic? I haven't offered you any logic. I haven't offered you any logic.
How do you posthumously abort somebody?
she not
Yeah,
murder
you
the
know,
baby, which otherwise we normally conceive?
I almost forgot myself in an attempt to have a serious conversation with you. My bad. Ask your question again.
Would she not be still killing the baby that will normally, under normal circumstances, gets conception to become a child?
It's already been conceived. You mean it's like born? Maybe, yeah. Yeah, she would be, yeah.
He means posthumous.
It's so
So if you
funny.
stop a life,
It's so funny. Now,
wait, if you stop a life from coming into existence, what are you doing?
okay, so it's more funny that you brought it to his attention and he hasn't addressed it at all. As if like he's confused about what's even being like. Wait, what do you think posthumous means?
Don't worry about that. So when that baby is conceived,
It is true. Yeah, don't let him sidetrack.
You got them beds and Wonder Woman beds.
Oh, I know, dude. You got the runners on. You got the runners.
We gotta have a Kevin Samuel. You know, you go to man.
Yeah, so either way, it's still
Make the
murder.
dance.
It's still murder.
Huh?
It's still
What
murder.
about that?
Dissecting the baby within the womb in vitro is murder, correct?
What conversation are you actually having? Have you just got like a random word?
During the portion, what they do to the baby,
You've got like
how they
five
dissect the baby.
5 or 6 phrases.
Just talking
Just
over
like
you.
randomly
You
spit
ask
them
me
out.
for the conversation.
But,
Is dissecting a baby in vitro, is that murder?
Will, is it in vitro though? Will, in utero, in vitro, which one which again? Wait, which one? Is it in vitro in the test? Which one's in utero is in the top though, I never was going. It's in utero, like he means in utero, right?
My bad, if you hear. Either way, it's still staying in vitro.
I don't know. I don't
So
know.
if you're dissecting the baby in utero, or even in vitro, because if you get rid of the fertilized eggs, isn't that a crime? Isn't if you destroy fertilized eggs?
Man, let's go.
Yeah, this is still a crime. But in utero, if you dissect the baby, yeah, it's still worse. In vitro, right? When they have fertilized eggs, if you dispose of those eggs, that is a murder crime. That is a case. There's a case like that currently. Now, if you dissect a baby, is it not still murder?
No, you just keep asking this question. What's the word?
No, you try to still I believe in both cases with in vitro that is actually a crime right now. People are adjudicating. Why would not? So you're saying outside the womb will be murder, but within the womb won't be murder. That's what you said. The end result is the same. They're stopping a being from being conceived, from being created. The life is being snuffed. So how is it?
Yeah, I just can't believe that Davey was given like a little like minus like heel plus he was
How is it not murder, brother?
posthumous.
Brennan,
Posthumous equals being born. Inception equals being born. Bro, what's wrong with you? Don't get frustrated. I'm answering all your fucking retarded questions.
No, you're not. You're running from it like
I
that.
am no one.
Within the womb, your child's being
No, I'm not on that one.
How can it not be murder? If they're cutting off the creation of the baby, right? Or the baby being conceived, and they're stopping the life process of that child, how is it not murder?
I don't know. I was just making this conversation.
Season, I'm a little worried if you come in. I'm a little worried if you come in, you might allow him or me to run, and I don't think that'll be fair.
No.
Because I just-
That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Conversation. I was just like,
she getting charged for murder or assault?
Depends on the jurisdiction. It depends on the jurisdiction, Midas.
Just gonna let you know, Bob, I love Midas. Just letting you know. I don't care.
I understand why.
It doesn't depend on the jurisdiction at all. No matter what, if a man forces or induces an abortion or miscarriage of a woman, he will be charged with that, at least as a murder charge or either a second-degree murder charge. Right?
Or,
See, pregnant with
sometimes
so
it's
there, in
manslaughter.
other Texas, the law itself shows that the baby has life and the baby has rights. So the baby only seems to not have rights when it comes to the argument of whether or not the woman who is housing the baby should have the right over killing the baby.
That's right. You understood this correctly.
So by the Constitution, is that giving the woman more rights than the man and therefore it goes against the Constitution?
Constitution doesn't say anything about murder.
All men are created. All men are created.
Right. And yet, there's nothing in the Constitution about murder. But if you, what if you meant, but if what you meant was the law of the land, there are like statutes in the U.S. Code, you know, the federal laws against murder, and in every state. I understood what you meant. I just wanted, you know.
All citizens are supposed to have the access to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And that's what success will do. This is where the Constitution is wrong, brother. So it seems that you're not very constitutionally adept.
Oh, again, control.
Okay.
Life,
So
liberty, that's
the thing.
not,
If the woman
also
has
not,
no rights,
that's not,
Bob, don't talk.
Go ahead.
That's what you were saying. I didn't talk. If the woman has more rights than the man as far as the ability to kill her own child, is that not unconstitutional in the first place? And also, if the child has a right to become a woman, isn't it unconstitutional against the child's rights within the woman?
Before we go to that, which
No,
document
just answer the
do you
question.
think?
You can deal with whatever you want to do.
No, I understand. I'm just addressing the previous point before we go on to the next point. Which document do you think life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness is in? Because I can tell you, it's not the U.S. Constitution.
I'll get it to you.
Right.
So, why don't you
Is it the U.S. Constitution? To the rest of the room, the phrase life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness is in fact not in the Constitution. It's in the Declaration of Independence.
I agree.
So that's three things I taught you about what the Constitution says and doesn't say.
Midas, don't let it run. Keep talking. See, this is the thing. I'm not understanding his real argument against it. He doesn't have an argument against it. So you're saying it's logical with another document that is actually codified within the law. I haven't done a lot of this unfortunately. I do realize that most of this information it taken unconstitutional and taking away the rights of the child.
It's obviously not unconstitutional because one, the Constitution doesn't define on murder, and two, the phrase life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness is not in the Constitution. So that's one.
All men agree.
The second part is
right,
which is also not in the Constitution. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, I cut you off. Go ahead. You were going to say something different.
If the woman has the right to murder, and the woman has the right to take the life of the child, then are those more rights than the regular man?
There are different moral principles at play.
Was Roe versus Wade created on fraud in the first place? She was never gang raped and she had a baby.
You have to enunciate.
The baby. Midas, what did you say about Roe versus Wade and the weight of the baby? I didn't. Midas, are you there?
He said the weight, the Roe versus Wade of the baby.
Did anyone else understand what his question was? Apparently I'm retarded, but maybe other people aren't.
We do have a rookie. Was Roe versus Wade treated by fraud? She was never game violated, and she gave birth to the baby. She gave birth.
Oh, fraud.
Was perpetuated by fraud.
Was Roe versus Wade perpetuated by fraud?
Yeah, maybe like
It's like how no, I understand I think I understand what he means, but that's like how a 6-year-old would phrase that.
What baby part, Bob? I didn't understand.
I don't know.
That. Okay, it said about the weight of the baby.
Guys, he said she was because she wasn't gang raped. So is it fraud?
I still don't understand what he's trying to ask me.
Everybody's like the homicide of the thing. Be like,
You guys are
serious
doing
crime.
So I asked you about Roe versus Wade. Roe versus Wade is what portion within our society. If you don't understand it, it was fraud.
You're gonna do that thing where there's a lull because you go on mute. Someone's about to, land a fucking amazing world-class punchline. Don't choose that as the moment to come off mute. Either stay engaged in the conversation, or if you're gonna take a little brief moment, allow the person to complete their thought before you unmute and start speaking. It's like actually annoying.
You mean like you guys have been doing to me this entire conversation?
It's not just about interruptions generally. You do this weird thing where someone asks you a question, you mute for like 30 seconds, okay? Then someone's like, oh, and here's this funny thing, this funny comment I'm gonna ask about. It's like, oh, immediately I have to get back off mute now to ruin the punchline. Stop doing that, right? Haters, that's like real hater shit. Continue, please.
There's no evidence to suggest that.
Not today, brother. Not today.
As far so have we become clear on what the question was?
I definitely think we need a repeat. Midas, can you restate the question? Because I honestly am not catching that. I had a hard time with the first half, but the last half I really something about a baby. I didn't get it. Gang rape, baby, and Roe versus Wade. Can you explain that whole thing? That question? Can you restate? I said with Roe versus Wade, how was it introduced to our society? Was it perpetuated by fraud? Was it entirely fraud?
Depends on what do you mean by fraudulent.
Meaning what she said happened as far as herself getting violated by a bunch of men. It didn't happen, and she gave birth to the child.
Correct.
And for those who said it's not constitutional right for the child, it's inside the 14th.
You're right. There was, as far as I remember, the person, what's her face, Norma McCorvey, was that her name? She claimed at some point that she was raped, which would give her a legitimate reason to have an abortion, but that's not what the case has been.
She never had the abortion.
That is what I confirmed. I'm unsure as to that, but the point was just she falsely accused, or she falsely had said that she had been raped, because if she had been raped, then that would give her a legal reason to have an abortion. But the case Roe v. Wade is not based on that false statement.
I think Midas' point is about like had the fraud investigation team got involved, they would have resolved it with the past investigation.
No, that was public before the case. She admitted it.
No, this is just.
Oh shit.
She said on the deathbed it was entirely fraud. And that's when, you didn't hear much about it anymore. But it stayed within our society for at least the next 30 to 40 years.
But again, that was not the basis on which the Roe v. Wade was based.
but see, according to the 14th
There was you're a dingus because there was already an exception to rape. Why would you need to introduce rape as like in Texas? That was already legal.
Tell you what, provide a source. Provide a source that it was an avenue to abortion to rape. Go ahead.
No. Sorry, my bad. Not in Texas, but there were other states which you could have had that.
Wait. What? I thought you just said it was. What's going on with this guy?
No, I'm saying you could already have abortions in the United States in cases of rape, as far as I know.
You just said not in Texas, though. You just said not within the
I'm unsure because the case was in Texas. Yes, I backtracked by admitting that, hey, I'm not sure about that detail. That doesn't matter.
Yeah, because in Texas there was a total ban on abortion, period. And that's why
that's also false. You could
no, they
have
said
an abortion.
Texas was an easy target because they had
You could have an abortion if the mother's life was in.
In one case, the mother's life be at risk of having a child.
That doesn't matter. I'm just saying there was an exception to abortion, and the risk of the mother is the.
I'm legit not trolling here. I'm not 100% sure he knows what abortion is. I'm not trying to like.
Perhaps
What's
not.
the percentage? What's the percentage?
Percentage of what?
Percentage of women who will die from having or giving birth to a child is low.
I don't know. Very low.
Less than 1%.
I don't know. Around there.
Less than 1%. So this is a COVID argument again. Less than.
What do you mean COVID argument?
Yes.
Are you like mentally handicapped? I just said there's a.
Maybe don't think he knows what abortion is.
Midas, do you understand that the frequency doesn't matter to whether or not there's an exception? Like I just said that there is an exception. There was an exception in Texas for the life of the mother. It doesn't matter if it happens It doesn't matter if it happens 0.001%. You said if there's a total ban, and I said not quite. There is one exception. That's all I said. The frequency of how often that exception happens is irrelevant. But it doesn't matter for this case because the life of the mother that didn't play into it. That wasn't a variable that was considered in this case. So it just.
But just the other day they tried to use the story of a mother who said she was going to be sick and she went to term, but she wasn't really going to be sick. They say even if she said she wanted to have children later. So they say even if she decided to have children afterwards, the same time problem with child. So this is how they try to bring back in Roe v. Wade after Roe v. Wade got abolished, I guess 2 years ago. So there was a woman going around saying that she was pregnant, then she carries the child to term, the child's going to have genetic disorders. It's going to be adversarial towards her. But she still says she want to have children afterwards. Therefore, the government and the people have said, you know what? You're going to have the same problem later, so you can't abort this child.
Okay. I don't understand. Well, what?
So
What
if
did
you're
you just say?
1% a woman who's going to die from having a child is negligible, extremely negligible.
Yeah, I agree. In the total number of pregnancies, very, very few people die. What's your point?
My point is just murder and fraud. Using abortion and using these obscure.
No, I'm asking, why did you just bring up?
Cut off the sons of Amalek.
Right.
I'm a lead.
Right. Are there a lot of people in white coats? Are there a lot of people in white coats around you right now?
You're running from the conversation. I've heard rabbis speak about this regularly. The first thing they're supposed to do when they go into a new territory, one, choose a king. Second, cut off the seeds of Amalek. These are the rules of being a Jew. When you're coming into a new territory.
A Jew?
And it's not just
What are you
Jews.
talking about?
What we saw in Genesis 5.
Why are you talking
I'm
about
talking
Jews?
about control of Planned Parenthood.
Well, it's obvious.
Control of
Planned Parenthood. Well, you understand that people in other countries do abortions where Planned Parenthood doesn't exist?
Do you know that Planned Parenthood is a jet system for America?
do
So
need
why is
murder.
that American? Yeah, we dealing with America right now. So Margaret Sanger.
Got a lot of pizzazz in that voice when you said America. I like it.
Brother, your support of
Yeah, what's
child
up?
murder is
What's up, bro?
your support of child murder is abhorrent. It's destroying you. Your
My
atheism,
support.
atheism is being exposed. It makes no sense. Things
Fake
you
atheism.
things you support, as far as trying to say that a life can be cut off at a certain period of time due to the mother's wants or the mother's whims sounds idiotic to me. I'm trying to
Well, it's probably because we're very, very stupid.
So by the Constitution, the child has rights, and you're ignoring the right of the child.
Well, again, according to the Constitution, it doesn't.
I'll put the link in the chat for those who can't read.
What is it? My name. Go ahead, Stephen. Go ahead, what is it now? If you have a wife and she's about to have for this some type of complication, and it's a choice between your, let's say, son or your wife, who are you gonna choose? Do we know? Are you there, Midas?
Oh, he's asking me? If I'm gonna choose between my son and my wife?
Right. Yes, if there was a complication, and yes, the baby can't keep the baby, and the wife survive. So, what would you do in that scenario?
I don't do COVID questions, bro. That's 0.01%. I don't do COVID
COVID questions. Okay, interesting.
All right, Prashant, did you want to come in? Or are you pro-life? You say you're agnostic, actually, and you're a surgeon.
Yes, hello, good evening, namaste. My submission will be based completely on my professional experience and my observations in India. I'm from India. So in India, abortion is legalized since 1971. I'm not going to make it very argumentative, but I'm just going to submit my observations. So to me, in my professional space, there are a lot. I'm a surgeon, general surgeon, so I don't operate on obstetric cases. That means pregnant ladies are not my cup of tea. But I know a lot of my friends who hesitate to conduct an abortion for I don't know, for some reason. Some of them being religious, some of them are practicing Christians, and some work for Christian missionary hospitals, and the others
that doesn't if you don't already understand why, I feel like it's difficult to explain.
Miraj, I seriously have a question to you. Miraj, if moderators allow me to.
The point is just that passage, first of all, doesn't say anything about whether or not the fetus is a person, but second of all, is just about the fact that the state cannot kill you without due process.
Become a person.
Miraj, I have a. Sorry to interject, Bob. I have a serious question here. I mean, yeah. I would like to repeat the same question which was posed. I don't want you to take it personally, but I just wanted to look at it as a scenario where you are a woman and forget about your wife, where you are the woman and the doctor comes and tells you that there is a serious risk to your life if you continue with this pregnancy. Would you terminate your pregnancy? Or, I mean, how do you look at that? Or you take a scenario where you are the husband or the father. I'm sorry if I'm making it personal to you, but I seriously want to take on it.
Opinions. You can't just take one doctor's opinion, especially these murderous doctors that we have running around.
Imagine you got like 10. Hold up. Imagine you got like 10 opinions and they all agree with you now. They all agree with you.
It's also about the life of the mother, right? You're also compromising the freedom or the right of the mother to live. Do you get the scenario? You're just looking at the scenario from the fetus's perspective. It's the mother's life and it's her liberty and right to live her life, right? You want her to compromise and sacrifice herself to the unborn fetus. I just want your take on it.
Andrew, you should have told me to bring like my Gucci mining pick.
Well, this is the thing. We've advanced so much in technology. Most people can have either C-sections, have different ways to have birth, which are safer for the mother. So a lot of these cases that you're talking about don't even exist. It's probably zero.
Right, but a lot of them do.
So
He's asking you.
0.01%.
Yeah, yes. He's asking you if you were.
Sir, we offer C-section. Just a moment. From a medical perspective, we offer C-section or cesarean section once the baby has completed the term. You have to complete the term to make the baby to be able to survive outside the womb, right? I'm talking in the first trimester when you are just 10 weeks, that is 2 months, 3 months pregnant, and you have to continue your pregnancy up till at least 28 weeks, that is 7 months. In US, in India, it is at least 32 weeks. So your continuation of pregnancy itself is putting the mother's life at risk. That is what we are talking about. Even if you continue the pregnancy for the next 2-3 weeks, probably the chances of her life getting jeopardized is going higher and higher as she continues the pregnancy. So this is the situation we are talking about. We always would want an option where we can save both the mother and the kid, right? That is what the doctors always want. But since they don't see that option as a practical option or the real option, they always, they don't discount on this option and just offer abortion, right? They would have considered that option if it existed at that point. Suppose the situation is such that it's going to take too long and that duration is going to put the mother's life at serious risk. So that is the scenario we're talking.
Well, this is the first thing. If y'all are the same people who just told everybody to take a COVID vaccine, I don't believe nothing y'all say. The amount of crap y'all put into people's bodies, y'all kill.
Right. But now you're just running away from the hypothetical. But you're like just obviously running away, right?
Bob Saget.
Right.
Put up the name of the pedophile and trying to speak.
I don't know about that. I literally just pick a random celebrity's name. Right. Now you're running away again. Right. Can we talk to someone who's going to engage? Yes.
Sir, I thought
Well, you responded to him by running away.
I wanted a scientific and an objective answer proposal because it looks like you have come up with a very sensible argument.
You talk for a while, bro. So this is the problem. Y'all doctors have been murderers for quite a long time.
Right. But can you like answer the question now?
Entire revamp of the system.
So you're not gonna answer the question. Oh, no, you're not answering because COVID has nothing to do with the question he asked you. What's happening is with me is that I'm observing you running away. That's what's happening. But the point is just
all I was trying to make you understand is, sir, Maithas, I was just trying to make you understand that some things, just a moment, just hold on, let me just complete. See, there are some things which are not in black and white, right? There are some things which we have to, people would have come up with this idea of abortion, or they would have legitimized it, going through all these discussions, they would have gone through all this. You're talking as if the people who came up with these policies are completely heartless and inhuman. There has to be some
Absolute murders.
right. But what would you? Yes, the COVID vaccine showed it. I agree with you. It's literally made by the devil. I agree.
sir, people, sir, just a moment. I can't just take an insult like this as accusation. Just a moment, see, sir, my own people, sir,
Prashant, don't take the mic.
People from inside my doctor's community, just a moment, I can't sit and take this shit from you. People inside my doctor's community have given their lives, they have died. No, they have died. My own friends have died treating COVID patients. You can't just dismiss our contribution. Come on. What is this? How is it fair? We have put our lives. India has suffered. The number of cases we have suffered during COVID is higher than your state. Okay, and we have with lesser resources. We are a smaller country and we have lesser resources. We literally had to throw ourselves in the battlefield, and we really got serious damages.
We're off of like 15 different tangents.
Murderers. This is so absolutely ridiculous and cruel. Very obtuse. Very obtuse.
Yeah, we're not talking about COVID though. We were talking about pregnancy.
No, it's not, sir. We told you from where are you extracting?
No, guys, you're both going off of some tangent. You're both COVID stuff doesn't matter.
I'm in alignment. I'm completely in alignment with this topic. From where is he quoting 0.01%? I don't know. Is it the same for every day? Suppose a lady has a brain tumor. Just a moment, just hold on. Sir, we are not from the scientific community. Just let me educate you. Suppose a lady is diagnosed with a brain tumor when she is pregnant and she is holding a baby inside her womb, which is just 8 weeks old. Can you just do some research, go through some educational journals.
And now let's go back to abortion.
No, you guys are scared. Why the research?
So now let's go back to the abortion conversation. Are you ready to do that, Minos? Or do you want to
This is still the abortion. This is still the abortion.
Okay, do you want to continue the conversation with Bob?
He was asked a hypothetical and he ran away.
This is the abortion conversation. We're talking about the viability of the information that you're getting.
Yeah, this is the problem, Bob.
This is the rate in the chat.
It's like he's talking to a brick wall and listening to the
I would like to talk to the guy, but he's just killed
I'm not saying you, Bob. You guys the brick wall. I'm saying he's like.
Yeah, no, I understand.
So Midas, can we please have a back and forth conversation, like a normal conversation?
So there was a question.
Very, very normal combo. We're just going over the stats. Because of the fact he was talking to me, can I respond? Now, for sure.
No. What he asked you, Midas, was a hypothetical. What he asked you was a hypothetical.
And I said,
hey, if you don't want, shush.
No, not
He asked you if you. Oh my God, it's so difficult.
You guys are scared, brother. Let me.
Midas. I'm the one that's probably muting you the most. Not that you can't respond, it's that you'll make a point. The other guy will get 3 words into his response, and then you got to talk again. Just, I promise you'll get the same amount of floor time. Just let the person talk.
Prashant was talking to me.
Yeah, we get it. Okay, I don't. That's all I'm saying. I'm not here to debate. I'm just telling.
We're not.
Okay, one more time. I'm moving you. You're giving me a
I don't
headache.
care about getting moved. You guys are trash.
All right, no problem then.
So obviously Midas was like running away like a crazy person because the question that was asked was like, hey, if your wife was pregnant and she had some, life-threatening issue, and the only way to resolve that issue was to terminate the fetus, terminate the pregnancy, would you do it? And he started talking about COVID, which like is the, I don't know, I don't think you could scream, I don't want to answer the question and I want to dodge any louder than that. So, I mean, I've never interacted with this person, but he's quite something. Who's this guy, Andrew? Is he a friend of yours?
Sherry Fender's here.
Alright. Sounded like a complete insane person.
Can I say something? I think, when you decide to participate in such conversations, I think the whole purpose should be to challenge your own perspectives and views on the topic, right? You should come out little more evolved and enhanced.
That is a very enlightened position.
Yeah, that's the whole point of participating on Clubhouse. I find it that way because we don't have the luxury of having too much free time on our hands. And some relevant topics when you see, and some hosts are, some of them are hosting some good topics which are relevant to your life, and you have some dichotomy in your heart or some unsettled feelings, or sometimes you're completely sure about what you know about the topic, but still you would go and participate in the discussion. Let it be argumentative, and in the end, when you see that, okay, there is some scope for me to learn a few more things and enhance my perspective on this, and you should take it. I think that's the choice. That should be the wise man's choice. It's very unwise for you to just come and...
You're assuming that everybody you're going to meet on the internet's rational.
No.
Do you think that guy just
because he's being very rude and he's being very thankless. He's very
Guess what? You think it was? Hey, can you stop for a second? Do you think that's going to change the 20 more minutes of explaining like the scientific data to that idiot? Just don't get emotionally invested. If you love the game and you want to participate, that's fine. But it sounded like you were actually trying to convince this guy he's wrong. He believes the Jews are behind abortions in America. He's an idiot. It's not going to change. It's not his first rodeo.
Yeah, probably it's the first time I'm conversating with that guy. Probably you guys know about him. So I had serious respect for him when he stood up for the kid inside the womb and started saying that it's a murder. And he opened up a discussion. I really appreciated that. And I don't know. Anyways, thank you for the space.
You're a real G, Prashant.
I'm sorry?
I said you're a real G. It just means I like you.
Okay, thank you. The real G. Anyways, thank you.
Straight up.
Yeah, he's crazy.
Andrew, are you there? twist that would change. This isn't his first conversation. Even if you don't know Midas, you've met this guy 100 times before on the internet, as you must, right? When the guy started to say there's a connection between the Jews and abortions in America and COVID's fake, and his picture, his avatar was like some mansphere hero. That's like, you know, the high value man stuff. There's no change in this guy's mind. I mean, I get like getting it, like yanking his tits for a little while, but it just, if you're actually trying to convince a guy like that, you think defining terms, that's going to make a difference. It's not, he'll be back tomorrow doing the exact same thing. Won't matter. Will never matter.
Yeah, I'll probably come across him. Might have just listened for a second and figure out that it wasn't interesting and left because I don't remember him.
Well, what I'm trying to say is, like, even if you've never met him, you've met that type of guy. Right?
Yeah.
Like, do you think E-Bike's going to come in tomorrow and say, hey, guys, I really thought about a pre-sub sucks? No.
Yeah,
He's going to start argue pre-sub again every day.
I mean, we got lots of people on the stage. We can change the title if you want to talk about whether or not a God exists.
Yeah, I do think the abortion top is kind of going for hours, so it's up to you guys if you want to change it.
Hey, someone mentioned that abortion has been legal since 1971. In what country was that?
India.
India, okay. I think it's kind of the same that happened here in Norway. I have to double check. I think it was in 72. And abortion has been like pretty free and open. Of course, there have been like limits that are linked to like moral reasons for the limitation, but it hasn't changed since the 70s until I think it's like 3 or maybe 5 years ago when some Christian people there in Norway actually managed to get them. So it's a little bit more strict now than it was back in the 70s and up until now.
sense. What's the answer? Did you tear it down? Did you?
Oh, well, I don't remember it exactly because I lost the replay, so I don't remember what I said back then. Probably nothing interesting because, unlike Midas, I've changed and learned a lot since then, since 2022. Fortunately, the pre-sub train has passed us now. It was a thing like a couple of years ago and a bit further back, but it seems like most of them have dropped it. Except for e-bike though.
I think that Matt Yester guy's still around. I saw him yapping the other day. I think Darth's still out there doing his thing somewhere. I heard he got kicked off TikTok or something. I don't really follow.
Yeah, and I think I heard this from you, Rob. You have to correct me on this because something about J. Robin not being too interested in pre-sub anymore and left that train. Where is Matt? I don't know. I haven't seen him for a while. JT Mo, same. Anthony or Tombak. I haven't seen him for a long time. And Tombak loves to talk about abortion. He's nowhere to be found. I found it.
Yeah, I had a couple conversations with Darth Dawkins about this whole script. I mean, I don't really debate the pre-sub stuff. That's not my nature, the tag or any of that shit. But it's pretty interesting. He had a meltdown, rage quit. Tom Rabbit, I think, put it up on his channel. I just basically, and I'm not like philosophically sophisticated or anything, but I let him go for a while, and like I don't mind like playing into his ego and just letting him kind of explain things. And I finally just said to him, I said, well, my problem with it is that the God worldview presupposes a supernatural component that I think's been failed, to be demonstrated. Until I see such demonstration by the nature of the dichotomy you propose to me, I'm stuck with the non-God worldview. Whether I can explain how it works or not is relevant. The nature of the dichotomy that you put forth, that's kind of what I'm left with. And then he called me a fucking scumbag. And monologue and left. This is what they do, Anders.
Yeah. Have you heard that? Do you remember the intro song to Donald Duck that was used between 47 and 53? Who's got the sweetest disposition? One guess who? Who never ever starts an argument. That song always reminds me of Darth Dawkins. I'll put it in the chat. Text. There we go.
like he like still stroking his dick. Or a ornithologist holding his balls out of the way of bullshit all over the internet.
Yeah, Bart with his meltdowns, and I think it broke his like okay, like people found out quickly that he's like he's a Darth Dawkins minion after the videos of him you've probably seen him in the notebooks.
Oh yeah, they're great. They're great.
Yeah, I mean, it's like Darth was a god to him at one point. The ultimate boss.
Oh yeah, they do. These guys that grab onto Darth Dawkins, he's the next best thing to Jesus, right there in front of them. They love it.
And it was also YouTube's algorithm from 2016 and so on that fed me. One day I came across a Top Rabbit video in Darth Dawkins. That's what led me to making an account on Clubhouse to listen to Darth because I found it very entertaining. At least way back then.
Yeah.
2018, 2019, somewhere around that time.
Yeah, the Clubhouse days. Or sorry, the Google Plus days. So Darth
Yeah.
had his first, he stepped his toes in the water at Google Plus from Paltalk. He was trying to escape his trolls from Paltalk, and they all followed him over to Google Plus.
Sure. I never was on those platforms at that time. I only listened to the YouTube videos. But yeah, eventually I came on here and got to meet the Godless girl.
Yeah. Cool crap. But showing my age, what got me kind of coming into these types of communities years ago was some friend of my girlfriend's at the time. Her boyfriend, like my girlfriend's friend's boyfriend, was like, "Hey, your boyfriend's into science and stuff. You should check these DVDs out." And it was 9 hours of Ken Hovind. And I remember at some points just standing up, pointing at the screen, like just yelling at it. So, anyways, that's what kind of got me into some of it. And I mean, I started out making like debunking videos on YouTube, and I went on to stick and stuff. I'm more into debating and stuff, but now it just kind of rolls off my back. You know, unless it's someone absolutely crazy. Even the crazy stuff, I just take it in stride. Not even change anybody's mind. You go nuts, Anders. I'm telling you, you go nuts. You can't take it personal. You meet all kinds of crazy people.
Yeah. What doesn't kill me makes me stronger. Isn't that the saying? I will endure, but when it comes to people like John Lee, Midas, KT, Mo, J. Robin, I think I've had enough of people like that because I want productive conversation and literally, if a God does exist, I genuinely want to know because that's a big thing. I mean, it would probably be.
Oh yeah, it's kind of a big deal. Yeah, it was kind of a big deal.
Yeah, there we go. It's a big deal. So I actually, yeah.
I don't know. It depends on the character. I get what you're saying. You want more of a honest discussion with something. I appreciate that. But I don't know. There's different kind of ways. Like for me, if I get into a thing with Matt Adams or even John Lee on some level, I know what I'm getting into, right? I know what they believe. I'm not gonna get emotionally invested. I might get frustrated a little bit, but at least I will give credit. I still think Matt Adams and John Lee are easier to manage than the Midas, right? Because with the Midas, like I said, I get it if you just want to like entertain it for a while, but it's never gonna stop. It's a train. Like it's, there's not gonna be a resolution to the conversation. So at some point, like at the end, he was literally just trying to like, commit suicide by
said, sometimes it depends on like if it's entertaining, if it keeps the room going, sure, for a while, and then let's see how it goes. But if it's just like what Midas did, I don't think it's fun for people to listen to. Because Bob tried to say things, and the other guy tried to say things, and Timothy tried to talk to him, but 3 words in, and he.
Yeah, it was just getting out of hand at the end. It wasn't even like, I get it. Like I said, I get it for a little while. He says some crazy stuff, and it was back and forth, and it is entertaining for a little while. But at the end, it was just, I was getting a headache. It was just like I didn't even understand what anybody was saying. As soon as anybody would talk, he would just have to talk over them. So Anders, I probably asked you this before, but I'm not sure. Were you raised religious at all, or were you just always like in a, I was kind of blasé towards religion, or what was your
Dad and grandparents and his side, non-believers, like I would guess atheists, but we never used the word and never talked about God with them at all. My mother's side, a handful of them believe in a God. My generation, like my cousins, most of them don't. So it was like 50-50. We did go to church like once, like during Christmas and Easter, but that's about it. I was read Bible stories in the way of like children's books and all that stuff from my grandmother. But I never like adopted the belief. So I've always been a non-believer.
Well, I was raised Anglican. Sunday school, church camp. I was confirmed. Received the Eucharist.
I was confirmed though. How is the Anglican version of confirmation?
I don't remember a whole lot of it. I remember there was like 3 of us. We had to do this like course, like a short course, and then I had to take the Apostles' Creed. So maybe I know Apostles' Creed for sure, and we were instructed on how to receive communion, and then pretty much it. If I remember, I was in the club.
In the club.
Initiated, I was old enough to take communion and stuff.
I was kind of in a club myself. I don't remember the acronym, but it stood for like Christian Religious Sports Club, and that was like the thing we did. So we played football, beach
beach volley and golf. And we went to a concert, I remember, and that's, we never did like church things.
Yeah, that was kind of like my church camp. It was like we called it church camp because it was sponsored by the church. Like they paid for you to go for a week or two or whatever. And it was an Anglican church camp. Sunday we did a service. We did these like stations where you got groups and you went around. So you did like archery, swimming, canoeing, all this stuff. And one of the stops was at the church where you're supposed to do like a religious study. But basically, they just get through their moral lesson of the day. You can talk about do whatever you want. And wasn't really heavy in the church stuff, to be honest with you. It was fun though. I don't regret any of it.
Yeah, me neither. It was mostly to like please my grandmother. I know because my cousins and my brother did the same because we're not believers, but we was confirmed anyway. So I think it was for the most part the symbolic part of it, and being nice to Israel.
What's weird though, and I bring this up once in a while, and it seems so weird now. It seems like a whole other lifetime compared to the way things are now. But when I first moved into the small little town I grew up in, I was born, we lived close to the town, but it doesn't really matter. But we moved into the actual town. And growing up, it was like extremely segregated between Catholics and Protestants. And it was just normal. You know, when I look back at it now, it's really weird. The town's not like that so much anymore. But like there was kids that lived like a street or two over from me that I didn't even know till high school. Because they went to the Catholic school. And this little town, they had the Catholic grocery store, then the other grocery store, they had the Catholic funeral home, and then like the other funeral home. And it was kind of weird. But a funny kind of story when we first moved there, and I didn't even know this story till like a few years ago. My mom told me when we first moved there, she didn't realize it was that segregated either. And she went into the pharmacy and ordered birth control. And they were like whispering, being all like weird about it, and she didn't get it. And she realized after she went to the Catholic pharmacy and was ordering birth control, right? Yeah, that's just how it was back then. It's weird. I couldn't imagine now. I remember going swimming at a friend's house. It was at his grandma's cottage. And on the way out there, they told me that if she asked if I was Catholic, I had to lie and say I was Roman Catholic. Or I would be allowed to swim on the property.
That's so weird.
Yeah, it is weird.
The local church where I grew up only had it was only a sermon once a month. And they actually mixed the Protestant and the Catholic sermon together because they only had the one weekend every month. So yeah, remember that. You'll take it. I guess if you take a walk around the country here in Norway, you probably find people that are like that. But I don't think so, at least not anymore. Because we are so connected after like the internet and technology. Plus we are like only 5 million people here. You guys are 350 something million.
No, fair. I don't live in the United States.
Oh, where?
I live in Canada.
Oh,
Canuck.
yeah.
Oh.
No, that's better because you guys are more like what do you call it? The nature is closer to how it's here in Norway. Like
Well, yeah, if America had a
trees,
love child with
animals.
Europe, it would be Canada.
Yeah.
Or like the nicer America, nicer U.S.
Yeah, I remember it's kind of sad because he's not here with us anymore. A family friend of my mom, basically her neighbor here in Norway, when she grew up, moved to Toronto and married a guy over there who got 3 children. And every summer they came to Norway, visited us in where we lived, and I got to speak some English, like now it's my turn, it's your turn, and yes, no, thank you, like the basic words.
yeah, I actually grew up, and I have to go over to them because double check them. My very first shoes are called Right Steps, and they're from Canada. They're size 17 or size 2. So my very first shoes are from Canada.
There you go. Your first English words.
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually live fairly close to Toronto.
I would have to visit Canada sometime during my life, Canada and North America in general.
You know, I always tell myself, Andrews, because I live so close to Toronto, and it's technically an international city, right? You see a lot of stuff going on. I'm like, I should go to Toronto more. And sometimes I'm just like in the summer, I have the afternoon off. I'm just like, no, I'm just gonna go into the city. But every time I go, I remind myself why I don't go. And I come out and I'm just like, that's enough for me. Well, quite a while.
But is it the traffic, the noise, people?
Oh yeah, the traffic, the noise, the people. Yeah. It's it's an old city, right? And the streets are still narrow, but there's millions of people that live there, and sometimes navigating it is pretty frustrating. And yeah, it's just a different world, right? It's especially when you're in the heart of it, like any big city, right? It's they live in their own little cosmos, its own ecosystem, I guess, of sorts.
Yeah, people like to be safe and stay in their little ecosystem, like with like-minded people.
Well, it's just the lifestyle, right? Of living in a metropolitan like downtown versus like I live in big towns that are considered small cities, right? Like there's tens of thousands of people and stuff, but like up there when you're like in the heart of the town, like these people don't own cars, they don't, it's just their whole life is right there. Everything they need is there, and they never leave it. And they're just products of it, good or bad. It's just different lifestyle, right? It's a total different.
Yeah, kind of like me. I used to have a private owned car, but it was parked all the time. The insurance and the yearly fee was almost more than what I spent in gas because I never used it. And of course, what do you call a car that you get through your job? Job car? But anyways, I have a car to my disposal that I can use, but I take public transport or borrow a car from family members or just use electric, like an e-scooter, for example. Whenever I want to do something, we get pretty much anywhere because, like you said, everything I need is.
Yeah. If you live in that kind of, like, I get why people are like that. It's just different for me, right? Because I live in like I said, it's not that I live in like a ghost town or anything like that. Like it's a populated place, but just the means of like transportation to get to work, to get my groceries, it's just a different lifestyle, right? These guys, they live out of a backpack. They live downtown, right? It's just, they were born and raised, and just
living in Oslo, like the capital of Norway, it's more like 20 minutes outside. But to me, here in Norway, that is almost being in the city. It's just so close. But where I live, it's like super quiet. It's kind of farmlandy and foresty around where I live. It's pretty quiet and nice here. But I do prefer living close to the city because where I did grow up was like in a lumber house from the 1890s. No kidding. My great great grandfather built it. It was super cold. The electricity was out for 1 or 2 days in the winter time. It sucked. So
What kind of house did you say, Anders?
so not my grandfather and not my great. Yeah, so my great great grandfather built. I think it's called lumber house when you like
Oh, like a log house?
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yes, yeah, of course, yes. I know.
Wow.
Lumber is just like when you cut down the tree. Yeah, sure. Yeah, it's a log house, and it was super cold in the winter time. We never had any electricity, like electric ovens. It was just a wooden stove. It kept us warm, and the house is mega super tiny, tiny, like micro house.
That'll make you a tough person.
Yeah, I mean, in the morning it was like, hey, Anders, do you want to go out and shove the snow off the car and start it, get it warm? Hey, Anders, can you go out and get the newspaper? And it was like 2 feet of snow. And I was just like,
want to get into a debate about where like sentience begins or where personhood begins. I think that that's actually just like too far afield of what the actual, concerns are. So I'm just gonna say, yeah, sure. I mean, I don't actually, this is just for the sake of argument, right? Like, I don't actually think that Zygote is a person, right? Like, I kind of agree with what you're saying, right? That the approach to the debate is like, okay, somebody wants to say it is a person, or that like a 3-week fetus is a person, something like that, right? Then okay, fine, but why does the fact that it's a person mean that the other person, the mother, has to stay, hooked up to this person for 9 months, right?
I think that the right to bodily autonomy is not absolute. If you're instead of getting,
I never said the word bodily autonomy.
like what I'm just trying to get at is like if it was one person stuck to you for 9 months, yeah, maybe it's reasonable for you to disattach yourself. But if it was like every single person in China was attached to you, and then you had 9 months to do it, I don't think that you should attach yourself. I think you'd be a monster for like not just waiting 9 months to like save a billion people. So I think that like I don't think about these things in rights, and I think it's unreasonable to think about these things in terms of rights. I think it makes much more sense to think about these things in terms of like a cost benefit analysis.
How do you jump to saving a billion people? How'd that happen?
When I like to test moral principles, I like to make examples extreme in order to like to test principles in lots of different cases to understand like whether we actually think these principles like how much do we think these principles like hold up. I do that with most moral like theories. They go, okay, well if we have this theory, how does it handle this edge case? In the same way that with like particle physics, we go like, okay, you think this is the law of gravity? What happens in this extreme case? Just to see if it's like an actual universal law of gravity or just like a first.
Yeah, but what am I going to do? I didn't say anything about like I just said that they don't have an obligation.
But you do think they have an obligation in the case of China, I presume, right?
I don't even understand how that's supposed to work. Like, as that.
Okay, if you leave these tubes and wires for some reason all of China dies, should you unattach yourself or should you wait the 9 months?
That's not even like related to the question. It's do you have an obligation?
Do you have an
right? And it's not.
Stay attached.
You have a super. It's okay. It's in the case of like the one person at least, right? It's a supererogatory good. Is being hooked up to, right?
And in the case of China, is it supererogatory or is it mandatory?
I don't know. I mean, that's not like the consideration and question. So it's like completely.
I'm trying to get at your.
It's not related.
I'm just trying to get at what your principles are, my guy.
Yeah, but I'm telling you what the principle is, right? It's that you don't have an obligation to function as a human dialysis machine for another person.
Yeah. All I'm saying is that is a like heuristic. It's not like an absolute right to not be dialysis machine. It's like a general heuristic for use it. And like I think that you do have an obligation for one person. You have an obligation to be a human dialysis machine for a day or 2 days for them. So that's like another case where I think this is like again just a cost benefit analysis where it's not reasonable to ask a person to spend 9 months of their life hooked up to you to save your life. But it is reasonable to say, hey, you can spend a day, you said 2 days saving a person's life. That's not unreasonable.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like you're changing salient features of the case. So like, I don't.
Yeah, but that's what you got to do with thought experiments is to switch the knobs and dials around to see how the thought experiment is working. Like,
I think I don't know that question.
okay, well, then we just having a difference in opinion about philosophical methodology. But I think you should like, if the baby's 9 months pregnant or whatever, it's totally reasonable to say, hey, mother, you have to like, if you want the baby out of you, you should get a C-section rather than kill it. That's like a totally reasonable request.
dealing with these kinds of variations in the abortion cases.
Well,
I mean, you're literally just making it disanalogous to what it's meant to be analogous to.
Yeah, I mean, if you're trying to abort, like, quadruplets.
Yeah, I think in that case, it's still going to be like you can detach yourself. Basically, you're not obligated to stay.
I think your claim to your right, like with the violinist case, it was four violinists. Like your claim to have the right to detach goes down with the quadruple with the four.
No, I don't think so.
I mean,
I don't think it changes any of the salient. No, the point is that like you can set it up so that you're hooked up before it's not going to change the reasons why you're not obligated.
In the case of a billion, I don't think you should. You're a monster for detaching. In the case of quadruplets, you have like a much less reasonable case of detaching. And then with one, I think it's like kind of reasonable that you don't get to enslave someone for 9 months to save one.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I've never heard anybody try to do this kind of like blow it up to a billion people thing with the violinist argument before. I don't really get why anybody would think that's like a reasonable consider.
I mean, I'm just trying to say that like, this thing that people say, oh, we have an absolute right to bodily autonomy. I'm like, no, you don't. You have like that's not what you have.
I've never said.
I mean, I think that for me the hard case is like ones that do it like 4 months. It's like I don't even know how developed the thing is at 4 months, and like probably doesn't have a mind. But like seems like difficult to say.
Just imagine it's totally like a miniature person instantly.
Yeah, it's like it looks like a person.
Like that's what but you're supposed to be imagining that the zygote is just like a little tiny human, like it's just a person with a soul and all that. Whatever. It's like you can imagine that's true even though it's not, right? They just say like, okay, you know, should we enforce that the mother stay hooked up to this person? You know,
as technology gets better and better, and as incubation technologies get better and better, in like probably the next like 15 years, we're just gonna have full artificial wombs where you can just take a zygote out of the mother and put it in the artificial womb and then have it grow like a full baby. So in that case, then the abortionist has to say, oh, not only do I get to like detach myself, like you don't get to take the zygote out of my body and put it in the artificial womb.
No, that's false. That still would be an abortion.
Oh, okay. I mean,
even if the zygote is like put into an artificial womb and survives, because all that's relevant to the abortion is that they terminate the pregnancy. The pregnancy ends.
I think a lot of abortion
I don't care. I don't care what a lot of them say. I mean, a lot of them would say what I'm saying, but it's irrelevant. Like the point is just that they don't have a right to like kill fetus for like no good reason, right? Like if it can be saved or whatever, then they can terminate their pregnancy and it can be saved, then you should do that. But that's still an abortion.
I can see that way of looking at it. I think when we get good enough artificial wombs, the debate won't be can I kill this baby fetus? It will be like can I be forced to put the thing in the artificial womb? And in that case, like
no, but you're not being forced to do that. That's the point, right? Like you're requesting that your pregnancy be terminated, right? And that's basically where you're right. Like the point is you could if the violinist could just be hooked up to an actual dialysis machine after you disconnect yourself, you don't have a right to then say he can't be hooked up to that machine either, right?
Yeah, but with the baby case, like a lot of laws around like you have to provide for your baby and stuff like that. So in that case, the mother would say like, no, I don't want to like.
No, that's not true either. You're giving it up for adoption, right?
Yeah, that's right. Wait, if that's true, how does any parent ever, how does any father ever have to pay child support? Why can the father not just say, oh, I put it up for adoption? How does anyone get? How does that ever happen? to the mother. I give my baby up for adoption to the mother.
You know, my baby mama tried to do that, and they basically told her that I need to be married.
What did you try to do, Alvito?
Well, I didn't really try to do anything. She tried to get, like, my daughter's mom isn't really involved, and at one depressive moment in her life, she's like, I'm just gonna give up her rights. And she tried to look into it. She said that they wouldn't even really allow it unless I was married. That's what she told me. I don't know how accurate that is, but it seems to be right given the other stuff I know about adoption. My old boss worked on like an adoption for quite some time, and yeah, basically like you have to fit a bunch of criteria. Um, Also, like if I were to have like another person take over the rights of my kid, they would basically need to be married or have like some law-standing consideration of being my significant other.
Yeah,
It's like allow people to just come in and out.
yeah. The adoption thing, like if the mother like is the baby up for adoption, they can basically like very early at the hospital, basically. Um, and like they have to decide a bunch of stuff in terms of like what they're allowed to do, what they're not allowed to do, and stuff like that. They're like waiving like basically all their rights and stuff like that. But yeah, it's weird if the baby's being cared for by one of the parents, so that there's like, are they married and all that. Like when I was never married, and like my name was on my kid's birth certificate and stuff. But like when my ex and I split up, it was like I had to go to court to get like 50% rights. Like I didn't even get I didn't have anything by default. Even though I raised them like the whole time.
When I was a sperm donor to some woman, the laws apparently were literally the case that we couldn't have sex. That could be the way that we like sperm donate. That like we had to like do it through non-sex means to get the sperm inside of her in order for this like to like count as sperm donation. Even if I like legally signed that this is a sperm donation.
Yeah, that's kind of weird. I don't know how all that shit works. Who knows? I'm sure that's like different by speeds.
You know that if like you're married and let's say your wife sleeps around on you, gets pregnant, that's your kid. Your name's going on the birth certificate.
That's some evil nonsense.
Well, I think that you could get like genetic testing done later.
No. Like you can know ahead of time. You can even tell them your name's still going on the birth certificate.
Right. You have to like take it off, basically.
Yeah, there's like a huge process you have to go through. There's a name for that law. I don't remember what it is, but yeah, like a friend of mine had to go through it. It's just like this. I was like, I didn't even know that existed at the time, and I was like, what the?
Yeah, a lot of the weirdest laws surround like being married to a person. Like that's where it gets like all weird with the like alimony laws and like all this other shit that doesn't even have anything to do with kids.
Something that one of my hottest takes, which is saying something that I think that like if you were a parent, like that both parents need to like should have to consent for like to bring a child into this world in the sense of like you have a one night stand and the woman like gets pregnant, like she should ask your consent, do you want a baby? Not this thing of like, well, it's not you, like I'm not saying this is legally, I think morally.
something to do with, and Timothy and I have had this conversation that goes back to that whole like artificial womb thing that we were talking about before. But it's like, I don't really think you have much right to your like genetic information or something. Like, if that's like the issue, is that like you have descendants or something. You have like people in the world that are like your offspring or grandchildren or whatever. Like, the point is like, I don't like. I don't think you can. I don't think you have any like moral say in like you knock a woman up if she decides like she wants to have a baby or something. It's like okay, I mean, there's all these like laws about like what your obligations are after that point. That maybe we could talk about. Like I don't really think you should like there might be some like sort of like financial like burden that you should shoulder or something like that. I don't know. That's like debatable though. But like the point is like I don't think you really have much of a say, in like whether or not there's actually going to be a baby.
I think like empirically, like pragmatically, it makes sense that we want the biological father to be involved in raising the child because like children do better with two-parent homes or whatever. And I'm not saying the law should force women to get abortions, but I'm saying as a human being, if you want to be a decent person, while it's still just a zygote, you say, hey, do you want descendants? Do you want your bloodline to continue? Yes or no? If someone says no, you're an asshole. You're saying, well, I don't care about that. I'm having this baby anyway. You're an asshole.
I don't really agree with that. I mean, like I just don't think probably, but like I just to consider the case that he's talking about. Like I don't really see that as something that you're owed. Like like in some sense, like I don't know. If you get somebody pregnant by accident, like sorry, like, and they want to have the baby, and let's say like they're not going to ask you for anything else, right? Like they're not going to ask you to support them or whatever. They're just going to have the baby and take care of it themselves. I don't think that just because that baby has like some of your DNA that like you have much of a fucking right to say anything about it.
Well, then why do you have the rights to like cover for it though? I think that's gonna be the thing with the.
I know. I'm saying like suppose the situation is that like they're not going to ask you to do anything like that.
Oh yeah, sure. I mean, I think they wanted to think that like how like equal like sometimes they call it like a financial abortion. It's like, well, like, if I don't have any say in this, I shouldn't have to pay for it.
I completely understand that, like, I mean, I would want principal financial abortions to be totally, like, but pragmatically, on a realistic basis, like, if that was the norm, there'd be lots of single kids not, like, having just a single mother, and that would be, like, horrible for their lives. So I just understand, like, the pragmatic reason why we don't allow, like, full financial abortion. I'm just saying.
Right. They're saying it all to the side. I suppose they would be financially stable and everything. Like I don't suppose they're not like a single mother rich. And maybe even they're like maybe they'll like get married to somebody else or something, so it will be like a two-parent household or whatever. Right. I'm just saying like if you isolate this idea that like but it's like my biological kid. I don't really think that matters.
Like, in the world where, like, babies that get raised by single mothers are, like, fully having like, amazing lives, then I think financial abortion should be totally reasonable. But in the actual world, that's not the case. And in that case, I just want to say that moms should. I mean, I guess you don't terminate abortion, so there's not much more to be said about this. But like, it's very unkind to say to someone, "I don't care if you don't want to have a baby. I don't care if you don't want them to be your potential descendants. I don't care about that." Like, it's like, okay, well, you can not care if you don't want to, but like, you're a dick.
Yeah, see, like it gets weird when you say like, okay, say you do have kids, and then they have kids or something, and then it's like all the shit where it's like they're passing on your genetic information to their, to your grandkids or whatever. It's like, I don't think grandparents have some right over like telling, people to get abortions or not.
I don't think that the financial abortion is gonna make more people stay together or not. Like
You're saying without permission, Sam?
Yeah. The violinist is forcibly kidnapped, and now he's attached to the violinist. He has to wait 2 weeks for the violinist to get unattached.
No.
None. I think 2 weeks is enough. Is not this burdensome to save a life. I think that like
You're forcing someone to do something against their desires and will, right? Whether or not you want to call that person a dick or not is irrelevant.
well, in the violinist case, the violinist isn't the one that did the kidnapping. It was just some rando strangers. So now you're just in the room with the violinist, and you're saying, yeah, even though you had nothing to do with this, and even though it only is going to take me 2 weeks, you're dead, motherfucker.
Yeah, but is this about like forcing them like legally? Because sometimes the topic is like the legal stuff. Obviously, like that's usually what the abortion topic is. But they'll want to appeal to like whether it's a moral thing, and I do think it's like immoral to unhook yourself.
Do you think it's even?
Yeah, I mean, like ultimately they could say like it's immoral, but it shouldn't be illegal or something.
Yeah, that is my position. I don't think the government should be involved, but I do think it's immoral.
Do you think it's even immoral in the 9 months case, Alvito?
Yeah, my position is like if you and me were stuck on an island, and for some reason you were like unable to like help me get food, I'd probably feed you with my own capacities until we both die.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
But then if you
Like I think it's a supererogatory good in some sense though, you know, like it's like when you say like, okay, are you like obligated to stay
Just about to say that he's asking.
You might say no, but like it would be a good thing on your part if you stay, you know, like it'd be a very moral.
on their character if they don't. Like I would view them worse off if they didn't.
I think that's fine. Like
True.
I think that
Could be true
right.
without making it an obligation.
There's certain supererogatory goods where it's like Sam is saying like, oh well, if you know, if it was like you had to stay there for a day, where it's like, yeah, you know, you had an opportunity to do some really like worthwhile supererogatory good, and you were just like, nah. And that's kind of a thing.
That like, you know, usually I'm viewing this as supererogatory as like it's good, like we're gonna be like positive. If you didn't, there's not a negative associated.
Yeah, I get what you mean. Because like, you know, I mean, there's other cases where it's like, okay, like, are you obligated to do something to like stop the mall shooter going and shooting up the mall? You know, and it's like I would say in cases like that, like yeah, you have an obligation. Like, if you don't stop the guy when you could and would have a risk to yourself, then you know, that's actually immoral, not to do something like this.
Yeah.
And you could try to draw an analogy there. I just think like in this case it's like I don't know, I actually like the other day I think about like, okay, do you think you have an obligation to like give your organs away? You know? Because like that's something you could actually just go like do, like, you know, you basically just like, you know, commit suicide stuff, like, when it says on your driver's license or whatever, like, that always freaked me the fuck out, to be honest, because I'm like, oh, but see, this, like, incentivizes people to, like, kill me, though. Like, what if there's some rich asshole, and, like, it turns out I have, like, the exact match for what he needs, it's just like, okay, yeah, fuck that guy.
Looks good enough for me.
Right, it's like, oh, yeah, we could save him, but, yeah, we're just gonna say that, it went wrong.
Obviously,
Cops will, like, break your taillights just to give you a ticket.
I mean, there's some level of that does work with happening. I mean, like, they assume you're dead when you're really not.
Right. And it's like, okay, yeah, I'm like on the verge of death at the hospital, and like they could save me, but they could also make it look like it just didn't work out. And like, there's some guy who's just like, winking and on, like.
Well, I'm not even trying to make it like diabolical. Like the way that they're going to view those organs, like we need those organs ASAP because they're not really useful unless we get them out right away.
Yeah. Such like system make it bad one.
I think it's pretty unrealistic that in practice this is gonna have any effects on whether doctors are to save you. I think this is like a 1 in a billion like thing.
Yeah. It's just
I don't think you have any numbers on this yet.
1 in a billion is like on my ass. I'm not saying like literally I think it's 1 in a billion. Saying like that.
If it happens like 50 times ever, then it's like gonna be more than one time.
Sure, but like, are the paramedics like, they have the like clear, like whatever those things are called, the defibrillators, and they're like, wait, hold on, are they an organ donor? Let me check. Like I don't know, it seems like it's not how things go.
Well, no, I bet you it is though, because I bet you they're like planning it out ahead of time. They're like, okay, like this guy on the third floor of the hospital, he's like probably not gonna make it, and then we use his organs, and they're just sitting there going like, all right, like they're just watching, and they're like, is he gonna die? I mean, I'm sure that happened.
That's so inhuman to think that way. That I think it's just like it's not gonna happen very much.
Well, I mean, it is. I mean, granted, it is like ultimately that they're trying to save some other people with the organs, So it's not. It's not like they're like fucking pure evil or.
There's also such countries that just.
Yeah, you're just the one guy who's getting the fucking trolley through.
There's also such countries that make like default that you do give your organs away. You like do some bureaucratic things like undo it. That's just like for me that obviously could be good. But like okay, like yeah, we're not gonna force you to do it, but like it's the default.
I mean, you understand that it is just like a version of the trolley problem. Like it's just called like the organ harvester case or whatever. Well, it's like you could take a totally healthy person, right? And let's just say like this is all done like automatically by machines, right? So there's like 5 people who are gonna die of like organ failure unless they get the organs, and then there's just one healthy person who's like gonna live unless you like throw the lever, and if you throw the lever, then the machines just harvest that guy's organs and put them into sick people, and then they live, he dies.
Yeah, I understand, but with trolley problems, people always imagine themselves to be like the one guy. Like you're 5 times more likely to be the other guy. So like even if we had a society where like we kept murdering people and stealing their organs, like put it to 5 people, you're way more likely to be the recipient of that than the victim of that. Like now I don't want to.
You could be both. You could end up being both. But like, I don't know. Like I guess like see the organ harvester trolley problem is actually something that like we could just start doing.
I don't want us to start doing that, but I am saying that if we start doing it.
Saving people from trains by having them hit somebody up.
Well, that wouldn't make much sense, I guess. It just seems like we're kind of already in the conditions that are set up by the organ harvester case, where it's like, yeah, there actually are, like, say, 5 people dying of organ failure, and there are healthy people whose organs we can harvest and give to them, So it's like, in some senses, like, we're not forcing the situation to take place. And this has always been the kind of thing about the organ harvester case that I say, like, it seems like if your answer is we should harvest the organs, then that just like sort of incentivizes like more instances of this occurring.
Well, maybe I'll say about the organ harvester case is like most people that like get the organs are like gonna be like 80-year-olds whose organs are failing, whereas the most people you kill are not gonna be like 80-year-olds. So like it's not like a true trolley problem where it's like equals to equals, but like if it was equals to equals, like where like you only kill 25-year-olds,
Yeah, you can fix it.
25-year-olds,
Yeah, you can definitely.
there's a more defensible case for it. Even then I wouldn't want it. But if we did live in that society, I just want to be clear. You're more likely to be saved than killed by this. Like it's probably to your benefit to do it. Like
When you say this, but you're like leaning into it now. I don't know. It's like it seems like it's the kind of thing we want to say. No, this would be like bad practice.
no, I don't want it. I don't want this society. I'm just making the other
Why not?
which is that it would selfishly benefit you to have it.
Right. So
I don't want it because it's like because it's fundamentally unjust to just like take a person and like take their organ. I mean, okay, that's not who I am.
Then I can go back to the original Charlie problem and say, it's like, it's unjust for you to do something that just like kills this other random guy who would have lived.
Okay. What I want to say is that I think a society where we're constantly in fear of getting the government stealing our organs is like not a healthy society. It's not one where like institutions are functional. It like breaks society in a fundamental way. I think this might be like my deeper. Like, oh, now I'm afraid to go to the hospital in case they steal my organs.
Are you arguing that we should have such?
No, I just don't know why. Like, I already kind of gave my reason for like why my answer changes. From the original trolley problem to the organ harvesters. Like, I think that the original setup of the trolley problem seems like this kind of like fluke case where like flipping the lever makes it no way more likely that this kind of thing will happen again. Whereas like the organ harvester one seems to be like, yeah, if you say like you do it, it seems to like incentivize the reoccurrence of the setup conditions like over and over again. Or you could just look at the fact that like I said before, like we kind of already find ourselves in these setup conditions like everywhere, and we shouldn't just like start.
I think that if Switzerland wanted to start doing the organ thing, where they just kill randos sometimes to save lives, I would be like, oh, this is the most insane thing imaginable. I just wouldn't want to live there. By the way, I know someone that
I don't know.
and this man donated a kidney and he regrets it. He was like, oh, that was just like way too much. Like, I like this was too risky for my health for a stranger, and I like shouldn't have done that. Whereas I also went for the opposite way. It's a complicated emotional thing.
Go donate one of your balls. You don't need to.
To science.
It's the guy that Andrew brought in here that's gonna start this
Gengar?
No, it was Raichu.
Oh, I mean, it's probably the same guy who's using like Pokemon fucking usernames. Was he like super aggro? Was he super aggro?
Yeah, he's pretty aggro.
Yeah. I saw him.
What's an argument for this? He's like
He's like, oh, so yeah, you murder babies? Oh, he'd be like shit like, oh, you so like he just kept like framing things. It's like, oh, so you murder babies then?
yeah,
fetus dies because of the, because we don't have artificial wombs and so on, like that is a secondary intention.
In practice, a lot of times they kill the fetus to remove it.
I think, like, at least in some cases, we ought like things like that. I mean, I can think of like maybe environmental things where it's like we don't allow like toxic dumping because it's directly harm people.
No, I agree. Like, I actually don't think I kind of agree, but it's just like weird because like Andrew will totally accept that double effect shit when Congressman using it to like argue with Christianity, but then like not here. Like the point is just like you could say like what you should really be concerned about, like the sort of like secondary effects of what you're doing, and I agree with that. So like you should. It's not like I can just like. Right. Because it's like I get it. Like if I like hit somebody with my car, like like they were just like in my way. Like I was just trying to go straight. Like I was the fact that they died was just like a secondary. Yeah. Like no, I agree that like a lot of that stuff is like silly, but like in this case it's like rather. The point is just like there's always a focus on like, oh, do you have a right to just kill? And it's like the point isn't that the point is like is the death of the person or fetus, like, right, if we're granting person and stuff like that, right? Like, is that something that obligates you, right? Like the fact that if you disconnect from them, that they will die. Does that obligate you to stay connected or not? And I know what you said about this.
By the way, the law of double effect or whatever doesn't apply to abortion because I think the vast majority of abortions they kill the baby before they remove it. They don't remove it and then like let it die. So it's not like
no, but that's irrelevant.
I don't think it is irrelevant. I think if they took it out and let it die, that would be like I wasn't trying to kill it. It just is a byproduct. Whereas if you're literally killing it.
No, but they do that. They do that because like it's the least dangerous method, and that like the fetus is going to die. Like they know it won't survive. Like there's no way for it to survive. Like the point is that like there's a bunch of different like methods that there's a bunch of different like methods for abortion. What's common between them is like you're ending pregnancy, right? So like if you were to do like a C-section, right, on like a early development fetus or something like that, right, and then take it out, it would die, right, and that would the abortion would be just the termination of the pregnancy. Now, like a C-section is obviously like much more invasive for the mother, right, and the fetus is going to die anyway after you do that. So like that's like a really stupid way of doing this, given like the
They said they hold it like kind of things, and they say, yeah, you can perform the abortion, but you have to perform it in a way where you remove the pregnancy without killing the baby. Like it isn't like you kill the baby to pregnancy.
Once we get to like you could have like an artificial womb, right? I don't think they have any fucking argument against it, right? Like there's no way they can keep arguing against it.
Who are you talking about, pro-life?
Pro-life people. Like once the artificial wombs exist and you can like terminate somebody's pregnancy and like the fetus doesn't die, like those people are just gonna be like shit out of love. Like sorry, yeah, like abortion. If this is what abortion becomes, like you just have no leg to stand on arguing against it.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, there might be your own challenges, like these are gonna be like government funded things. I think
it's not government funded. I think. You mean like in the future?
Yeah, I mean, like I assume we don't have these things that we can like make a 1 month fetus survive or something.
There's like a law.
I just think it's that like
one thing is that
I've never interacted with the guy, so it was my first time, but he seemed to be well known. Yikes. Holy shit.
Yeah, he's well known for being like a belligerent moron who thinks he's Malcolm X.
Listen, if you want to turn a baby into gold, it's totally your right. So he doesn't mind this joke. Let's watch it.
I didn't get it actually.
Never mind, Sam, I'm sorry.
yeah, I mean, there's so much stuff that like I think that what's crazy is that like ordinary conservatives now, like just people who are Republicans, they seem to be like anarchists or something. Like they're like the government is bureaucratic and it can't do anything right, then we should basically like not use anything to do with the government ever. Everything should be privatized. It's just like I don't know. I think people have kind of I don't know. I think part of the issue is that I think a lot of people on the left, and this is like a sort of criticism of the left or like liberals or whatever that like I'll admit to, is that like they're not making the right arguments, and it seems like in large part people have like forgotten how to make the arguments that got us to all this shit that the conservatives are now trying to tear down. Like they got so comfortable with having social safety net programs and Roe v. Wade and all this other stuff in place that like they completely fucking forgot about how to make the arguments for those things.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. The average like abortion conversation that I listen, I mean, the average culture war conversation I listen to is garbage. But like on top of that, the average abortion conversation I listen to is even worse because like often the people arguing on the pro-choice side make bad arguments for it, and then like obviously like pretty much any argument you can marshal for pro-life is gonna be bad. So it's just like two people throwing like the worst arguments at each other.
The right wingers have an excuse. Even the best arguments available to them are bad, right? Yeah. The left wingers do not have that excuse because there actually are good arguments, and they just like they think that they can just like fucking I'm gonna clever guy my way into the right things to say. vegan and whatever else. And that's just like, I'm not even like besmirching those views or whatever. Like, I think they're fine. But the idea is like when you're trying to win the culture war, or like win the war of ideas or whatever. Those are like really like generally unpalatable ideas. It seems like even for like, and we're not just talking about amongst like the hardcore right, you know, like even amongst like sort of like everyday like liberal voters or something like that, you know. And so I don't know. I think that like the right in the past say like 10 or 15 years has done a good job of like, you know, marketing itself to people who maybe otherwise wouldn't even agree with them, you know, like it's just like the focus on the culture war issues and like, oh, isn't this so silly, you know, it like seems to bring a lot more people in onto their. I'm not saying like we should do what they're doing per se. I'm just saying like the focus needs to be.
Sorry, but you're not understanding is that yum 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 cheeseburger yum.
I mean, I'm against factory.
Yeah, I think the reasonable position is that like factory farming is the abomination, but if like some random like farmer in Montana has a cow and then they slaughter it and eat it, it's like not that big of a deal. It's that like it's the industrial inhumanity of the whole process. And like literally,
I mean, you know, a lot of vegans will agree with like, oh, it's okay to eat rodents.
Most people think that the way most animals come from is like some nice farmer has some chickens, and then the chicken lives for a couple of years, and then eventually they get slaughtered and we eat them. That's the like consensus view of like what's going on.
I mean, like my position would just be like, I'm willing to spend more so that the practices are more humane.
Yeah, I mean I think that is
and that's
the right view. I think that's like the sensible view, and like unfortunately vegans shoot themselves in the foot because they like don't want to just end factory farm. They want to like say that like having honey is immoral because we're robbing the bees of shit, as opposed to like fucking just saying, hey, end factory farming. But the vegan activists have actually done some like really good shit in terms of like making battery cages illegal and making the sizes of certain pens bigger. So they are willing to do like incremental stuff that is working.
Midas was like, he was asked if he was in a situation where, you know, his wife is pregnant and there's a complication which threatens her life, and the only way to resolve it is by terminating the pregnancy and killing the fetus. If he would do it to save his wife, and he said, I don't listen to people who've taken the COVID vaccine.
I would say that was a better answer than I was expecting, because I thought I was gonna be like, fuck that bitch or something.
And then that Indian guy like took every fucking bait, which I understand because the Indian guy was like kind of normal. He seemed like a normal person, unaccustomed to the norms and tribulations of these types of spaces, you know. And he kind of took offense and started talking about how his, you know, he had colleagues who died from treating COVID. You know, a normal person response.
Yeah.
But he's like dealing with
It's
someone
funny,
who's like
or
a
just
people.
more people. The funny thing about Midas is it's not like the thing that makes him like top tier idiot is like him just having bad decisions. It's that he is like one of the most obviously dishonest people that you'll ever meet in your life on this fucking app. So it's like he'll do shit like that where instead of just saying like, oh yeah, I know my wife, you know, he does this like fucking obvious nod. Oh
illegal immigrants crossing into the uterus, and we're gonna do a regime change on the uterus to these we're gonna regime change the uterus, and now we're in charge.
Just be even more right than they.
Deport these illegal fetuses, I
Before
don't know.
we go back to heaven where they fucking belong.
Exactly. Someone should give that a shot. Fail there.
That's hilarious. That just sounds like a Key and Peele sketch. Maybe it is. Yeah. Y'all have to stop these joke attempts.
Guys, please be very serious. Let's hold on. Let's tone down the funny guy.
Yeah, well, that's what pseudonym in the chat said. Laughing at dead babies. Albedo, why are you using a sock? We talked about different account.
He just changes his number out.
Notice how you and I are friends. I thought we were fuck. I assumed we were friends with the sock account. I only have one. I don't really do socks. I have one temporarily for Discord. Setting up my VR again. For a long time. Is that your thing for watching porn or something? No. I was gonna one of the best games I ever played in VR was Resident Evil 7. And I looked at Resident Evil 8 and I was like, oh, can't wait to play that in VR. Turned out that it didn't happen in VR, but then I found out that later it actually did release in VR, but only for PlayStation. Well, shit, I don't have a PlayStation 5 version of the VR. So I looked into that and I was like, oh, $500. And then while I was searching for that, there was this little adapter that I could buy that would hook the PSVR up to the computer. And I was like, oh, that'd probably be better than the one I've got because I've got the original Vive. And then it said that the minimum you need is an RTX 1660, I think. And I was like, well, I have a 1080, so I don't know if that works. Turned out, nope, not good enough. And then I was like, oh, well, then I have to upgrade my GPU, and then that's I don't know, $1,000. So all of this was I went down the rabbit hole of what should I spend my money on? And I was like, fuck it, I'm just set up an old guy.
You know that you can get the MetaQuest. Wait, why did you want it?
Well, if I buy this, a computer one, I want to play, my Steam games.
Okay. Yeah, the MetaQuest. I have the two. I think they have a 3 of that. But
Yeah, we talked about it.
yeah, it's kind of cool. Yeah, I mean it's pretty sick. It's really sick actually. I'm sure the third one is actually strong.
I'd rather have that. It's got no fucking cords or nothing. I'd rather have that. But
And
it only has its own games.
well, it's not. It doesn't only have its own games. It just has a sort of restricted library of games. You know what I mean? It's kind of like a Play Store type thing where it's what kind of apps do they have on this one versus that one. And so there's games on it that are multi-platform games. You know that it's not exclusive to you, but yeah, the selection is obviously more limited than if you were playing on.
Right. That's kind of what I have with games in VR already. There's two games that I want to play. I want to play Resident Evil 8. I want to play Half-Life Alyx.
thing that I want to do with mine that like I think I can't, I think there's a way to do it. It's just like really complicated. Is I have a drone. Like I have a pretty sick drone, and when you fly it, when you fly it normally, like you use a cell phone. Like it has a controller that you put a cell phone in the middle of, and the cell phone displays the camera feed from the drone like while you're flying it. So the idea would just be to like patch that feed over to the VR view, and then
Why not just get one of those like cheapo fucking cell phone VRs? You know what I'm talking
yeah, you could. It's where your phone is just like attached to your face, basically.
Yeah.
But I want it to be like more. I don't know. I want it to like that. Those look like cheap.
Well, yeah, because they're not really designed for. Well, I mean, you use it for like the cell phone design VR stuff, but because most likely that your drone isn't like VR camera on it, it's not ever going to produce like the VR image.
Well, what you can do, like what people do, is like there's like programs that can take like one video feed stream, whatever, and then it like does the thing where it splits it in half for like the left and right eye.
Yeah. Well,
It's not like full. It's not like 3D. It's like perfect 3D. It's probably distorted.
Yeah, I think that's what the cell phone VR does.
Yes.
Like it splits the cell phone image. Yeah.
It's just that doesn't work as well. Right.
I'm trying to look it up now, but one quick upgrade you can do to the Meta Quest 2 is the lenses. I'm trying to figure out what they're called because it's the shape of the lenses on the new Quest 3 and then new Pico for Ultra. I think they have like a new type of lens that makes the resolution and just everything more clear. So that's an upgrade you can. So yeah, keep the conversation going. I'll try and figure out what it's called.
Is that like you have to like mail it out to them and they do like a refurbish where they replace the lenses or something? I doubt I can do that with some.
I think I'm just mixing because I know you can buy the upgrade for the Pico 4 from the Pico 4 to the Pico 4 Ultra, but I think you can do the same for the Meta Quest 2 and 3 because the new 3S, I think it's called, it's like a kind of a downgrade.
Yeah, it's a downgrade. I looked into it. I don't know if it's an upgrade. But I would imagine that the hardware on it is probably better too.
Yes, it's the Snapdragon Gen 2. So it's versus the Gen 1.
The thing I've always wanted.
XR2.
The thing I've always wanted that like will probably grow is the and I guess Apple has a version of it.
I was just gonna say that, dude. I tried that thing. It's fucking incredible. It's way better than these VRs.
Yeah, the one that I want is called the HoloLens. It's like Microsoft's version of it. Like they've actually been the ones like developing that technology for the past like 15 years. I think so. They have a HoloLens 2. It's like thousands of dollars, but those things are just fucking so. They can do so much.
Did you try it out?
No, I've never even seen one in person before.
Well, you should go to the Apple store and just try that one out because, dude,
it's fucking.
I've been in VR and you have too, and it blows the VRs out of the water.
Yeah. Because they're holographic, they're AR, they're augmented reality headsets, and it superimpose shit. Yeah. I mean, as far as I know, it can basically function as a VR headset as well. But like, the point is like, the idea is like with the HoloLens technology, it's like okay, I'm in a room, right? It's a Microsoft computer, right? That's like powering this thing. So like, I could put my desktop onto my wall, or like I could put a 3D hologram around an object. Like they used to do these demos where like somebody's building a motorcycle, and they have like a 3D rendering of like the say like gas tank that they want to put on the frame. And so like the frame is sitting there in front of them in the room, and then they can like superimpose holographically the gas tank onto it just to see like how it would look and like walk around it and stuff. It's like Iron Man shit. It's fucking cool as stuff.
The thing that really like I thought about like the practicality of it, but like forgetting about that for a moment. They like you could take a picture and
HoloLens for it. So like what I do for work, even like stuff like that. Like, because what it does, like at least what the HoloLens does, like it's sort of like the reason that it's like an upgraded technology, or like what makes it sort of new, whatever, is that it has a HPU chip, which is a holographic processor unit chip, and like what that does, it's like it scans like your environment, basically. It like models the room you're in or whatever, and like there are these really expensive things you can buy that they're like 20 grand for like these like laser devices that you can use to like make a 3D model of the space, right? Like you take this laser thing and it scans, and then you move it and it scans, and you move it and it scans, and it gives you all this raw data that you can then put into like Revit or whatever and generate a 3D model of the space, right? But the HoloLens does that like continuously, like in real time. You know, like you could just walk around the room and it would build a model of the room.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's like, I think that's what those pictures are doing. Very cool.
And then you got like, you know, people talking about like the AI stuff, you know, and like, oh, um, we have to give the AI like sort of like a higher degree of like sensory fidelity, you know, so that it can kind of like it can situate itself within an environment, you know, and it's like, yeah, that's the technology that moves that forward. Just put one of those onto a fucking robot and then there's also this, you know, even just the technology that's in the Meta Quest, right? Like, there's this thing it does, which I don't even know how many games actually utilize the feature, but like I discovered it in one of like the home screens or whatever. If you don't have the controllers in your hand, right? It has cameras like on each corner of the set that kind of like scan the room with. It can see your actual hands, and it generates a 3D representation of your hands that are like fully articulated. So like when you move your fingers, it moves the fingers of the hands like to match them, you know, like in real time. And it's like so you have like these ghost hands that are showing up in the VR screen, you know. And I'm like, okay, so basically like I could reconfigure this whole thing where like those cameras are at the corners of the keyboard, right? And then I don't need a mouse because I can type on the keyboard and then I can lift my hand above it and it will put an actual hand on the screen instead of a cursor, right? And then you can do all kinds of like more interesting manipulations than you could with a mouse because the mouse can just be like left click, right click, whatever. You know, like now you have a fucking actual hand in the computer screen that can do like all kinds of different, you know, movements and stuff like that to do different controls or input. It's just like kind of crazy, like I don't know. It's like once you start seeing these technologies, like they all seem to come like sort of piecemeal, but it's like there seems to be a bunch of stuff that we could do with this right now, and people don't seem to be doing it.
Right.
Oh, you know, I also heard Sabina Ossenfelder had a video the other day where she was talking about there's some proposal by some quantum computing startup to like try to make quantum computers conscious for like Penrose's like quantum consciousness stuff. I don't think it'll work.
Trying to find out.
So you got cameras.
Yeah, you gotta hook up two like standalone cameras. Like the Vive for like when so the release was like three of them. There was the
There's a game that I play. There's a game that I play on the Meta Quest 2, which is it's called Blade and Sorcery. I don't know if I told you about that one.
I know
That game is fucking fantastic. Actually, and it's got like all you can get all like kinds of mods and stuff for it too. Like there's like an extreme. You can just like go through this like library of mods and like download them and stuff, and they add new ones and shit like that. Yeah, because like the base game is just like basic swords and like bows and maces and stuff, and like a couple of like magic spells, whatever. And then like you can just get mods for like guns and like all kinds of crazy shit, like lightsaber. It also has this like dungeon mode, so it's like I think most of the time you see it on like gameplay streams or whatever people post videos of it. It's like the arena map, but there's a game mode where you're like progressing through like a dungeon that's like procedurally generated, and there's like enemies throughout it. You have to basically like make your way through to the end. And you can like adjust the length and difficulty, and it's different every time that you play. I fuck people up in that game, bro. I fuck people up.
I kind of want to check it out again, because like at the time when I had VR, there really wasn't very many good games.
I liked so the ones that like I got kind of fascinated by were like that one and Super Hot. Maybe like a couple other random ones. I played Beat Saber for a little while, but I forgot. No, that's another one Sasha could try with the whole like rhythm.
Well, that one's fine to do because it's like visual.
Yeah. I feel like if you play the whole point is like I feel like if you play games like that enough, it's like you're doing it because of the visual stimuli, but then like the music is playing the whole time, so like you'll secretly get brainwashed into reacting to music.
Yeah. She kind of liked it, assuming that she could handle the VR.
Yeah, Beat Saber's fun, dude. My daughter is sick of Beat Saber. She's way better.
Hopefully that my noise and trilling and stuff's not too bad.
Nah, I can't hear it.
What's that?
Piper, you're unmuted. Yeah, what's the deal with Andrew starting rooms at like midnight? He's like being a vampire.
No. Maybe that's a new schedule.
I noticed Ethan's been on there. Piper, you're unmuted. I feel like Piper's just we're hearing Piper dream sound.
Well, if I start to hear like credit card ding, I'll stop that.
Sam, you gotta be careful around these race realists and weirdo types like that info guy. They're gonna corrupt you.
Say they're gonna corrupt his screwed up.
How did that get your attention, Piper, when I just
Well, because I just sat down, I can get back and get a good drink, and I heard you say his screwed up's gonna be corrupted.
Well, I was trying to call you out earlier. Like, there was some weird noise coming through your mic. I was like, Piper, you're unmuted. And it was like, I didn't know if it was you.
I probably just like me shuffling around, staying up.
But that guy was just basically like going like, yeah, look, Sam, some people are better than other people, right, Sam? Right, Sam? He was saying that. Oh my god. And he was being like, don't you like how I'm saying this in euphemism, Sam? We can't really say what we mean, right, Sam? Like,
Funny story. I once like there's this guy who's a really big race realism like intellectual type guy, and I was in Germany, and I was like, oh, you stayed on my couch before. Let me go to where you live. And it turned out he like lived in some like German nobleman's estate, and like then he was just like being funded by some like random German nobleman, which like makes me worried that like that German nobleman's like low key maybe a Nazi, but like and then I went to go see like the digs were like totally palatial and amazing, but then like his job besides being a race realist scientist was to like watch the kids, like be like a babysitter to the kids. Like he has two jobs, like race science and babysitting. I was like, you live a funny life, bro.
dude, I'll be honest. I sent Sam this meme the other day, which by the way, Sam, that was just like on some random meme page, and it's really funny that it's like a yellow girl and Grimes, and it's like 3 tweets between them, and it's like yellow girl says, I feel like I got friendly with the anti-woke coalition over the past few years, but now it feels like they're walking off a ledge into extremism, and I feel frustrated about it. Being anti a bad thing doesn't make you right by default. Righteous revenge is not compassion. And then Grimes says, 10,000%, I feel like I was tricked by people pretending to be into critical thought and consequentialism who are acting like power-hungry warlords now and like who enjoying the panic and suffering that obviously creates, and it's disturbing. And then AL and girl. I do wonder if we're low in some sort of detecting lying maliciousness thing. Because I just habitually take people's intellectual claims at face value, and I know consciously people often say motivated things, but I'm somehow often blindsided anyway. And then, yeah, I sent it to you. And then the bottom of it is the "Are we the baddies" thing, but it said "Are we the idiots?"
I mean, I think Gila and Grimes probably have a bit of the autism, so like they probably just literally do have the like.
Oh my god, what is with blaming everything on fucking autism?
I know, dude.
Well, okay, Gila literally has autism.
Look, everybody was there.
Yes, I'm aware.
Yeah, so does her dad.
Autistic people do things, and like some of the things they do aren't just like a result of their autism.
Sure, but this is a discussion about whether Gila has the inability to detect the motives and emotions of other people.
Yeah, detecting lying maliciousness thing.
Yeah, I mean that's like being able to not detect mental states is like a symptom of autism. So like you would not be surprising if people that are bad at
Being able to not detect mental states is a symptom of autism.
What? Are you denying this?
You know what's funny?
I think what I'm denying is that that's an accurate description of like the relevant symptom that you're trying to think of.
I have a hyperactive detecting lying maliciousness thing. So like I'm like the opposite of these.
Also, wasn't Grimes on like nationalism for a while?
Well, she was like, I don't know if I never saw anything of hers where it was like, oh, this seems like actual white nationalism, but maybe, I don't know. I mean, obviously.
But she was literally saying like secure a future for a white generation.
I've never seen that, but I'm not denying it. Like maybe she did. I don't know. I like some of her music, even though it's kind of like objectively bad.
So like you don't have an overactive lying bastard detector. You're just a cynical fuck.
No, dude. No, man. I'm much more. I said I have hyperactive detecting lying thing. Because like I will like attribute that very quickly to something. Yeah, and that's why Andrew calls me Sully. mean, I've done this with people. In fact, like, the funny thing is that for like a really long time, the reason Andrew is all upset about this is because I called him dishonest a bunch of times. And I used for a very long time, I would like defend Andrew to other people who were criticizing him and be like, I think he's really just like naive and like gullible and like kind of dumb and stuff. But then like you interact with somebody, yeah. Right, that was my assessment for a long time, and then it became like, no, he knows what he's doing. He knows. Yes, ironically. The funny thing is that like he says like it's a bad inference to make about or to like basically to infer that somebody's lying, like what the inference is. And he says it's bad on the one hand when he wants to be critical of me, but then he like invokes it all the time. He's like, I'm gonna do a Sully inference now, you know.
He does do it a fair amount, to be honest.
He does it like while trying to distance himself from it by like labeling it as something I do. You know, it's like really.
Look, this is actually Sully's fault.
Right, it's like somehow he gets to dig in at me while actually doing the thing that he's criticizing me for.
I think, I mean, maybe I'm a little bit too halo on this, but like I think most people aren't like consciously lying. I think a lot of people are like self-deceiving and things like that.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. I don't know. I think like, I mean, I understand like what these people are talking about. They're just like, you know, they're just saying, hey, I took a bunch of like, I took these people to be smart, and I took their intellectual claims, quote unquote, at like face value, and just like accepted it. It's like, yeah, so you're like a bad reasoner.
Okay, like Matt Walsh is someone that I can tell that like even if we might disagree on like some of the anti-woke stuff, I can tell that Matt Walsh and I would not like he would not make a society that I would want to live in. Like it's very obvious from like how he is, who he is as a person, that like, we don't share a vision of like what the good life is like. Whereas like other anti-woke people that I can tell would want to like make a society like I would want to live in a Halo society. I wouldn't want to live in Matt Walsh's society. It feels like it's not that hard to tell who's got what goals.
Yeah, but the point is that like, a lot of those people are like just collectively missing the point of like the view that they're critiquing because they get this sort of like camaraderie from like basically okay, you could go back to like 2014 and you can look at all our info and the feminist ownage content and be like, oh, aren't these woke people so crazy? Aren't these woke people so crazy? And you're just like absorb a bunch of that stuff and you like don't really get the point of what like, you know, the sort of like actual like if you're gonna be weighing the sort of like intellectual criticisms of like I guess like the right wing views like hey people for gay or whatever, you know, you should probably look at like the people who are making the most sort of intellectual contributions on the other side that you're calling woke, you know, and see what they're actually saying. And that's not just a matter of saying like, oh, this person is like a professor at a university, and so like they're serious. The arguments they're making are serious. Yeah. That's the other pitfall that people make. They're like, oh, but they're like professors at universities.
Brandon Eric Weinstein.
It's like, you know, the actual sort of like if you steel man like wokeness, you know, like that should be.
That's the thing, like the whole like anti-woke like the political correctness, wokeness, straight up like that's like the whole cancel. That whole thing has never been based on like okay, here we're gonna argue that the positions that these people have, you know, are wrong. Right? It's always been based on oh these people are like
bunch of woke people and you're disagreeing with like the sort of, let's say policy proposals or whatever that they're supporting or whatever, just like ethical views or whatever, and then like the entire time they're like engaging with you as if you're like a complete like subhuman piece of shit, basically, for like the views that you take.
Yes. You do that.
And it's just like an attitude thing, though. You know? Like, it's just like those people's rhetorical flourishes on here are kind of like analogous.
Well, yeah, I mean, that was sort of the point I was making, was like, the criticism of wokeness is really just a criticism of, like, a temperament, not a criticism of any set of positions. And, like, the other thing is, like, okay, I get it. It's like there are definitely, like, situations in which it's wrong to demonize somebody just because they disagree. But there are also situations in which that's the right thing to do. Like, it's the right thing to demonize, like, an actual, like, explicit avowed neo-Nazi. I'm not talking about, like, oh, I heard this person is a neo-Nazi, right? I'm talking about, like, someone who walks around and just walks around in public and it's like, oh my God, the Jews, they're like, the Holocaust was fake, but it would have been awesome if it did happen. Let's go.
I agree.
Those people should be openly demonized, right, for their opinions, like that.
I agree.
Yes, you complain about it when it's illegitimate, but complaining about it as just like a thing across the board is not going to be tenable. Especially since like the whole thing is going to be based, the whole anti-focus thing is going to be based on demonizing people for their temperament anyway.
Yeah, my criticism is that they have too narrow of an overhead window. Not that they have an overhead window. Of course, they need some overhead window. It's just that they like really narrow for them.
Well, the Overton window stuff is more about like assessing like the full scope of like, I don't know, let's say like Americans' political discourse or something like that. I don't know. I find that concept is kind of like misused because like the idea is like, okay, like what is considered a centrist position, right? Like that's a better question when you're talking about like the Overton window to compare to different societies. You say like, okay, in this society, this is considered centrist, and in this society, this is considered centrist. Like that's kind of how you do that.
I just use it to mean the range of acceptable opinions. Like some opinions are tolerated, some are demonized, and there's just like a range in which like debate is allowed to be had.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. But it's not so much about like the width of the Overton window. It's just like what is considered extreme, and what is considered like moderate.
Yeah. Last night I was talking to Jane, and like Jane was like saying that like everything was caused by the patriarchy, that like the reason why there's gender roles is the patriarchy, and I was like, oh, okay, like I just don't have this framework where like I think that like gender roles exist because like the aggregate preferences of men. Instead of women do female gender roles, and the aggregate preferences of women cause men to have these gender roles, and it's like caused by this like aggregate preference aggregation thing, not like this like structure of the patriarchy. And then James like would not like allow there to be another frame of the debate that which like should we should only look at the debate through the lens of patriarchy, that there could be like another explanatory framework that we can look at to look at gender roles. I just found it to be so annoying, and it's like a common thing I find when I talk to kind of woke people, is that they like will not put down their conceptual frameworks just for a minute to be like, what if there was another conceptual framework to look at this with? Like, nah, we're using my framework.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know. Jane's actually not that bad. I tend to agree with a lot of Jane's takes on things, but like I don't know. There is a sense in which like when you're debating somebody, you don't want to give them the keys to the brain control.
I just think like an honest discussion says like, listen, here's my framework, here's your framework. Let's look at things. Let's like be somewhat agnostic about which of these frames is the correct frame, and let's like just like discuss it in sort of a what are some like things that we agree on, so we can adjudicate between these frames. It's like fucking no, we're gonna use mine, not yours.
I mean, I don't think your values are like that disparate from mine.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not like a conservative. Like I don't in fact want to conserve. I don't think traditions are good for their own sake. I don't think that like the status quo is good for its own sake. I don't like lots of things about it, but like I just find that like there's a portion of leftism that I would just say is conservative in the sense that like as soon as you start doing identity politics, that's like another name for like ethno-nationalism. If you take an extremist, if you say like, well, this group has interests, and so their interests are best served by like X, Y, and Z. It's like, okay, well now we're going to ethno-nationalism, and like,
I mean, I think initially, I think probably where we disagree the most is that you seem to be more of like a pure consequentialist, and I think that that's where like a lot of this stuff kind of will end up, being different. Like, we'll differ on like what we should do, like on the normative. Because like I don't think it's all just about like. So here's what I would say. I think like yeah, the consequences matter, but like the way you get there also matters.
yeah, I don't think that. I mean, I agree that I'm more consequential than you, but I think there's just like a bunch of other things that are like coloring the disagreement. Like, for example, a lot of focus is about like the proper showings of respect. Like that's like what they have like a very respect-based like. Well, when you culturally appropriate, you're disrespecting them, or when you use the slur, you're disrespecting the group. And then like respect-based morality on Jonathan Haidt's model of like human psychology, like respect is the conservative foundation, whereas like the liberal foundations are like harm and fairness, not about like the correct applications of respect. So I think I'm just like noticing that like, hey, this is the thing you're doing is like conservative. You're doing a conservative move here.
I guess like so. I mean, what do you think about a question like this? Like where it's just like okay, if it could be just like empirically borne out that like draconian authoritarianism like would just produce like the best outcomes, in terms of some metrics. Like I don't know, like you have to kind of say what the metrics are, but like we're gonna suppose like it's some set of like quantifiable like metrics. So you're saying like on these metrics, the outcomes would be best served by like implementing some authoritarian government. I would still say like, well, we actually have really strong reason not to do that, even though the outcomes would be better.
Yeah, I probably just bite the bullet there. I agree with you, but like I think that like eventually we're gonna have like some insane panopticon surveillance system because like when we get good enough technology, like the ease on which it's gonna be able to like some rando with this AI to like build some like insane weapon, it's gonna get easier and easier. Like it's gonna be more and more trivial to like cause huge amounts of mayhem for individuals. And in that case, like the only solution is like some sort of panopticon, which like sucks, but like I just like bite the bullet. Like that might be enough.
Sam, would you consider yourself woke?
I mean, in Iran, I'm being woke as fuck, but in Boston, I'm very anti-woke.
I don't know about that. Boston's pretty old school.
How so?
In Somerville, so I'll do my best. In Somerville, I'm very anti-woke.
How so?
Well, I'm anti-woke in the sense that like I think that like lots of things in like when people advocate for racial or like gender justice is like in fact unkind and unintelligent, and that they shouldn't do those things.
Like you're the identity politics you were talking about?
It's like identity, but I mean it's like we go issue by issue, but like I mean I think the main problem with lots of fourth wave feminism is that they just like fundamentally don't care about the well-being of men. Like the movement is about the well-being of women, which like makes sense as like a thing to do. But like, you're asking me like, should you, if we were making a moral system from scratch, does it make sense to like systematically not think about like how everyone is doing? Like, no, that doesn't make sense. And that like when we build systems, we should
you say that maybe you're not so much like anti-woke, but like ultra woke?
I mean, I think
You're more woke than they are.
no, I think
Since your argument is that they're more like conservatives.
no, I think there's a real framing in which, like, on Jonathan Haidt's model, the liberals care about fairness and harm, and conservatives care about fairness, harm, respect, purity, and loyalty. And I think there is a real sense in which, like, I just do in fact have like more of the liberal foundations that the woke do, and so in that sense, like, I am more liberal than them. But like, I don't want to define wokeness as just liberalism. I think like wokeness is like a specific ideology. So like, I would like not want to say that I'm actually more woke than them.
The identity politics thing is pretty interesting. Because I think it's just what you are going to fall back on no matter how you do it is this groups will have their own interests and it will be just grappling with how you deal with that. Can you really like through education can you really convince people that their very real problems aren't in fact real?
I mean, I think we want to minimize these like again these like okay like in America like is it good for like white men to like we have interests and we should have activists for white male interests and then we should then we also have like the black male interests we should have like I don't know I just kind of want like people I want like in our policy and our norms to be like how can we help Americans what norms can we have that will make Americans happier and that would be like preferable and as soon as people start defecting against that and saying no 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 I'm gonna only care about like a subset of the population's well-being well then everyone's going to defect because no one's a sucker and so then it's just gonna lead to like tribal squabbling as opposed to like this like more high-minded like pan-American like interest like caring about Americans generally.
Like there's a lot I like to know how you make that possible with considering finite resources, history, um, conflicts between like different groups, how that's really possible.
Well, I mean, there is like a strain of like right-wing thought that says like, hey, in homogenous societies, people tend to vote based on like economic well-being and like blah 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 blah. But when you have like these like multi-ethnic societies, it becomes just like a racial spoil system, and that each group is just trying to like steal money from the other groups. And like I hope that's false. I hope it's like I hope that like multi-ethnic societies don't like just inevitably turn into like a war of spoils. But like I don't know. So what's your question? Sorry.
I'm just trying to like think like how you make that possible. Like if I could like in a utopia, there's no resource problem, there's no geographic problem, in perfect kind of conditions. I could see like groups get along completely, and then you can't like never care about identity politics. But considering that all those things are true and all those things are real, I don't see how you get away from that.
When you say like these things are real, you're saying that like in fact black people have different interests than white people, and Asian people have different interests from white and black people. It's just a real fact of reality, and so we're gonna have to contend with it. That's the view.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, maybe there's like a little bit of truth in it, insofar as like they have like slightly different values on average, but like generally people want more wealth in society. People want more better schools, better health. Like if we actually built a utopia, I don't think there'd be that much disagreement amongst the blacks and the Asians and the whites about what that would look like. Like I think our values are similar enough that like if I built a utopia, people would be like, oh that's cool, good job. Not like you built a white utopia, not the Asian utopia. Fuck you.
They definitely do want the best. They want it to improve. I think what we see is they want it to improve for their own group. We see that for every group. Like in the United States in the past 40, almost 50 years, the United States is more segregated now than back then. Like as we've allowed after desegregation 40 years since, or like since not even just desegregation, but since the
idea of like everybody. That's post an article and it goes over it.
Well, could you like quantify that anymore? It's like saying that groups are more separate, racial groups are more separate than they were during segregation. What exactly does that mean, separate? What sense? Because under segregation, it was enforced that okay, the whites go here,
Yeah,
the
yeah,
blacks
that's
go
my
there.
point. That's my point. Yeah, there it is forced, and now it's not forced, and people are still doing it.
Doing what?
Segregated
In what way?
by race, like choosing where they live, like choose where they want to live, and by choosing where they want to live,
But that's a lot of that's like vague. Can you get more into that and be more specific?
like you've heard of white flight before, right?
White flight,
Yeah, but that is occurring more. You have people when making considerations about where they want to live, they're making racial considerations, like where am I going to go? Like if I'm a black person, am I going to go to Maine? That's not really that's not my crowd, you know.
Yeah, so you're saying that people, but the interesting part is not necessarily that there's like racial concentrations in different population zones. The interesting part is that you're saying that amounts to racial groups being more segregated than they were under actual segregation. Right? I'm just asking how that's quantified.
No, I'm saying that over the time that we've given people the freedoms, they're choosing to become more and more segregated.
Yeah, I'm asking you to quantify that instead of just leaving it as a vague slogan.
I'm confused then. What do you mean?
Yeah, so how are you actually measuring that they're more segregated than they were under actual segregation?
They're just populations. Like cities are more, like less mixed, less like if they were before 60% white, 30% black or whatever, now they are 80% black, and white people have all moved out.
And that's just the case across the board in the United States.
Across the board, yeah, in the United States, it's everywhere.
Okay, and where are you getting that from?
Here, I'll go show you.
I mean, heritage. Have you seen the studies where even slight differences in segregation leads to like huge, wide-scale like segregation that happens? Like if I have like only the most mild of preferences to like hang out with a white person over a black person, if you aggregate that to everyone, it just leads to like total segregation across the society. Like, I don't know if you like mathematical models of this, so I think that creating is going on.
Well, the reason why I'm just bringing it up is because this isn't like forced. It's not like something they're even taught. This is just their natural inclination. They just naturally want to be with their own people.
Well, even if your statistics are true, that wouldn't necessarily be the right inference.
Do you think it is taught?
Well, no, what I'm saying is that even if your claim about it being more segregated than it was under enforced segregation is true, that wouldn't
I didn't say that.
the inference.
I said it is getting worse and worse, not in segregation.
Wait, you
1980.
said you did say things are like racial groups are more segregated. Everybody agrees with you.
Yes, not comparative to segregation, but we were less segregated in 1980 than we are now. That's my point.
Well, no, you did say it in comparison to segregation, so they're just maintaining. Like,
Well, I'm clarifying. If I had said that before, then I was mistaken. I'm correcting myself.
oh, okay.
I'm not allowed to correct myself.
I'd say you're not allowed to correct yourself.
After what happened to Steel Man?
I don't like it offensive now. So I think or short on you for it, right? It's just that we did make a claim about segregation beforehand, so that's how we meant to say this fun.
I used the term. Maybe you're confused.
I don't think I'm confused. I think you actually did make the comparative claim of segregation. Heritage.
So what's your point?
Will show that. Heritage. But like putting that aside, so even if that claim were true, that since like when you say 1980.
Yep.
Since 1980, right?
So it was schools since 1960s. But
Oh,
here's
yeah,
that
well,
time
we still have
over segregation. And this is, yeah, I'm going over both. So here's the segregation in general, and this is for schools. was chosen.
And like the point is that like in turn the reason that there's still de facto segregation in schools is because it's actually like systematically enforced.
We have like laws in the books that go like, this one's gonna be
No,
white,
no,
this
it's
one's gonna
de
be black.
facto. You don't understand what de facto discrimination is?
Is it anything unrelated to what I said about the population being born there? Like,
Well, my point is
that
that it's not just people voluntarily.
That's de facto.
It's all systematic discrimination.
How so?
Well, so do you understand what de facto discrimination is?
No. Go ahead.
Okay, so do it as if like we'll take the analogy or the example of South Africa, right? South Africa, right, as you know, used to have apartheid, right? So, it like there were laws in the books that systematically discriminated against black people, right? Systematically favored whites, right? Now that apartheid has ended, white people still have the majority of political power and wealth. So black people are still, basically even the shaft, even though apartheid has ended and there are no more laws in the books that allow you to legally discriminate. So that's the point, right? So the like, the certain resources are going to be, as it is, like the United States, right? The black population, right, is going to get certain resources, right, for certain types of schooling, and the white population is going to get other types of resources and other types of schooling, right? And so as a result, you're going to have de facto segregation as a result of just de facto discrimination. So it's not just people voluntarily choosing to do it.
So you're saying there are laws on the books that are affecting discrimination in American
No,
schools?
I said the opposite.
Then how does it affect it? Like it previously existed, and so that's what's making it worse today.
No. Did you listen to anything I said?
Yes, I heard about the South Africa. Like, I'm just asking then, how does it relate to American schools?
I just told you. Did you hear the end of it?
Can you repeat?
Okay. So hopefully this will be the last time I have to do that. Right? So as in the South African case, right, you have like certain populations being able to monopolize like the resources and power, even though there aren't laws in the books that say, okay, this group is going to be empowered, right? So similarly, in the United States schools, right, de facto segregation is the result of the fact that the white population, right, has certain resources and power that are allocated to it in terms of like, providing resources for schooling, right? The black population doesn't.
This is not true in the United States.
Well, no, it is true.
It's not. Better black schools are more highly funded than white schools.
It's not about funding, right? It's
That's
about
resources. What other resources are?
That's one dimension of resources.
That's the biggest. That's the biggest.
No, it's not. It's not. You're just arbitrarily carving.
No, do I need to explain funding to you? Like, what do you get with
No, you
funding?
don't need to explain funding to me. What you need to do is you need to understand that it also matters how the money is spent and on what the money is spent.
I totally agree.
Yeah, and so if you agree with that, like the fact that black schools get more funding is actually just the case in favor of what I'm saying being wrong.
I don't think so. Like, what is funding is just like disappearing out of the schools.
Yeah, I didn't say anything like that, so I don't know why you're now talking about that.
Like, how is the fund? Like, I think we then have to prove, and maybe this is a bit more difficult, but like how the funding is being misappropriated. But it's.
Well, no. The point is
I don't think so.
that the schools. The point is that in terms of like providing a quality education that's going to lead to like actual upward mobility and life success, white people get that better than black people do, right?
I think you're looking at like disparities, and you're just coming to that
Right.
conclusion.
So no, we do know that what I said is the case. Right?
We can look at different income brackets, and
You
we see
could just
same disparity.
I'm not making the inference from the fact that there are income differentials, right? I'm telling you, if this is actually what happens, and we know that's what happens, you can just Google like de facto segregations, right?
I just don't think that's the case. I don't see how it relates
Okay, well,
to
you can
like
lie to
segregation.
reality.
I guess this maybe even say like this is not even the right conversation, because I don't see how this even relates. Like you can talk about discrimination and like
outcomes and how they perform in the schools. And how does that relate to segregation? Like the school that performs less and white students just don't go there? Is that your point with like
Yes,
in terms of segregation?
exactly. The point is that white people have access to better education opportunities, and so they're going to be going to different schools.
I think I don't think that's actually true.
Well, it is true.
No.
Heritage. Okay, that's that gives you one thing. Heritage.
I think you're just coming to that conclusion because you need it to be true.
Okay, so now you're psychologizing me as a way to get out of what I'm saying.
I think that's the case.
Heritage. Well, yes, I understand. So the approach now is to say, I am motivated in my conclusions, right? And so therefore, you take what I'm saying seriously. That's the approach.
I think you've definitely made something like that. I'm just giving you the same energy back.
Okay,
I genuinely think like this. You're coming to a conclusion off of your own biases.
Okay, and how did you establish that?
Because I've explained to you, we have many examples of like socioeconomics or like wealth statuses where students actually, it's not congruent. If they're being like, if the funding is being put in appropriately, even if they go to like white schools or whatever the case may be. We can see this. I guess then we would have to determine like go to a white school with black students in it and see if they perform at the same level as white students.
But why would that be relevant? Why isn't to evaluate?
Because that's what you're talking about. Is you're saying that the
No,
school is
it's
the
not.
problem.
No, it's not relevant. What I'm saying to you, right, is that here's an explanation for performance of black people versus white people. Like, the point that I make to you, right, is that there are a disproportionate amount of resources, right, in terms of quality that are spent on, the schooling that white people get versus the schooling that black people get, and that explains the effect of segregation. Not the fact that
I don't think so. Like, you're just assuming that funding is
it's
being
not an
appropriate.
assumption. That's just like
You are. No, I've pointed out that they get more resources, and you say that you assume that it is being misappropriated. You say that it must be being used wrong.
First of all,
That's your assumption. Well, I guess it's an assumption until you prove it.
it's not. So, first of all, I didn't say it's being misappropriated, right? I said in terms of spending on quality education, the white schools are doing better, right?
That is synonymous with that. Like you're saying that the funding for white schools is being used appropriately. What else would you call it in black schools? If they get the funding and you can see that they are getting the funding, and the funding is not being used correctly.
Look, when you say misappropriation, right, it tends to apply something criminal as well, right? That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that the resources, right, in terms of, the resources that are going to schools that are predominantly white versus schools that are predominantly black, right, are providing better education, right? Even if the black schools get more funded, right, over here, right? So, and that is just a fact. It's not an assumption that I'm making. Go look it up, right? So, now, what's your reply to that? Because the point that I'm making, right, is that explains why there's de facto segregation and not the fact that black people just want to live in poverty.
I guess it just is determined based on you proving that the funding is not being used correctly.
Well, no, it's just a fact that there's better.
That's kind of my point of this whole thing, saying that it's biased. You think it must be
How
a
is it
fact.
biased?
You think it must be a fact. You think it must be reality. Because you're trying to justify
It is
You're trying to
reality.
justify the disparity in any way you can besides reality.
Well, no, what I'm saying is not an explanation for a disparity in accomplishments. I just use that as an example. What I'm saying to you, right, is that the segregation isn't voluntary. Right? We know that.
Well, my whole thing is why is it getting worse? We remove the laws of segregation. I'm sure you've heard this kind of topic before. We remove all these things. Why is it getting worse?
Let Crash jump in here, please. Why?
I want
as central to their identity.
Well, it's true that like I mean some people have that sort of identity thing going on, but like I mean if you look at like I don't know I would say like elite spaces. If you go to like the high end Silicon Valley, it's a bunch like it tends to be a bunch of whites, East Asians, and Indians, Jews, and there's no self segregation there. It's not like the whites hang out with the whites, East Asians, like they all intermix. So it's like it doesn't seem like small, but like humans have this thing where they like innately want to self segregate.
No, that's not true. They do.
Well, then what's going on with Silicon Valley? Why are all the parties incredibly intermixed? And then as time goes on, it doesn't get like more segregated. Like, what's going on there in your law?
Definitely there's a slight difference with class, but even among class, there's segregation where they choose to live.
I'm just saying it's not. I think that like there are things that you're. It is true that there's slight preferences will have to segregate, but then it leads to it seeming bigger than it is. And there are some spaces in which there's just no segregation, and this is like a sort of a stable equilibrium.
No, I don't think so. I think Silicon Valley is kind of like comparing. You walk through New York and it looks very diverse. There's very much like well-known like places for Indians, places like neighborhoods, suburbs even for Indians, and or like the inner city, certain sections being for, and like that's where they're comfortable to be. That's where they like to be.
What's the general point? Just that humans prefer to segregate, so we should allow them to do things they want to do naturally.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
I mean,
Absolutely.
I believe in freedom of association. I think freedom of association is good. I just don't think that it's like that strong. That people like, given the choice, I don't think people would have that strong a preference to segregate. And like, when you go to Burning Man, a lot of racial diversity there, and no one's like, oh, this would be better if it was a white Burning Man. Like, that's just like not like a thought that occurs to anyone.
Might be illegal to make that white Burning Man.
Yeah, but they could do it once to.
Be interesting to see
It's not illegal
how
to
popular
make
that
white
is.
Burning Man.
But I think these are just kind of like events. These aren't like where people live. And I think certain events might be more segregated than others.
What about an all-white cross Burning Man?
Cross Burning Man.
Heritage. I mean, if you're just saying that, like, you know, people should be allowed to freedom of association, that's fine. That's just what you're arguing. Like, I'm happy to concede that, like, freedom of association.
I'm trying to. Well, yeah. The whole point of what I was mentioning is like it's that's why woke people. Your complaint against them was they fall back on identity politics. Is there's really no other way to solve those issues. Like it's just like telling people like, hey, your issues aren't real, so just ignore it. So I don't think that's a practical solution.
Can you disambiguate what you just said?
Like when you're talking about like identity politics of woke people being like ethno-nationalism or something like that, or adjacent to it, which I don't think it is like ethno-nationalism. But if you're saying that it's a problem for them to care about identity politics, like a black person wanting what's best for other black people or whatever, and like having it being drawn in racial lines, I just think you're missing the point. Like I think eventually you'll have to
Missing the point of what?
care about that.
What they're saying or what?
What they've seen. They realize the reality at some level. They base it on a victim kind of thing, like these are people that need more help than others, but they still realize a real thing.
Yeah, Heritage, we understand that. Wait, are you saying that
I don't.
that racial groups perform better when they're segregated amongst themselves because people prefer to tribalize? Are you saying that people perform better?
Yes.
Okay. The point of desegregation is in fact one of the most radical. What's the word? You know how like one of the accusations by the right, like the political right against the left is the idea that that they instilling into Americans that are immigrating here the forms of values, right? Hold on. I'm politically conservative, but desegregation isn't, if you genuinely think what desegregation is about, it is actually the most potent forms of instilling a shared sense of culture. Right? Like, in other words, when people say communists are just, or like, the left is destroying, like, I don't agree with what the left is, right? What the left is, right? But desegregation is about actually pushing forth a shared sense of culture, tradition, norms, and habits.
David,
So,
the topic of the room is abortion is murder, actually. So please stop going off topic. Thank you.
Sasha, we haven't been talking about that for like hours.
Oh, is this a new person that came in?
Yeah, I don't know what he's talking about.
Well,
But yeah, what do you think about that? Like,
I just don't think it's true. I think we have there's many different kind of reasons for desegregation.
Jared White, what do you think is places where white
Hold on. Wait. My point is, right, we should care that our culture, the people who live in our culture, even though we speak different tongues, we should actually care that we actually do share a common set of cultures and values. Isn't that true?
Judeo-Christian values.
And that's most commonly shared with your own people. That's just what most people, they intrinsically know.
I like that we're getting, like nationalism versus cultural racism.
Well,
heritage.
I think
There's some places where people are allowed to desegregate. So like Jared Taylor thinks there should be a white ethno state where whites can live amongst themselves, and that there should be places where if people want to mix it up, they can. Do you agree with that general principle? That like,
yeah, absolutely.
There should be some places that prefer white identity and some places where there should be fully.
You guys are talking to a white nationalist. I'm not sure why you figured that out.
I went through your Twitter heritage and like
check it out.
Yeah, you had the meme of like Judeo-Christian, where like the nail is Judeo.
Yeah.
What's the general? Do you generally think that like Jews are oppressing the white race?
Well, yeah, you don't know what that means. Like the meme.
Guys,
Is Jesus there, the white people?
Can we talk about ideas, please, instead of people? Like,
Are we talking about ideas?
Yes. Like, I don't understand how you are.
Dude, every David contribution to any conversation is always the last.
I don't understand how you are for segregation when segregation itself, like if you push for Judeo-Christian values, which I do too.
I don't. That was the point he was making. I oppose Judeo, part of the Christian value.
The political left actually wants people to have random, what's the word, or like they want people to, they don't really necessarily, it looks like they don't necessarily care about everyone having the same page, right?
Look, David's point to you is that instead of being like, sort of like nationalist, racist, what you should instead do is you should be like, this like cultural conservative that like excludes people on the basis of culture rather than excludes people on the basis.
Yes, I understand. And I would say I just like skip the petty nitpicks. I have nitpicks. I'm gonna skip them and just say I just don't think it accurately reflects Christianity to be like. I think you have to like we can be equal. We can both be Christians in different places. Being Christian doesn't mean that you are to be in the same land.
Christianity is very universalist. Christianity is very universalist. Like it's
meant for tribes, meant for different groups.
Yeah, generally,
historically that wasn't the case.
Generally, Christians
was a misunderstanding?
That I don't know any of the history.
Heritage.
Well, I just gave you a reason for thinking. I just gave you a reason for thinking that you don't know the history.
Yeah, correct. The first real missionary is like spreading it to the world. I mean, what was the Bible written in?
Heritage. What's that have to do with my life? Heritage.
It was
Sam,
written
did you stop having main character syndrome? Just 5 seconds. Anyway, so heritage. How are you addressing my point?
Well, we were talking about, like, you're talking about the groups that spread Christianity. First and foremost, that wasn't the Jews. The Jews didn't do that. The first people who wrote the Bible, who spread Christianity, were Greeks.
Yes, and that's not. Well, first of all, there are Jewish people in like Greece. But second of all, like that doesn't address my point. My point is not that the Jews spread Christianity. My point is that Christianity was the less exclusivist attitude when you compare like the Judaism that created the Old Testament to like the Christianity that became the great missionary religion, right?
Yeah,
That was
Christianity
like the
is-
latter. Well, just hold me for a second. So the latter is less exclusivist, and the former is more exclusivist. Yet you think that like Jews are like barring you from having this like exclusivist like
Saying they're opposed.
thick order, right?
Yeah, like Jews are defined by their rejection of Jesus.
I'm not sure what that is doing in your argument.
Well, the Jews that believed in Jesus stopped being Jews, and they became Christians. They were changing their names.
That's not my point. No,
Like the Jews that did not believe in Jesus and rejected him and had him killed continue to be Jews.
You're going on unrelated stuff, right? The only point that I'm making, right, is that the Judaism of the Old Testament is actually more exclusivist, right? And Christianity was actually less exclusivist historically, right? So now the fact that you, as somebody who wants this like ethnically exclusivist order, right, demonize Judaism and the Jews and affirm Christianity is ironic in light of that, right?
It's just like, what is the difference to you? I don't see it as much different at all.
See what is much different.
Like between the New and Old Testament in terms of like what?
Do you plan on addressing
The Old
Like
Testament.
the only real difference is of like the covenants.
Right, and so the New Testament says that it applies to Gentiles. It's like way more inclusive.
That's what I'm saying. Is they can be Christian just in
No, that's my point to you.
That's my first point.
But you're replying to like when we don't disagree. My point is to
No, my point
they
is
can be
just
Christian
that
in different nations.
My point is just that your hostility to the Jews, given your values, is actually misplaced, right? Judaism
What hostility?
is actually misplaced. Well, you were saying that you want to take the Judeo out of the Christian value.
It just has nothing to do with it. They're opposites.
What's opposite?
Judeo.
You literally just said
Judaism.
that you didn't see a big difference between the Old and New Testament, and now you're saying that they're completely opposite.
They are, well, maybe better word is opposed, but yeah, they are not related.
At all. You don't see any continuation
No, not
in the
positively.
Old Testament.
They're not positively related, no.
In
It's
regards
would be for them to be positively related.
Did they like was Jesus born and like all the Jews cheered and made him
What
king?
does that have to do with moral values? You're talking about cultural moral values, were you not?
Or did all the Jews try to kill him as a baby? Which one
What
happened?
does that have to do with cultural moral values?
Because we're talking about how Christianity came to be and who it was for. That it stopped being for the Israelites and it became for all people on the earth.
Right, that was my point. Right? My point is that if you have this problem with like ethnic mixing, right? And that's one of the reasons why you want to keep the Jews out of the Christianity, right? The ironic thing, right, is that in comparison, the culture that created the Old Testament was more ethnically was more exclusivist, right, than Christianity.
This is not the case.
You literally
Yeah,
just said
like
that.
the-
You literally
It's-
just
And you
That's not the
also
case.
disagree with it, yeah.
you agree with
It's
it.
like I was saying, you can be Christian in different lands. That's what the Catholic Church understood for well over 1,000 years. Because like we're talking about who can become Christians, but we're trying to conflate that with opening your borders and allowing diversity in your communities.
Well, same people as us. Join our religious community. Right? That's the point. So that's what we do.
This doesn't mean like become part of our nation.
Wait,
There are differences.
so we're talking about the ancient world. There weren't any nations.
There were nations.
So there were not. The nation is a modern concept. As any
Nation is just a group of people.
No, that's not what a nation is.
It's a group of people in a certain place. Yeah.
No, that's not what a
It
nation
means
is.
the etymology of nation
The
is
etymology
born. It's just a place where people are born.
The etymology doesn't matter. Right? Nationalism.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah. Well, no, it actually doesn't. Right?
Because you don't think the origin of words matters?
No, I don't.
How things came to be?
I don't actually. Because we're talking about
Okay.
no. The origin, there's like 5 problems with what you're saying, right? So the first problem is that
Maybe the term, maybe you're confusing like the term that nation didn't exist, but the idea of nation, like a group of people being born in a certain place, definitely existed.
Exercise your intelligence as a white man and sort of just calm down and like be stoic for a little bit.
I think I have been doing that.
Well, no, right now you're spastically interrupting me, so maybe just.
I'm correcting you.
No, it's not that you're correcting me. It's that you said something, I'm trying to respond, and now you're spastically interrupting me. So just like maybe wait for one. So this is the point, right? Yeah, thank you. So the point here.
Get it out.
Well, all right, now I'm just gonna start like doing trolling. Is that your strategy now?
Just get it out.
Okay, I will do that if you stop interrupting. Right? So just sit really for 5 seconds. So anyway, the first problem with what you said is that words, right? The meaning of words are not the target phenomena. Like when we ask, okay, we have some target phenomena, the nation, right? Okay, we want to investigate like the origin of that, how it existed across time and space. Okay, that means that we have to look at a social phenomenon, right? Just looking at how the word nation came into existence and like the different meanings that took on over time isn't going to tell us necessarily about that social phenomenon. Right? So that's why the etymology is relevant. The other thing is that if you ask basically any social scientist, they'll tell you that nationalism, right? People conceiving themselves as separate, distinct nations, is like a modern phenomenon. It doesn't have anything to do with what's happening in nations, right? Or even in feudal Europe, right? So, once again, we're sort of getting into the territory of, this white nationalism stuff doesn't actually gel with anything with regard to social science. Put that aside, right? Now the point that I'm making, right, is going back to the original point, which is this like message of like going out and preaching salvation that actually does mean opening up your religious community to other people and us opening up your culture to other people. So you're not going to be able to harmonize Christianity with your socialist message.
Except that's just how it was for over 1,000 years.
And you have something to say to actually address what I said, or are you just going to do vague slogans?
That's the slogan. I don't know what a slogan is either.
Oh, no. What you just said is just like, that's how it was for thousands of years. That's how.
No. All right. Well, the countries that have been Christian and believed other people should become Christian did not just open up their border. That is actually a very recent phenomenon.
You're trying to address the point of thinking about Christianity.
Where do Christians live in? Like, they live out in space. We live in like some kind of place where we're completely detached from where we're from.
Do you have like an ability to like follow the conversation and not just start spastically talking?
I don't see where your disconnection is.
Well, the disconnection is that I gave you 3 points, right? One is about why the etymology is relevant to the majority of nationhood, right? Then was the second point was the majority of nationhood, and then the third point was about how Christianity is sort of preaching the message of salvation to everyone, right? Is not consistent with your exclusivism, right? Instead of addressing any of that, you start just like freewheeling and talking about it was like that for thousands of years. We live in space. Like,
I'm talking about Christians, like spreading Christianity.
what about Christians?
I don't want to. I like to be like more focused on progression in a conversation. I don't want to like keep digging on your like vocabulary. But if you want to like, if you really want to like answer for it, it's like if you really think that people didn't have terms or an understanding of a group of people from a certain place, like born there, then I don't know what to tell you. That's just retarded.
Okay, so could you tell me what point that's addressing that I said?
About national, like place, I think it's Natio or whatever it is, where that's where the origin of the word comes from. They had a term to describe it before, like in Latin. So that existed before nation. And so the understanding of what that meant and like, oh, these are a shared people, like how would they determine, even in the Old Testament, who was the Jews and who was the Egyptians, if they didn't understand these kind of things?
Based on the covenant with God.
No, they could tell by they could tell by appearance. They could tell by appearance who was Jewish or who was Egyptian.
Okay, yeah. So what like I mean, tell by appearance in the ancient world is like things like culture and dress and but the thing is that the Jewish people didn't define themselves as a nation in like modern or like for the modern concept of like, oh, there's the Jewish nation and they could have a nation state.
Well, actually, I don't know what you think Israel is then.
Well, no. Yeah, but like the modern nation state Israel is not the same as Israel.
I don't know if you know what the point of that part of the Bible was, trying to escape Egypt to go where exactly?
Yeah, so they have this connection to the land, right? But the connection to the land is part of the covenant with God, right? It's not secular nationalism. So,
No other group had their own place.
now you're just sort of freeling it and saying random things again. But so is your brain melting or something?
Like what were Egyptians then? Like that wasn't a group of people sharing
Yeah,
place.
what I'm telling you is that people living in a place is not what a nation is.
Look it up. It's literally.
No, you can go read any of the social scientific literature.
It's a group of people based on descent.
Based on descent? How does that ever refer to ethnicities?
What do you think an ethnicity is? How do you think you propagate an ethnicity?
Do you think ethnicity and nation are synonymous?
Similar.
Are they synonymous?
You can only have a nation with shared, at least similar ethnicities.
Can you have multiple ethnicities in the same nation?
And then it becomes racial. And so, yes, you can have a racial nation. So, I did. I said yes, so it would be a racial nation. It's like saying that you don't think that ethnicity is like similar to race. Like you don't understand what race is. Race is just a group of ethnicities.
Race is a group of it. Okay, well that's gonna be problematic. But
How do you forget what it is?
Putting that confusion aside, right? The point that I was trying to make is that you justify, right, nations not as
You did. I said it's similar.
No, you
It is
literally
definitely related.
earlier in the conversation. You defined them as synonymous, right? When I ask you directly if you're synonymous, you say no, you're being consistent.
I said they're definitely similar. There's a similarity between them.
Can you give your definition again? Can you give your definition again?
Of which one?
Nation.
Nation is just a group of people with a shared heritage, descent,
Yeah,
in a certain place. You can, and the difference would be like ethnicity is they're a group of people shared by the same descent and heritage, but maybe they're not in the same place. It's just their shared descent, and they could be from anywhere.
All right. So does it disturb you that no social scientists?
No,
Well,
that's not true. It's just like that's how we define terms. So you think like the dictionary is wrong?
There's ways that people use the term nation in the way you're using it, but they'll still call a group a nation even if they're like diaspora or spread.
Right, exactly.
Maybe. I don't think it's I don't think it would directly apply. It's not quite the same thing.
Look at your outskirts of like, you're gonna be a white nationalist. You should. One, no one needs.
I've been giving you an education this whole time. I've been teaching you.
I'm sorry for believe that, but like, so one, you should know what a nation is, right? Then two, when you figure out what a nation is, like.
But I mean, tell the class what is a nation then? What am I getting wrong here?
Well, yeah, the way I see what a nation is, the social scientific
Homogeneous in what way?
Homogeneous in the sense that there's the concept of like, okay, this is the in-group, this is the people who are authentically defined as a nation, and that's the out-group, these are the people who are not part of the nation.
Is a multiracial society homogeneous?
So it's homogeneous in a certain way, right? So let's take the United States, right? The United States, right, defines certain people as citizens of the United States, right? Now, bunch of different racial groups.
Concept.
I'm not.
Did you just say that's a racial concept?
That's a reason.
Oh, reason.
Can you just try? I'm trying to answer your question, and you're like.
Okay. I'll go back to the dress down.
Let's again. Well, that'd be great. Just exercise your white self-control first. So, okay. So, now in the United States, right, you have different racial groups, right, who have members that are citizens of the United States, right? So there's extra racial criteria that allows different members of different racial groups all to be citizens of the United States, right? Now, that's going to be contrasted with those who are not citizens of the United States, even if they're part of the same racial groups that have members that are citizens of the United States, right? This sounds like a very basic thing. But just explain to you that even just social science, basic social science itself is just like basic.
Well, it sounded like the way you're using homogeneous.
So homogeneous,
to say the
meaning,
same.
like they just think similarly. What else?
It sounded like it just meant like you're representing yourself as a unified whole to the world.
So you're representing
the same
yourself as a
thing.
unified. You're representing yourself as a unified whole. But that's.
Homogeneous means similar kind or nature. Like that is related to ethnicity.
Alright, so let's drop the word homogeneous because you're having let's drop the word homogeneous because you're having.
Well, no, look, I mean, we should drop the word, but just,
Are we not going to
we
be
should,
using
hold on,
terms
hold
with
on,
proper
man.
definitions?
Hold on. Look, we shouldn't focus on the word homogeneous because it's a word, but like you can have homogeneity across many different metrics, right, that aren't racial, right? Like you could say, everybody has brown eyes, so like that eye color, on the basis of eye color, they're homogeneous because they all have brown eyes.
Yes.
Okay.
I think that's a great
You
example.
can do it with, but you can do it with anything though.
But here's
You can do that with anything.
here's the problem. I think absolutely is a great example being eyes, and it would be if you're in a room of 100 people with brown eyes, it's a homogeneously brown-eyed room. Similar nature.
Right, but they could be totally
It's not to say that they're all of a similar, like even if they're from, like it's not to say that they're of a similar nationality. Like
I know.
Values.
That's the point. You can do this.
Similar.
You can do it.
It's not exactly.
Oh my god. The point is just that the term homogeneous can be applied to like things like, I don't know, a gas homogenously distributed throughout a box. It's just saying like
It's the same.
It doesn't. Look, I know, but the point is that you can do it for any metric though. That's the point. You can say like,
You would not say for
you can say like the number of fingers.
Different kinds of gas in the same room. You would say it's
Look, the number of dude, listen, look, the number of like fingers that people have is like roughly speaking homogeneous. Like most people have 10 fingers. It's like, actually pretty rare for people to have more less than 10, right? So okay, so that's like a metric on which like many population groups are homogeneous, even if they're like not ethnically homogeneous.
I think there's a much bigger difference there. I don't think it's just like we're sharing a lot of values and culture with like how we think.
This is just the point about you focusing on the word homogeneous, right? Like homogeneous just means that there's some properties that sort of like evenly distributed and such that it's like, or that it's like predominant or whatever.
Criticizing how it's applied. It doesn't automatically mean that they share the same values.
Yeah, but Piper's just talking about people. You have like a collection of people, right? And they all have sort of like social agreement to represent themselves to the rest of the world, like under the same banner, so to speak, right? Doesn't matter what it's based on. Doesn't matter what it's based on.
And when you overtalk the other people, none of us can hear either of you, and you've been doing it the entire time.
I've been interrupted multiple times.
I'm frustrated because I would like to hear what the other people
whiteness doesn't connote or denote ethnicity specifically. It doesn't pick that up. The term homogeneous can be applied to various different properties, some of which like don't even have anything to do with human beings at all. It's just like so. Anyway, that's the only reason I'm doing this is because you like jump down Piper's throat over the word. Okay. Because you want to drop that whole point of
he's struggling not to say like they're shared people, like they're like a similar kind of people, racially and ethnicity wise. And
they don't need to be. The whole point of it's not required.
Hey, whoa, don't interrupt. I would go back and say like just
I mean, I don't have a problem with
American immigration policy. Well, relax, dude. The American immigration policy being like for everybody is just not true. That started in 1952.
I know it didn't, but that's not simpler.
It's just true.
I mean, it's not even true.
For 200
okay.
years.
So you don't think
white citizens.
Okay. It's not. That's actually like not true.
It's true. It's the Naturalization Act of 1790, which ended in 1952. Look it up.
Heritage. You can move to Vermont and live with mostly white people. You can move to Poland and live with mostly white people. Like it seems like you can have your preferences fulfilled. You don't have to change much politically to just live around white people if that's your preference.
I don't agree. I think being in just like white person in a white group means that you are tied to their success and failures. And if we're like talking about a nation and who's going to be part of that nation, it's similar because it's you're saying that they're a shared people. And so my success and failure is then extended to encompass everybody that's here. And if we understand like where we came from, like where all of this started in like the 1960s, like 1965 immigration policy, which was like 90% white people deciding to open their borders and invite guests, and we view it that way, that these people are guests. We look at it.
So here's just like one
described.
So here's just like one example of an error in like the history that you're talking about. So the Naturalization Act of 1906 provided the conditions under which immigrants to the U.S. could become naturalized citizens, and under this act, only white persons and persons of African descent or African descendant were eligible.
Former slaves. That happened in 1880, actually.
The one that I just read was under this 1906 act. I don't know if that's being carried over from previous acts, but you said it was only white people up until 1962.
Yes. The citizenship extended to former slaves, but immigration ended in 1952. You can see a case by the Supreme Court in 1923 of a Aryan Indian man saying that he should be considered a United States citizen because he's white, but the Supreme Court denied his citizenship status because he wasn't white.
Yeah, but this act that I just read to you is about immigration. It's the naturalization act.
It was extended to
immigrants could become naturalized citizens.
Not really. It's talking about like
that's what it's about.
Some Chinese immigrants, but like it's the people that were already here. It's not about like inviting other people to come here.
What was the debate with Piper?
Are you saying the naturalization act?
This is not about something like this.
They're just fighting about white nationalism. They're just fighting about him being a white nationalist.
Is there like, I don't know, I mean, they're kind of like some ethical slant or like what?
Well, so what actually happened, and if we can prevent Dave's contribution for like the next minute or so, I'll explain this, is what actually happened is Sam and a few other people were talking about wokeness or whatever, then this guy comes in and goes, well, you're imputing the woke, as Sam says, you're imputing them for engaging in identity politics, but actually we all engage in identity politics because we all want what's best for our group. And,
argument of like GDP rising doesn't mean the economy gets better.
He generally has issues with like social scientifically supporting his claims that he saw what just happened, or he doesn't even know what a nation is.
I corrected you about what a nation is, actually.
This conversation is never gonna work.
Well, no, yeah, what I'm saying is that
the debate is never
what
gonna
I'm,
we talking
well, yeah, no, I understand.
No, we just want to do one at a time.
Yeah, we one at a time debate, guys.
No one cares about it.
Yeah, no one cares. Anyway, so, but like the other thing is, everything all I was saying was I'm surprised he would support this social scientific claims massage. That's the general trend.
I know this almost seems impossible at this point, like, he performed worse against Sessions Democratic in the past summer.
Amazing.
I don't even remember this interaction.
You remember the guy, he was like, yeah, if you don't recall, please don't his voice. It's like he was arguing that, like he was giving this like arbitrary definition of like diversity and kind of like progress or social progress or economic development or something, advancement. And then like, he was just asking him questions about,
Oh wait, is this the electricity guy? The like one who said that if something like electricity was invented in like the least diverse time or something like that?
That's true.
Yeah, there was someone like that.
not just anyone.
Yeah, it was hereditary.
I think I was going to address the point about the economy. It's like I think you even make the same argument that GDP rise doesn't mean economy do good. Free, like lame duck.
I think we should talk about
Understanding.
Whoa.
Calm down.
Wait, why did you post this paper about fertility?
Because this is talking, it's not just talking about fertility, it's talking about housing costs. That immigration
No, it is actually talking
which
about
is
fertility.
primarily,
About fertility.
yes, I'm explaining how it relates to fertility, if you'd allow me. Can I?
Well, I mean, I think you're already sort of messing
I
up.
read the paper. Have you? Have you read it?
Well, I think the problem is you haven't actually read it.
I have read it. It talks about how housing prices are affecting fertility.
Well, what it does say, I went to the conclusion, and what the conclusion says is that basically this idea that like allowing in a bunch of immigrants will like allow you to rebuild the population demographically, like isn't necessarily true, and that like in favor immigration or disfavor immigration for many reasons, but favoring immigration for this reason probably shouldn't be done because it's erroneous. That's the conclusion. So how is this supporting like your overall point about we should be like mixing people ethnically?
If you combine that with the other study I posted, it's related in the article below, about how diversity is able to reduce rates of trust, social cohesion. It reduces activity in communities. It even reduces voter turnouts. As we see, the more diverse a community becomes. If we see these kind of things and we relate them to, like, is housing prices, is our economy doing better? Is it our living standards, are they better now than they were before? Like, when somebody owned a home for the first time, what age were they in 1950 versus today? Stuff like that. When we compare it on those metrics, we're looking at a much weaker economy for everyday people.
Weaker economy as opposed to what?
As opposed to
You realize that all contemporary economies are labor, right? Especially in the West.
I think it's not true.
Well, no, it is true.
It's not true, and maybe in some ways,
It is true.
where you think like of things we need. It's things that you think we need, but we don't. I know exactly what your argument is. I'm just addressing like it's not. Like we don't need low skilled labor.
Immigrants not having the opportunity to become naturalized citizens is like beneficial to the economy. What example can you point to demonstrate that?
It's like the fact if diversity is affecting how people have children, it affects their housing prices, it affects their social cohesion in the way like how I just described all those things before, then we can infer
that the opposite increases social cohesion, trust, makes housing prices better. Different time periods, even different countries. Like, if we're just for this conversation, 1950. For everyday people, yes.
You think it would have been better if we excluded all those like Italians and Irish people that were coming over?
Thank you.
The taxes on the wealthy in the 1950s were like 90% top marginal rate.
Yeah,
like that.
exactly.
Plus it was World War II, and you know, we basically rebuilt the world and built the middle class, and yeah, I don't know what the hell any of this has to do with.
Can I just say something? Can I just say something quickly?
Fuck.
There you go. Okay.
Well, no, I'm not ironically saying you want to do something. Go ahead.
Oh, me?
No.
Well, all I want to say is that, like, in the 1800s, like, these types of arguments were made about, like, Italian and Irish immigration, right? Specifically, like, in, like, the 1850s, no, they weren't. Specifically, in, like, the 1850s. One second.
No, but you just said
I just want to finish.
those arguments were correct. Like, this was yours, like, the golden period you're citing is when that immigration was happening.
It's not exactly. I'm gonna say some partly correct. No, but like, so like, just look up the history of the Know Nothing Party, right, in America. Right.
I think
it's literally an anti-Catholic immigration party, right? And Catholic immigration, especially Irish and Italian immigration, it led to a huge boom in the economies where these people were being.
Yeah, I think that's a good thing.
Where it benefits the people.
Tim to the stage backwards, Reverend David, welcome back. And I know Matt would like to defend the color of his skin at some point, so we'll like to move into that whenever we get a chance.
Just to be clear, just so they know their argument for heritage. What do you think constitutes this kind of ideal economic standard in the 50s?
I don't think it's actually bad to have a strong GDP. And well, your first question was like your first question was what constitutes a good economy for like for a country. And I would say like an economy that benefits the people, and its national security, even strong military, strong government is just fine. But that's not what we see today. We don't really see a government or military or national security that really represents the values of the people, or at least not in their best interests.
Therefore, white nationalism, I understand.
Yes.
Okay, but alright, I understand that, but like, is there a way of like quantifying that? Is the question I'm asking. Like, I get it. So you're saying, okay, if I jumped in a time machine, I went back to the 1950s, the government would serve me dead. Okay, right. And then because of that, you're like lamenting this bygone era. I'm asking, okay, what could you show to demonstrate that like this economy is kind of like, I hate to say it, but objectively worth by that standard?
Absolutely, it's easy to do. Do you think the American dream is still alive today?
I mean, I literally said quantify. I didn't say like.
Well, it's directly related to the time period.
Timothy, that's all.
Dream achievable. Is the American dream achievable today?
That's all he's gonna do. No matter how like the more you ask him to get specific, and I know this because I went over this. The more you ask him to get specific,
You just don't want to play along.
No, I'm not. I promise you. I'm not. This isn't like an attempt to like track.
Well, this answer.
I'm saying I want it less cohesive. Like, I'm just saying numbers wise.
Well, this is true. Okay, well, I can get to that, but do you think, I'm trying to meet you where you're at, do you think it's achievable to have the American dream?
I know nothing about American politics or economics.
Okay, you're not from America?
No, maybe.
I don't think anybody here would say that the American dream is still alive.
And that's because of brown people?
Yes.
If we're talking about the economy today and like what's achievable
compared to the 1950s. And yeah,
And
the American dream is
the
dead.
only thing that's changed is that now we have brown people. That's what you.
Yes.
It is a big part of it.
Oh my god.
That's a big part of it.
Yeah, even if you just like, even if you were to accept the idea that like the American dream is dwindled, right? It's very difficult, right? But you're making like a univariate conclusion to it. And the reason it is because there's brown people, not because of all sorts of other particular factors. I mean, it's like
Not because of
silly.
like austerity
Well,
or
the real thing, we're talking about two different countries.
not because of
We really are. We're talking about two different places. One where it was 90% white, and now we're talking about a place that's 55% white.
And the only thing that changed was the whiteness. Did you not?
You don't think the whiteness had? What do you think the whiteness like reduction like had?
Did you not hear Sully talk about the tax changes? Do you think that had not any contribution to the welfare of the people as a whole?
I think that's fine, but I don't think that we would like
You don't
lead to
know.
a better society if we implement that today.
I think we absolutely will. No.
Yeah, so if you like, I genuinely am amenable to this idea that like diversity correlates with like economic downturn. I don't know enough to take a position on that. Presumably you have you are of that opinion. So can you like convince the people in this room? Like, can you persuade us? Because maybe most people will agree actually. If you demonstrate this, more diverse society gets the worst, material conditions get for you. Maybe some people start, taking notice. Like, okay, yeah, maybe this is the case that we should.
Okay, I'll do it in like a way like by England, like London, for example. London certainly is wealthier now than ever before, right? You're from England.
Wealthier than when they own half the world?
You can allow me to make my point. You can allow me to make my point. It is wealthier now, right?
Yeah, please, guys. You did probably don't ask a question when you are making your point. Just like, you probably it's.
Well, I don't want.
Anyways.
Yeah, I understand. I just don't want anybody to go like, oh, well, London is actually not doing better now.
Forget about that.
Don't ask a question unless the answer I want.
No one of you go out for a moment, please. The point is, that's the question. Economically, by what standards? That's what we're asking. So it's probably better to use any kind of analogies and just explain.
No, it's not an analogy. It's very direct.
But I think for you is get straight to the criteria if you wouldn't mind. So what exactly means it's economically worse off than the 1950s?
For white people, like let's go based off property ownership. White people own the minority of property in London. That's just a fact. And that's the case because white British people are a minority in London.
But yet King Charles owns most of the land all over the world.
So that's
More land than anywhere in the world.
One guy.
White people are the minority.
Good for him.
White people are the minority of London. They're definitely not the minority.
36%.
Of property owners.
They are. No, Indian people own more property than white people in London.
I don't know.
It's true. Look it up.
Well, I'll look into that. But so really what your point is, just to be clear, is
like wealth for who?
Wait, I sort of understand what you mean.
Well, like wealth for who?
You mean white American? I don't know if this is true, but you mean white Americans in the 1950s were wealthier than white Americans in the 2025? That's your point. That's what you mean.
Oh, 2025.
The three richest guys in America are white dudes, right? And they're worth as much as the bottom 50% of the country combined. So I don't know what seems like the wealth concentration is going to the white dudes, and also like look, you can't care about the mean, right? Because like he doesn't care if he has more money in his pocket. He just cares that white people in general have more money in their pocket. That's what he values. That the money is in the hands of the whites. That's what he cares about. Not that it's in his.
So true. for Rich. Like I
Yeah, so what are you complaining about? You got you on
I agree with
Zuckerberg,
taxes.
Musk.
White people,
You got Musk and sorry.
I don't like
Bezos.
it.
but white people are collectively wealthier today than they were at 50.
Like by what metric? By what?
Five, that's not.
By like dollar amount.
The dollar value. Have you considered that? That they are economically weaker off for immigration. Oh, okay.
Either we're not looking good, we're looking good. If we're looking good, I don't understand.
Can you put me to queue him, please?
Yeah.
I think a decent metric to look at is purchase power.
Cause I can't have a problem that if they're just, like, I start talking and they just start, so, is this an order here? I wanted to ask.
There's not gonna be like, I'm probably not
A question?
What?
What? No, I wanted to ask her, do you think it was a mistake for, America to, forcefully bring, black African slaves to this country, thereby, kind of fucking up their, Shangri-La or white, island here?
Yes.
Do you think that there was a mistake? They shouldn't have done that.
Totally shouldn't have done it. Look
Yeah.
at the mess we're in now.
Yeah, white people are pretty fucking stupid.
Yeah, okay. I'm just asking if y'all know that you
That was good for
you
nobody.
recognize the white folks are the
Nobody
cause
like that.
of the shit that you're complaining about. Now the natives, they were all already here and did the best you did the best you could to rid most of them. But Africa and places like South America, like, already full of brown people, and white folks can't seem to stay out of there. As much as it's a shithole, as it's referred to, they just can't seem to stay out. And everywhere they go, they plant a flag where brown people are. And they're trying to turn it white, but it wasn't already white. It wasn't already white. And I'm just cracking up because I'm trying to for you to understand your logic.
So true.
Europe was all yours, and y'all would have been just chilled if you just minded your fucking business and like just didn't. I mean, sure, trade with people, but the way the imperialist colonization came back to bite you in the ass now,
Okay.
after hundreds of years, is kind of like crying over.
Well, let me get this right.
No.
Let me get this right. Diversity is our strength, and it's great, and it's benefiting us, but it's also our punishment.
Didn't address. Did you hear any part of what I said? I'm just here.
That's why you're trying to like.
She's talking from your point of view. You view it as a punishment.
No, you just said it's biting us in the ass.
I get it. I get it. That's what you're sounding like. Like you're displeased.
Well, here's the thing. Go ahead.
Let him talk. No, he wasn't pleased. Don't let him weasel out of it. Like, let him answer.
All right. So this is what I was referring to. I think maybe before you were even in here, but
I've been here.
there are going to be different interests for different people, and they're going to be opposed to each other. If you don't like that nature of white people, they do. Like I do have the value of like us versus others. Like I do think it is finite resources. It's who's going to be like who's using the resources better than other people. Like I believe what's best for my own group.
No, I'm talking about.
And so if you don't like that, yeah, I think it's best to remove yourself from white people.
That has nothing to do with.
I think this. Yeah. Is he low IQ? I don't know him, so.
You wanted me to address like
I think he has the highest IQ. You know what? I remember the race. Well, I remember the race with the lowest IQ here, Heritage. I just want to let you know that. And nobody understood.
Well, what do you want me to address then? Like, just answer and say like, oh.
You didn't even understand.
I was gonna tell you earlier that if you wanted to date him, you're gonna have to talk to like a mother because he can't love white shit.
Is that why I've been educating you this whole time?
Yeah, I don't want to.
That's why you don't know these terms.
All right, buddy. Okay. Sure.
Yeah. Okay. That's crazy.
Heritage. What is your general political vision? What do you want? Like,
White
You want the white ethno
makes sense to like engage with them. Like, why are you asking?
Other places handle their business. I do care about where I live.
Right. My question for you, another question for you is, it kind of makes sense in your worldview that you want England to be a like white ethno state because it's like thousands of years of white heritage or whatever. But America is only 300 years old. It was started by Native Americans, and it's been diverse. It's been diverse.
Native Americans.
The entire time it's been diverse.
Turtle Island? Do we still live in Turtle Island?
Wait, if they had brought the Africans here, though, who would have done all the work heritage?
They did.
Like, there wasn't enough. No, you said it was a mistake to do it. It was a mistake to do it. You wanted to. How were they going to get enough white people to come in here and do all their free labor?
They did, didn't they? Which
For
workers did
free,
better? Which
they did. I said, you're
crops
missing.
sold better? Which were considered the cash crops?
Excuse me. I said for free. Where were they going to get these white
Why
people?
did the indentured servants work better than the free servants?
Do you know what? That's apparently your thinking was not the popular opinion at that time.
It was the true one.
Didn't work. Didn't work. Didn't last. Didn't last. So they
You
turned to
already
something better.
admitted that it was a mistake to bring them over.
Right.
So I don't know why you're trying to justify it.
I'm not trying to justify it. I'm trying to oppose the idea that the country was built by, let me check my notes, Native Americans?
No, that's not what I said. Strong man.
What are you talking about?
These has had native and white.
Yes, it's
Wow.
You said America was started.
Okay, that was not what I meant to say. What I meant to say is this continent has had people in these populations for a long time, as opposed to England, which has had a continuous like white people for thousands of years. I'm saying this country is not a plausible candidate for where we should have a white ethno state, given that it's had Native Americans for thousands of
This
years.
is definitely
white
a
people.
I don't agree.
I still just want to find out who's going to do all that free work. Cut down all
I would just say this, like, like, my people live here, and then you came and took all our land.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were really nice about it, honestly.
Yeah, he's strong.
And I'm assuming that's like a troll answer.
No, this is actually genuinely truthful. I don't think it was ever, they never belonged to Native Americans. Then it's like, which Native Americans? The first Native Americans who were slaughtered and enslaved by the previous ones, or the ones that, like, recently, who were slaughtered and enslaved all the ones before?
The ones who were here,
That was Native American civilization. Just
the ones who came here when there was nothing but rocks and coyotes.
They came out of the
And
ground.
there was somebody here.
from like Europe, like which covers more part of Europe because you guys fought over in Europe all the time.
Exactly. Place is full of fucking
Richard, I can't point to any city built by Native Americans. I don't see that.
There were in fact urban settlements that were there.
Oh,
They had
a casino, maybe.
But I don't think that America was built.
You ever heard of Machu Picchu?
Americans.
I've been there.
Yeah, I think somebody got started in the world, like a real one. This guy, he could just, and I'm supposed to be in the low IQ group. It's funny to me.
And it's just like I'm not sure what you're asking. Like, do you think that people should stay where they're at, or they should go where they came from, or?
They should go where their people are, and they should have their own interests.
Okay, well, in America, there's lots of different people, so what are those people supposed to do?
Yeah, for America, if I was to be practical, like realistic, I think it's the best thing to focus on keeping a white majority, because we do find ourselves in a pretty complicated situation, and I think that's the most realistic outcome. But I will say, if white people do not remain as a majority, white people become a minority, we will see a fundamentally different America.
Why don't you think your women want to fuck you anymore and have your babies? What? Take your best guess.
Weird. You said weird. Oh my god.
I don't think you'd like.
You're like I said, people saying that. Like I feel really bad for you. Like
I'm sorry. Did you give an
Your
answer?
sympathies are misplaced.
Did you give an answer? I have no sympathy for it. I just want to know why you think
I'm not talking to you.
they don't want. They don't want. Oh, okay. Well, but why don't you think they want to fuck you anymore and have your babies? Why?
They do.
Why is the population dropping like a hot rock? Then why are they not doing it?
Immigration, diversity.
Oh my god.
No. The birth rate is not being replaced. What? The birth
It does.
rate
Because it hurts the economy. I've already expressed that. I shared the study it's literally in the comments here. There's a study going over this, that more immigration causes higher housing prices and it affects fertility rates.
Oh no, that's not. No, all that study said was that getting like more immigrants is gonna do like demographic like miracles. That's all the study said. It didn't say anything about
It
diversity.
directly says increased housing prices and it does reduce native birth rates.
Just like how does it reduce native? Just for
Because housing prices
I just want to be clear that
a worse economy means
Right,
more birth
can
rates.
we get like here's my complaint about this now going. Can we get like one person? Does that be you, Albedo? Can we get one person to pursue one line with him instead of no, I want to take it. Oh no, I want to take it. No, I want to take it. I think Sam should do it. He's been playing. Well, no, but Sam wants to do it. I just have like a couple quick like. Look, I would like. I'll just ask this question and then I don't really want to. If we shut the borders, like zero immigration, do you think that the like rates of birth for white people would return to a rate where it's like maintains majority?
No, we need more than that.
Okay, so it's like not. Maybe you think it's like exacerbating the problem, but it's not really like.
Yes, it'll limit it. It's a good first step.
I was just pursue a thing with heritage, and I was like, not be interrupted. Heritage, you claim that cities did not exist in the Americas before Europeans came out and showed up. It's just American Falls, Aztec cities, there were cities in Mississippi, there were a lot of
Let's
cities.
go with the United States.
Okay.
Because how exactly is the Aztec Empire doing today?
I mean, it was
It's
conquered
still
by
better
the
than mine
Spanish.
too.
You're denying that there was like permanent settlements, but there were.
The places that didn't have written languages,
What? I mean,
none of those places had written languages.
what gives Europeans the right to conquer the Americas, given that there were people that lived here that had settlements? What gave them the right to do that?
The thing is it's a false dichotomy. We're relating two different things. Like we're comparing conquering to a sort of, it's like a suicide that we're doing now in America by choosing not like all I care about for white people and white identity is white people just have their own interests, have their own values. Like think of like what's best for their own people, which they're a part of, whether they want to be or not. And by them not doing so is just suicide. They're not being conquered. They're not being invaded even. It's just like they're complacent. So I don't think it's related. I don't think it's the same.
People here and you treated them well. Why do you think they treated them well? And then also, why the fuck did we have a white ethnicity in a place that we like evilly conquered? Why is that the appropriate thing to do?
I don't think it was evil.
Why wasn't it evil?
Because it was for our own interests.
Okay, so people should just conquer for their own interests. That is it your view that like might makes right that we should conquer?
That's just war. That's just the way it is.
So is your view that we should just conquer each other? Like humans should try to conquer each other and take as much territory as they can because that's good? Is that your view?
If it benefits white people, yes.
Okay, so you just want a zero-sum struggle between white races and other races, and whoever gets on top, if white people win, that's good.
That's reality, yeah. That's how it is.
It's not reality. That's your
It's the truth. That's just how things are.
That's your preferences about how things should happen.
That's just how it is.
Things are. No, I'm asking what you think should be, not about what things are. So you think it's reality. It's not what is reality. It's what you want to happen. I'm asking what you want to happen.
I want us to realize the truth, which is what you just described.
I am asking you what you want to happen, not what is the descriptive facts about what can happen.
I've already expressed like what I want to happen about white identity and choosing our own interests. Like what else do you need from that? What's missing?
Would you be mad if a different group did it?
Jesus! Okay, I can't do this. I can't have lines with you, Mark.
Sam.
Owned.
That would be like hey Albedo.
I have a KD 10.
Albedo, that would be why you want Sam to do it.
Yeah, but you said that it's moral for a group to act with their own best interest in mind. Is that correct?
Yes.
So why
saying, like, if
You
you're
did,
basing
in
it off
fact
of,
say that.
no,
No,
no, no,
you
no.
did in fact say
Okay,
that.
I'm clarifying now. If we're trying to make the premise that if they were here first, we have to have the conversation of under what nature, well, how were they here first? If we're saying that the slaughtering and conquering and enslaving of them is terrible, why are we ignoring their very same actions?
No, what you said was, we had the moral right to take their land over because they were being immoral by conquering each other and using their own self-interest as their guiding principle. You said that earlier, and now you're saying that the most moral thing a group of people can do is act with their own self-interest. So I don't know why you said they were being immoral and that's why we needed to take over their land and conquer them, if that's what you view as moral.
That's not true. It's this straw man.
It is what you said. That is what you said.
I just clarified it. You can make the obvious interpretation.
Well, in terms of the morality thing, that, like when he said the thing about Native Americans, when he was trying to do what we were saying, he was basically trying to like erase Native Americans, like sort of claim land by saying that they were fighting each other. He wasn't necessarily saying, oh,
Right.
that was immoral.
Well, I know, but
Yeah.
that's he was using it as justification.
If America, like
We
if
had the right to take them over because they were acting immorally
Okay.
by
if
Well, it wasn't. I don't think it was so much a moral play. I think it was like,
if you're saying,
well, I think
Yeah.
it was like, oh, well, they clearly didn't care about the land because they weren't sharing it. So we could keep it.
Yeah. That's a good point. That's accurate.
It's
But
not-
if
it's
you're
actually
trying to say that we don't have a right to the land.
It's actually not a good point because that is actually not.
Well, maybe a good representation of what I'm saying.
Well, it's a good representation of what you were saying, but it's stupid. That is actually bad.
It is what happened. I mean, they did not get along. They slaughtered each other, enslaved each other, cannibalized each other, did far worse things.
That's about as accurate. That's about as
You think white people don't cannibalize?
As Albedo
No, we don't.
already pointed out to you, that saying that about Native Americans is not as accurate as saying that about Europeans.
No. Like maybe different time periods, but then you're comparing.
No, because Native Americans
completely different time periods.
Native Americans in the United States lived here for thousands of years. So they cooperated and they built cultures, thriving cultures that were there for thousands of years before they were destroyed by colonists. Like, so they weren't just, even if there were conflicts among them, they weren't just like, pillaging and killing each other the whole time. Right? So representing that as what happened, right, is about as accurate as saying, oh, that's all the Europeans were doing. Right? So you're just like, once again, you don't actually know anything about history or social science. That's sort of what
Now you're just misinterpreting everything.
That's sort of what's required to be a white nationalist.
Is it really?
58, well, like just give or take 50%. So it's round up to 59. It's 59% of homes are owned by black British people.
It's not going to post the actual truth and
No, because
comments here.
what you're talking about is you're saying 66% of Indian occupants own their homes. Obviously, Indian people are like, let's say, South Asian. The South Asian people are like a minority, constitute a minority of the population. And I think white British is something like 40%, like white, including white Irish and stuff, it's like over 50%. So London
White
is
Russians.
white. Yeah, London is majority white, and of all the owned homes in London, so I think it's like 50% of occupied premises are owned. 59% of those are owned by white British people. And I think the nearest competitor is like India, South Asia, which is at 6%. So it's like not even close.
It's just not the case, what you're saying. I gotta compare the truth
This is what
here in the comments.
this is another thing about this guy, which is like when you tell him, oh, okay, this is like you made it wrong, actually.
Because I can read to you here, more Indians own property in London than the English. And here's why Indians buy property there. I can. Indians are among the highest number of property owners in London. understand what you're saying. I don't think that part is true. If you're like conflating like white population in London with just being English, it's not the case.
No, I think the white British population is
36%.
Yeah, right. And 59, and let's say, just assume for the sake of argument, there's 36% of that population all were homeowners.
Can you post where they own more than 50% of the property?
Pardon?
Can you post that?
Post what?
What you're reading, or like any numbers you have?
Alright, cool.
I want to go back to that claim that immigration. I want to go back to that claim that immigration creates inflated real estate prices. Keep fertility gap. How old are you, sir, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm in my 20s.
You're in your 20s. Okay, so do you remember the financial crisis of 2008?
Wasn't my time around.
Okay, all right. Because when real estate prices were in free fall, that's what the economy crashed. Right? If you know anything about the economy of the United States, it's based on high real estate prices because most real estate is bought with mortgages, and most of the residential mortgages are guaranteed by the federal government, right? So most of the interest burden is paid on repaying those loans, and obviously interest is income for the financial system, and that's how they can create a spread to offer other types of financial products. So I would argue that low real estate prices are much worse for the economy than high.
So what did you want specifically? Because there's actually a lot of data out there. So what did you mean specifically? What are you specifically contending?
Just the number of property ownership by race. If you were talking about they own like 56% property.
Oh yeah, that's you have to do. That's the thing. You have to actually calculate that. That's not like I don't have an article that's like that. So what you have to do is you have to say, okay, this percent of the population, they own. So this is how much owned property exists in London. Then white people constitute this percentage of the population. This percentage of white people own their own homes, and then that's what you get. And then you have to do the same thing with all these other groups, and then you can get a picture of like what the actual layout looks like. So if we take I think it's like 1.8 million homes that are owned in London, then you can get an idea of how many of those people, how many of those homes are owned by white people.
So you just say that the Indian groups do disproportionately own more.
Yeah. So like relative to their populations, yeah, that's what I'm saying. If you just say, white people who occupy premises in the UK, in London, own 59% of the premises they occupy, versus Asian people that occupy premises in London, own 66% of them are homeowners. Yeah, that's.
It just means a higher percentage of white people are renting compared with like Indian people.
I think when he's hearing.
Yes, and yeah, they go over that in their fertility.
I think what he's hearing you say, Timothy, is that 66% of the homes are owned by Indian people. I think he's misunderstanding what the stats.
Yeah, that's what he.
Yeah.
That's why I said that was false.
Do you understand that? Right. But does he understand that now?
Yeah, I understand. If you're saying like, yeah, white people rent more, then that's also a consideration.
Yeah.
The fertility, like reducing birth rates of
The
native
growth
people.
number is less. Like white people.
No, but that's not.
Actually, maybe it's not less.
Switching
He's still just drawing serious connections between this. Look, the point is they're not switching to renting. The point is still that of the properties that are owned, right? Most of them are owned by white people, right?
Are the prices going up or down?
About 60% of properties that are owned in London are owned by white British people, not white people, white British.
Well,
Even if, and by the way, like, even if you get to this part now, even if, hold on, just so you understand that, even if, okay, even if property values are going up, okay, you understand there's two things to be said about this. One is that just because there's a correlation, if there even is one, with immigration doesn't mean that it's causal. And then secondly, if the prices of the homes go up and they're mostly owned by white people, right? That just means that white people's wealth is increasing. Okay? So it's like it's stupid from two different.
I don't see how you're thinking this has like you think this has like more of a minimal effect on
No, I'm saying that if the housing prices are going up and most of them are owned by white people, then that just means that the wealth of white people is going up as a direct result.
But you just said they're renting more than the Indians comparatively. No. The Indians are owning property at a higher rate than white people are.
That's how past each other. Neither of you understand the issue. But Piper, yeah, he doesn't have to understand history. He's just a racist.
Seems like I know more than all of you.
No. Because you don't even know how the economy works. I mean, I assume you're talking about the United States. I know you guys are talking about data from London, so that. Initially, you're talking about the United States. And yeah, the bedrock of our economy is residential real estate. Right? It's what underpins Wall Street's ability to lend money, right? So yeah, that's not gonna help. You need another way to preserve your genetics. But
No, the economy is directly related to birth rates. Sorry to tell you.
how? Just give me the link. Because now that's just a claim.
I've already posted. I posted it in earlier. You can scroll up and see. It's directly related to higher housing
I'm not
prices.
gonna read things that ignorant people post.
Okay, then you were lying earlier. You were lying about wanting me to post anything.
I didn't say that. That was
You just said post it, share, show how that's true. I say I already did it. You say research tells me.
Timothy, we're getting Carl versus the White Nationalists.
Yeah, but that was
We need to get back to abortion.
yeah.
They're being killed as we speak. Please, we need to get back to one-on-one abortion.
This guy is probably a fake president.
We need to get back to abortion. Well, I think this guy. Well, I will say, I think this guy's position is sort of the old style position on abortion in the United States, which is like abortions for brown people, sometimes whores, but not for white people.
Imagine that view.
That's roughly what he's done. Yeah, let him speak for himself.
He's basically a cartoon character, so it's pretty ridiculous.
I think there's a more amicable solution to things.
Yeah, like
Just that simple.
everybody voluntarily chooses to live in ethnic conflict.
Well, they do. I'm saying we should allow them.
Well,
We should go with the flow, with the group,
I
rather than against it.
realize that that's like the narrative that you like. The fact that like you're not doing that currently seems like an
You are allowed to just go and start your little like white Amish village if you want to, dude.
Well, I don't want that. I want New York.
Yeah, well, good luck.
I want Chicago.
It's funny.
I want the cities that we built. Sorry, I don't want to live in a rural town.
Okay, well, that's
Okay,
great.
well,
Not going
we'll
to
just
accept that.
There is this.
okay, well, then we'll just fight about it. How's that?
There is this funny thing. It's like juxtaposition where it's like, oh, on the one hand, we don't want to dredge up the memory of the Holocaust and this kind of thing, right? So oh no, we just want everybody to, voluntarily separate, right? But then, like, when the possibility of them going out in the wilderness and doing that split up, then it becomes, oh no, actually we're imperialists. We want to take everything for ourselves. It's like, okay, so that's what the mask actually starts.
And also, like, you're not gonna get all white people on your side. Like,
I know, I totally agree with that.
So, good luck. Like I said, like,
Just need most, or a good chunk.
you're not gonna get.
The real problem of being in the Amish town is if we do go to the Amish town, we're gonna make it. Well, hear me out. Hear me out. Is like if we really do go to the Amish town, we're gonna make it the best place on earth, and all of you guys will want to go. Like, you'll want to come in there.
All you people who are so fascinated, who are just like, oh, the most fascinating and interesting thing. Like, the thing about me that makes, that I care about the most is my race. Just fuck.
It's true. It is very important to everybody's day-to-day life. It's important to everybody.
Yeah, and this is why I said I feel bad for you, right? Because that's all you fucking have. That's what you have to make you feel good about yourself. Well, at least I'm a white guy. At least I'm white. That's really like your penultimate value. You're like, oh my god, I'm so thankful I was born as a white guy. It's just sad. It's sad that that's how you decide to feel special about yourself.
I definitely wouldn't have it. I'm happy I'm not Indian.
Hold on, we need to discuss God's existence. Yeah, that's true. Like, putting aside this
it's funny when he said, he's saying, literally, like, he's saying, like, well, yes, minus 1 second, though. What's that, real quick? In the episode, the doctor says she's breathtaking, and she's like, oh, I've never received that compliment before, but basically realizes that he just uses it as, like, a throwaway, like, comment when he doesn't actually mean anything by it, because he says it about this ugly baby, too. And so, not saying Andrew calls somebody an intellectual.
Yeah. Well, you made that point a lot more effectively than he did. So the thing is, you don't want to be called an intellectual. Enough that.
Here's the thing, Midas, I do think you are breathtaking, and I think you should be able to demonstrate that. So, go ahead. Yes, I remember that we should have meeting plans. I did come in and I gave a full-fledged presence support to a room that you had open recently, although I wasn't able to participate much. Oh yeah, that's unfortunate. Yeah, that sucks. But yes, we do need to do that. But I guess in the meantime, Sasha, you want to get as much of this as you can. You're rarely going to have. Well, here's the thing. You're rarely going to have a white nationalist, which is heritage, mixed with Carl, a black nationalist, and Midas. I know. But Carl on here, and Midas as well.
Well, she had a Malcolm X profile. I don't know if he actually is. No, he's a Christian.
I don't know.
He's a Christian. He's not a BHI.
Midas, would you self-identify as a racist as well, or where are you at?
No such thing as racism.
Praise God. And what you don't understand is that's been largely dealt with, and Midas just basically says there's no reason to even acknowledge it, because it's
Yeah, come on.
that's what I'm saying. There's really no reason to do that because the alleviation has been
He also just called Honey Badger Juice Badger, so I don't know what you want to do about that.
Oh, I see. So you don't mean he's badgering the Jews. He is a Jew and he's badgering people.
Well, his name is Badger, so it's just Jew Badger.
What is a Jew?
Why is it a Jew saying it's 6 billion people? Muslims, blacks, Americans, Europeans.
Because you touch yourself at night.
Is that racist?
Because you touch yourself at night.
They say
Who are these people?
That you listen to the rabbi, Quran,
It's on YouTube when you watch it. It's fine. Yeah, it's on YouTube.
First rule they have when it comes to new country, one, to keep the king, and two, to cut off the seams of the enemy. So, they all have to die because either they reference Jesus Christ like the Hindus, they reference Jesus Christ in Christian, the Muslims, they read Jesus Christ as the Redeemer. In the text, I think part, Christian, they said that they see even some of the Jews. Shout out JC. They don't want to say Jesus Christ, they say anything.
See, this is the real reason.
This
is the real reason why he had Malcolm X as a profile picture, not because he's into like the civil rights movement, because he doesn't like Jewish people.
I think it's because he likes black men as well.
But they're lost because they're following the false God. That's their problem. We can bring some truth.
Shout out JJ. Shout out JJ.
I said they don't.
with you.
This might be problematic.
Yeah, there's been a lot of attack on Midas Timothy, which you come to the defense here.
Yeah, it was
Yes, it sounds like JJ. Like, it's not just a JC thing, it's James Justin. Because
JCPU.
I've got a serious question on that. Right? So, the big homie James the Just was stoned to death after his like crossing the fire. Continuing Christ's ministry. Like, okay, given that he didn't rise after 3 days, I don't know, I'm actually not sure if like being was it like lashed with a cat nine tails or something, and then having to drag the crucifix through the street, like really heckled by I guess patriots, and then I guess being crucified for however long, and then like
Was Jesus the
right.
sinless word
Are
of
you
God?
saying like that's
All the sins
no,
of
are
all
you saying that's like more torturous than being like stoned to death?
Was
I like how Andrew
Jesus the
throws
word
the
of God?
Pokeball,
Was James
and then Timothy comes out of the Pokeball and farts in Andrew's face instead of
No,
Andrew.
I've been serious, like to say like if someone offered me right now the two options, what do you think I'm more likely to take? Legit question.
Let's repeat the question so it can be clear.
More likely to be James the Just, which is what you chose.
I'm just saying, no, I wouldn't want to be stoned to death. There's no
Yes,
life.
over the taking the sin of the world. Yeah, pretty sure.
No, I'm saying, no, that's not why I asked you. Which is
Yeah, like just
I
trying to
just
move.
described the Via Dolorosa and all that kind of stuff versus being stoned to death, like again by like a fellow like patriot.
Being whipped or dragged on the cross. I mean, I don't know. I
Can you
think
imagine like torture can get worse than what Jesus had?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Of
No,
course.
but I'm saying James the Just is the like kind of like Andrew likes to say gangster, right? I just think that's a bit more gangster.
That was pretty gangster.
Yeah, he left. Christ left him to paradise. He's like, Jesus, where are you going? He's like, paradise.
I would like
Oh, yeah. What do you think?
I would like Heritage Carl and Midas to responses.
They were probably like,
Heritage Carl.
These are all my answers.
guy.
Yeah, I also think Caucasian gamblers too.
Imagine if it was he was just eating us last week. Let's go, he's in paradise.
He memorized the word filibuster just for the duty.
Oh my! You should have had. I mean, imagine Midas posthumously.
Wait, is this the famed holding it down that he did last night that Andrew was like?
Oh, mate, he was legendary. He said something like, oh, he's like, oh, do you think, he's like, what if the mother, he's like, do you think your mother should kill you? And I was like, after you were born, right? And I was like, no, I was like, what would it, he's like, if your mother, he's like, killed you, what would it
He messed up posthuman.
Should have the right to kill
Elon railed him about he said murder is unconstitutional, and he was like, murder isn't unconstitutional. Sixth Amendment.
Oh my God! I brought the 14th Amendment to back my claims, and you guys had no
life, pursuit of happiness. That's just.
No, that's another thing he said that is also not in the Constitution.
Yeah. Midas is a legend. Rape, on the other hand.
Right, but she still lost the argument because according to the documentation,
Lost the argument?
child still has the right
So I totally owed you.
No, you
With
still
all
own
my
the
sources
argument.
that we blocked just
You say that the child doesn't have rights. The child doesn't have rights within the womb. Is that what you're saying?
Problematic.
Well, you don't.
Are you saying that the child doesn't have rights within the womb? Don't deflect.
Well, what I said was the 14th Amendment and the Constitution as a whole is completely silent on whether or not fetuses are persons.
But the statute you linked refers to persons, and what it says is the state can't kill them without due process. It doesn't say fetuses, like, aborting fetuses is murder.
A fetus is the same as a person. Can you show us any other thing?
Well, that's what the Constitution is set on.
Developmental stage.
Yeah,
Fallacy by using the word fetus. That's still a unborn person.
Yeah, because just because someone, hey, let me just say this real fast. Just because someone is at a different stage of their life don't make them less human. I mean, we all talking about let me just finish. Hey, Bob, just let me finish though. If you all agree, just agree on mute. But yeah, man, you don't get to say that. Yeah, I know. You know, of course, do. But my point is, nonetheless, my point is, you don't get to say that a teenager is not a person because he's not an adult, right? You don't get to say a 10-year-old or a child, right? No, you don't get to say they're not a person because they're not an adult. Let me just finish. So when we keep moving the line back, eventually we get to a place of, well, it's a person, but it hasn't fully developed, so we can actually kill the person who hasn't fully developed. So why are we okaying it? And then, like I heard somebody say, you put a certain title on it. Yeah, so I know, Piper, you just love when I talk, don't you? You and Malachi just can't take the pressure. Yeah, so the point is, so we see now, so we see plain as day. So when does bring up in the context? When does a what stage does a person become a person? Let me finish. I'm trying to, but Piper's cutting me off. I would have been landed if I had 5 seconds without Piper over talking to me. I could have had my thought out. Oh, okay. All right. So you say just bulldoze?
I think so.
So just bulldoze. Just bulldoze and run.
Yeah. Kemetsky, did you get the reply?
I'm being muted. I don't know.
How is Sasha surviving?
I want to know that too. How the fuck were you continue to talk?
There's only one other person I found who survived the mute.
So are we saying it's okay? Are we saying it's okay to kill? Are we saying it's okay to kill the adolescents because they're not fully developed?
I did tell him to bulldoze.
Yeah, I know. Like, you guys, somebody has to fucking moderate. You ain't doing shit.
White person.
Your version of moderation was to just tell him to bulldoze?
Yes, well, you should have just told everybody to let it. No, you
muted everyone. I'm gonna move everyone down. If you speak right now, you're getting moved down. Andrew, that's a horrible way to moderate. What you might as well just said, I don't want to moderate.
Oh, I don't want to moderate, but I'm saying I want him to be able to speak.
Okay, next time just ask Timothy or to do something.
No, but we would have done that. But like, look, general rule as well, especially if you're the one I'll be there moderating the room. I don't know how Sasha's and Toby's a lot. Don't come straight into Andrew's what people for some weird reason it's like if Andrew's part of the conversation, everybody's allowed to interrupt. You need to isolate people and be like, yo, I'm in charge now. I'm the captain now.
That's what I did, and I'm not even in much.
How
well, you're too quiet, though.
Wait,
we need to speak about your immunity here.
Speak now, Sasha. I'm gonna try to mute you locally, yeah? Go.
You have no power here.
Oh my god!
That's wild.
What point is life begin?
You have no power here.
What the fuck?
Jesus,
that's crazy. I tried too.
Yeah, it's a vegan ethics or something. God is like tourism.
Jesus.
This is life begin. Why you guys doing this actual conversation?
Okay, so anyways, look.
It's good to know for those like Matt Yester rooms or Dark Hawkins rooms.
See, this is how.
I mean, I don't know. I think it still needs to be brought up. I don't know if they can remove it.
At what point does life begin? At what point does a person become a person?
But you touch yourself at night.
Safety.
Listen, and safety first and foremost, right? Like trying to create those safe spaces so that this type of work, these type of conversations continue to be openly had and discussed in a way. And I want to acknowledge Billy and Seb, because my friends, we've been rocking here since like 7:30 this morning, and I think my dog needs to go to the bathroom. And wow.
Yeah, you know, the Orange Sunshine that I told the Beaver Girls in 1968 was very effective. We're still friends to this day, all of us.
Well, one of my best friends and mentors worked at the Mystic Arts in Laguna Beach. And if anybody's ever read the Sunshine Acid Test, Orange Sunshine Acid Test, this place is.
No, I'm sorry. I kind of forgot about that because I thought it was such a ridiculous.
I didn't forget about it.
I'm sorry. It just seems so. Like, wait, you've been listening to him for years, and what he said in 2 minutes changed your opinion about him? I mean, I could see disagreeing with you, but I thought that was an illogical.
Yeah, I encourage people to disagree with me as long as they've got what it takes to disagree with me. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so, no, I mean,
my mods disagree with me all the time. They're not shy. Yeah, go ahead, yeah.
Yeah, but so my personal opinion was that I didn't think you were beyond boundaries or going somewhere inappropriate.
I didn't break the rules because the worst thing that could happen to this show is if I broke my own rules. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's pretty much where I'll land. I really did enjoy the show. Like I said, my morning flew by just hearing everybody's thoughts, and it was a great 3 hours, Uncle Steve. I will be back next Saturday and Sunday as usual.
Thank you, first class escort down my red carpet. And now let's go to Benjamin. And Benjamin's been here for so many years. Benjamin, I don't give a shit what you thought of the show, but I will give you your opportunity to say goodbye.
Yeah, I thought Scott did a pretty good job of explaining why Democrats lose. So thanks for that. I thought James did a pretty good job of not listening, which is so typical of the Democratic Party. That was excellent. Look, the specifics of this are kind of particular, right? You're saying that schools can take minor children and take them in for drugs or surgery to get to change their gender. That crosses a bright line that will light up the Christian movement. So if James want to continue to promote that, that's a good recipe for losing. But yeah, I thought it was a good show. I didn't understand the last speaker's problem with ranking religions. I think all ideas need to be understood.
I don't think that was the last speaker. I think it may have been a couple of speakers ago.
Yeah, a couple of speakers ago.
Yeah.
This notion that we can't rank ideas as better or worse is, I just don't accept that we can't. And separation between ideas and people is important. When you criticize somebody's ideas, you're not criticizing the person. You're just educate them to have better ideas. Some ideas are better than others. Some countries are run better than others.
Yep.
And as a rule, Islamic countries are run really, really badly.
Thank you, Benjamin. Boy, I gotta tell you, Benjamin, you can hit the nail on the head sometimes. I really wish you would do it more often. Richard, would you like to say goodbye?
It's going to be I'm getting famous in another room for asymmetry and randomness. This is going to be quite random. Goodbye. A pathologist during the AIDS epidemic in the 1980s and 90s, there were hundreds of thousands of gay men that died in the United States, and he he was charged as a pathologist to do many, many, many autopsies. One of the things that he discovered in evaluating all of these dead gay men is that, ironically, they have larger penises than the average heterosexual. I will leave you with that if that's scientific information. Have a good night.
You want to give us the name of the pathologist?
You can find it. It's in Google. He's famous for it in the pathological circles. He was in California and he was doing literally hundreds of autopsies because of his responsibility. I believe in Los Angeles County. It's not a big deal. It's just interesting. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. First class escort VIP. Les, would you like to say goodbye? Les, would you like to say goodbye?
Yes, I want to point out that only 47 of all the U.S. presidents in history have been Christians.
Or a specific faction of the Christian religion. I believe some of them have been Catholic, like Joe Biden.
Those are Christian.
Okay, like I said, a faction of the Christian religion. Thank you for pointing that out. First class escort to the VIP. JCC, you've been here since the start. You come all the time. JCC, I don't say it enough. Thank you for your continued support of Ask Uncle Steve and Ask the Atheist. Would you like to say goodbye?
I'm like a jock support, right? Keep it.
Well, I'm not going to let anybody on Clubhouse measure the size of my penis. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Great show as always. I always enjoy it. Sometimes I listen, sometimes I contribute, sometimes I don't. Yeah, before I say happy trails to all and you and everybody else, we are all people living on this wonderful ball that doesn't care about us at all. We gotta understand that people have different beliefs, different ideologies. It's really important to not allow those personal beliefs and personal ideologies affect others around us, and then we can get along much better. To that, I bid everybody happy trails, adieu to all. Peace out.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. First class escort VIP. Now we go to the mods who do not get first class escorts to the VIP. They have to continue earning their paycheck and doing the heavy lifting. Cora, would you like to say goodbye?
Goodbye and good morning, afternoon, evening, everyone.
Thank you, Cora. Enjoy the Super Bowl if you intend on watching it. John, would you like to say goodbye?
Yeah, I have three things. Number one, I just wanted to make sure, because I wasn't sure, Scott, I made a comment earlier in the chat, a reference to booze, and I just wanted to make sure that Scott saw that I was not referring to him. Congrats, man. So that's first. Number two, you asked Violet about how the show went. She was too sweet to say that you interrupt too much, which you already know. So I'll just say it for her. And in proof that you allow your mods to say anything, because that's the kind of guy you are, Steve. And then finally, when Daryl was leaving, he made me kind of appreciate something that I think I hadn't. I've wondered why it is that I'm willing to just say, okay, they won, and give up. I'm not gonna be the one that participates in the violence and bloodshed that's gonna be required to return America to a democracy eventually. But what he was pointing that out, that's kind of the nature of liberals. They don't do that kind of thing. And that made me kind of realize, because it will be the case that we will all want to get back to being a democracy. And the people who will initiate the bloodshed that's going to be required to do that will be the very people who took democracy away from us. That's my new prediction. So thanks, everybody. Enjoy your music. Enjoy your science, and don't watch the news. It'll make you.
Thank you. And I want to comment on something that John said today. He said yesterday. He said previously before. I don't believe that the only way to get back to what John perceives as democracy is bloodshed. I would only hope that in the future, when John talks about the only way to get back to the democracy that him and many others see is bloodshed, is that he might just say that might be one way. I would hope that if people, if the nieces and nephews, Uncle Steve's militia, do not think what's happening today is true democracy, which is fine, that there would be another option besides bloodshed. Just think about it. And with that, let's go to, oh, John, enjoy the Super Bowl. Sam, would you like to say goodbye?
Absolutely. I have a number of points to make. Unlike John, I didn't count them. So
take 3 minutes max.
Absolutely. Absolutely. First of all, you ask if your room crossed the line today. And if you want to ask that question, you first have to define what the line is. So since you didn't do that, I would say your room was exactly like every other room you have had. So if someone thinks this room crossed the line, then all of your shows crossed the line. If they didn't think this crossed the line, then none of your shows crossed the line. So that's one thing. The other one is, Fonny and Scott, if Christians were to limit themselves to the Sermon on the Mount, who knows, I would have been an atheist Christian. Because I think that's one of the most amazing guides to how you should live your life that unfortunately the majority of Christians I've come across don't do that. Third, enjoy your Super Bowl Sunday. This is my favorite Sunday of the year because from about 2 to 3 hours before the kickoff, I have all of Costco and Home Depot to myself, and I go nuts. So I'm going to do that today as well. And for those of you in sunny Southern California, please keep us Rocky Mountain denizens in your thoughts and prayers as we brave through this cold snap.
Thank you, Sam. Enjoy your Super Bowl. Alfonso, would you like to say goodbye? Alfonso might be in here. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Steve, for the room again. Welcome everyone to church. And it was awesome to have a full house today. All moderators came in. Dr. James just left, but it just feels like a great community to be part of this. And when I extend a big hug and appreciation to my friend Sam Masavi, who's a great guy. And I just love seeing you, Sam. It's great to have you on stage. I hope we can hang out a little more. I am not participating as much on Clubhouse because I am busy with work. Landed some jobs, so I'm not even doing the book club these days. But I'm never gonna miss our Sundays. I wanted to make it to the Saturday room yesterday, but Saturdays are a little complicated. But I'm gonna try to be here as much as I can for these weekends. And yeah, thanks to Steve, Scott. I also want to congratulate Scott because he has a really good grasp on objectivity. He never gets personal. He analyzes the situation. I really appreciate that. And of course, John and Cora, the more scientifically, objectively minded, who make really valuable comments when it's necessary. And so I'm very glad to have to be part of this community. And of course, Steve, you're the rock.
Thank you. I was just about to go to Reverend Scott. I want to say thank you, Alfonso, because my mod squad is the best mod squad on Clubhouse. Period. End of story. I've said it yesterday. I've said it before. I'll say it again. Some people say I'm the best moderator on Clubhouse. I don't agree. You're welcome to say that. I don't agree. I consider myself better than most, not as good as some. But when it comes to my mod squad, they are absolutely, unquestionably, black and white, no gray, the best mod squad. And I'll tell you why. Because they all come from their different areas of expertise. And they don't all agree. They're not an echo chamber. And they can talk about intelligently other issues besides their field of expertise. And they know they have the freedom, both on the show as well as in the back channel, and they all have my cell phone to call me to comment on me and or the show. I have the best mod squad, bar none, on Clubhouse. And with that, let's go to Reverend Scott. Would you like to say good bowl, Alfonso? Enjoy the Super Bowl. Reverend Scott, would you like to say good?
You know, I want to take a moment of privilege here. First off, I want to say, Uncle Steve, this is the Britney Squad. I thank you for the kind words, Alfonso. And I do delight when we're all here. I think we work well together. Sam, I appreciate the opening you gave me today to talk a little bit. It was great. And good luck at Costco. I want to say our fearless leader, Uncle Steve. You know, I always love being here with you and being with the mods. I want to invoke in my closing comment and goodbye quickly the WWJD Rule 1 myself. I was pretty wounded this week, Steve, by some things that were said about me, said about you. I think I overreacted a little bit. I think I probably didn't give in to my better angels. I think I probably, rather than, I had several off ramps where I could have de-escalated things probably, and I chose because I thought the person wasn't being sufficiently apologetic or something to escalate things. That's not my best self. I think Jesus would not be pleased with that. I think maybe, I know the Music Heals room, by the way, was an effort when you reached out to me when I was in pain. And, maybe we did go a little over the top there. And, although, I know it got more replays than anything. I just want to say, I don't think this week I was my best self. And so to any of my friends that were drawn up into that, if any of my friends that were, the controversy affected them, because I know people can be kind of small and people can say, what side are you on, and what happened, and all that stuff. I just want to say, again, I want to say some things were said that I think were not okay to be said, but I reacted in a way that I'm not proud of. And so I thank you all for your friendship and your support. And I'm going to try to be a little more like my favorite Jew, Jesus Christ in the future. Thank you, Uncle Steve, and I'll be back next.
Thank you. And one follow-up question. Where is our youngest nephew? I haven't seen him on the Clubhouse streets lately. Is he taking a temporary break? Do you know, or do you know?
I haven't seen Christian. I haven't seen him. I have not seen him.
Okay.
And by the way, keep me in your prayers, everybody, because Philadelphia is going to be insane tonight. People are outside the bars at 10:30.
And one last question. When you said outside the bars, is that you going to?
No.
You're still on your program, is that right?
I'm committed to my well-being and fitness, and I am.
Yes. For those of you that don't know, Reverend Scott has been sober for over 4 months now, and I want to give him a standing ovation for that. Because I know that when people are addicted, sometimes it becomes very difficult to overcome that addiction. And Reverend Scott, at least as of today, has been sober for at least 4 months, and so he gets major kudos for that. And with that, we are done. It's been a great show for a number of reasons I won't even begin to mention. Thank you very much to all of the mods. We had a complete house of mods today, which is great. Thank you all for doing the heavy lifting, doing the contributions. Thank you, everybody in the audience, for contributing, because without question, the show is better with you than without you. I hope you and your families have a great remainder of your weekend.
That I'm not going to agree. Newt Gingrich and Tom DeLay made some of the most anti-black legislation in the 90s and early 2000s. I cannot agree that the Republican Party was for blacks in the 90s and the early 2000s. I would not say that.
I wouldn't say that either party was, but for example, some people voted differently locally than they did at the national level. I always voted Democrat locally because it just made more sense. But I have to admit, and maybe go. Hey, can I ask you? When you say it made more sense, you mean like for like your schools and like what do you mean? Because the Democrats locally, I believe, have more programs that are going to benefit the average American. Back in the day, this is what I thought, that the federal decisions did not impact you as much. Now that's since changed. I no longer hold that belief. But 20, 30 years ago, what the president did or said, it didn't really filter down too much to the average person. They weren't on social media. Nobody was tweeting. There wasn't this constant need for updates. Oh, the president wore a tan suit today. There wasn't the foolishness unless you were just someone that paid attention and had the discussions. And honestly, in my opinion, a lot of people didn't. So yeah, it just made sense, which is why, just like in Texas, as in a lot of red states, you have a lot of the major cities that are blue. They're not red, which is odd in Texas, but a lot of the big cities aren't. So I'll just say free Obama. And I'm putting this in the chat. In my opinion, when Obama ran, that's when there was.
You have come to the end, free from passion and desire. You have stripped the thorns from the stem. This is your last body. You are wise. You are free from desire, and you understand words and the stitching together of words, and you want nothing. Victory is mine. Knowledge is mine, and all purity, all surrender. I want nothing. I am free. I found my way. Whom shall I call teacher? The gift of truth is beyond giving, the taste beyond sweetness, the joy beyond joy. The end of desire is the end of sorrow. The fool is his own enemy.
Congressman,
Seeking wealth, he destroys himself. Seek rather the other shore. Weeds choke the field. Passion poisons the nature of man, and hatred, illusion, and desire. Honor the man who is without passion, hatred, illusion, and desire. What you give to him will be given back to you, and more. The Seeker. Master your senses. What you taste and smell, what you see, what you hear. In all things, be a master of what you do and say and think. Be free. You are a seeker. Delight in the mastery of your hands and your feet, of your words and your thoughts. Delight in meditation and in solitude. Compose yourself. Be happy. You are a seeker. Hold your tongue. Do not exalt yourself, but lighten the way, for your words are sweet. Follow the truth of the way. Reflect upon it. Make it your own. Live it. It will always sustain you. Do not turn away what is given you, nor reach out for what is given to others, lest you disturb your quietness. Give thanks for what has been given you, however little. Be pure. Never falter. You have no name and no form. Why miss what you do not have? The seeker is not sorry. Love and joyfully follow the way, the quiet way to the happy country. Seeker, empty the boat, lighten the load, passion and desire and hatred, and sail swiftly. There are 5 at the door to turn away, and 5 more, and there are 5 to welcome in. And when 5 have been left stranded on the shore, the seeker is called O Gati Nati, he who has crossed over. Seeker, do not be reckless. Meditate constantly, or you will swallow fire and cry out no more. If you are not wise, how can you steady the mind? If you cannot quieten yourself, what will you ever learn? How will you become free? With a quiet mind, come into that empty house, your heart, and feel the joy of the way beyond the world. Look within, the rising and the falling. What happiness! How sweet to be free! It is the beginning of life, of mastery and patience, of good friends along the way, of a pure and active life. So, live in love. Do your work. Make an end of your sorrows. Or see how the jasmine releases and lets fall its withered flowers. Let fall willfulness and hatred. Are you quiet? Quieten your body. Quieten your mind. You want nothing. Your words are still. You are still. By your own efforts, waken yourself. Watch yourself. And live joyfully. You are the master. You are the refuge. As a merchant breaks in a flying horse, master yourself. How gladly you follow the words of the awakened, how quietly, how surely you approach the happy country, the heart of stillness. However young, the seeker who sets out upon the way shines bright over the world. Like the moon, come out from behind the clouds, shine. The true master. Do nothing with all your heart. Stop the stream. When the world dissolves, everything becomes clear. Go beyond this way or that way to the farther shore, where the world dissolves and everything becomes clear. Beyond this shore and the farther shore, beyond the beyond, where there is no beginning, no end, without fear, go. Meditate. Live purely. Be quiet. Do your work with mastery. By day the sun shines and the warrior in his armor shines. By night the moon shines and the master shines in meditation. But day and night the man who is awake shines in the radiance of the spirit. A master gives up mischief. He is serene. He leaves everything behind him. He does not take offense and he does not give it. He never returns evil for evil. Alas for the man who raises his hand against another, and even more for him who returns the blow. Resist the pleasures of life and the desire to hurt till sorrows vanish. Never offend by what you think or say or do. Honor the man who is awake and shows you the way. Honor the fire of his sacrifice. Matted hair or family or caste do not make a master, but the truth and goodness with which he is blessed. Your hair is tangled and you sit on a deerskin. What folly when inside you are ragged with lust. The master's clothes are in tatters. His veins stand out. He is wasting away. Alone in the forest, he sits and meditates. A man is not born to mastery. A master is never proud. He does not talk down to others. Owning nothing, He misses nothing. He is not afraid. He does not tremble. Nothing binds him. He is infinitely free. So cut through the strap and the thong and the rope. Loosen the fastenings. Unbolt the doors of sleep and awake. The master endures insults and ill treatment without reacting, for his spirit is an army. He is never angry. He keeps his promises. He never strays. He is determined. This body is my last, he says. Like water on the leaf of a lotus flower, or a mustard seed on the point of a needle, he does not cling, for he has reached the end of sorrow and has laid down his burden. He looks deeply into things and sees their nature. He discriminates and reaches the end of the way. He does not linger with those who have a home, nor with those who stray. Wanting nothing, he travels on alone. He hurts nothing. He never kills. He moves with love among the unloving, with peace and detachment among the hungry and querulous. Like a mustard seed from the point of a needle, hatred has fallen from him, and lust, hypocrisy, and pride. He offends no one, yet he speaks the truth. His words are clear, but never harsh. Whatever is not his, he refuses, good or bad, great or small. He wants nothing from this world, and nothing from the next. He is free. Desiring nothing, doubting nothing, beyond judgment and sorrow and the pleasure of the senses, he is moved beyond time. He is pure and free. How clear he is. He is the moon. He is serene. He shines. For he has traveled life after life the muddy and treacherous road of illusion. He does not tremble or grasp or hesitate. He has found peace. Calmly, he lets go of life, of home and pleasure and desire. Nothing of men can hold him. Nothing of the gods can hold him. Nothing in all creation can hold him. Desire has left him, never to return. Sorrow has left him, never to return. He is calm. In him the seed of renewing life has been consumed. He has conquered all the inner worlds. With dispassionate eye he sees everywhere the falling and the uprising. And with great gladness he knows that he has finished. He has woken from his sleep. And the way he has taken is hidden from men, even from spirits and gods, by virtue of his purity. In him there is no yesterday, no tomorrow, no today. Possessing nothing, wanting nothing, he is full of power. Fearless, wise, exalted, he has vanquished all things. He sees by virtue of his purity. He has come to the end of the way, over the river of his many lives, his many deaths, beyond the sorrow of hell, beyond the great joy of heaven, by virtue of his purity. He has come to the end of the way. All that he had to do, he has done. And now, he is one. An afterword, written and read by Jacob Needleman. Buddhism was born in India. In its beginnings, it conceived of itself not as a new religion, but as a reconstitution of what is essential in the vastness of the Hindu tradition. Taken as a whole, the Hindu religion can be likened to an Olympian armed campaign with great generals dispersed abroad, their huge armies and infinitely variegated weaponry converging upon the enemy, the ego,
under some divinely conceived master strategy. Compared to this, Buddhism appears upon the Indian scene as a direct, hand-to-hand attack with no holds barred, striking instantly and mercilessly at the enemy's weakest point. By and large, Buddhism has retained this quality of one-pointed practicality, even amid the later flowering of a metaphysics and mythology which, in all of its aspects, rivals the entirety of Hinduism. Put succinctly, the Buddha, who is understood to have lived and taught in the 6th century BC, taught that the principal cause of all human suffering and desolation is the deeply ingrained belief that there is such a thing as a self or ego that persists through time and change. Everything else in Buddhism, its art, philosophy, rituals, and techniques, originated as tools for the destruction of man's illusion that he is a self. This doctrine of no self, or non-Atman, is, as it is said, the diamond which cuts through all errors and confusions of humanity. According to this teaching, everything in human nature is in flux, and a man is nothing but a serial bundle of sensations, thoughts, and feelings, one proceeding from another with nothing to hold them together either in life or death. And not only man, but all things in the universe are without self, without a fixed nature that abides from moment to moment. In the endless and rigorously determined chain of cause and effect that constitutes the universe, we human beings fail by fixing our interest or desire upon one or another phenomenal aggregate, either within ourself or external to ourself. Therein is the root of all our sorrow. What can liberate us is the deep and thorough understanding of all things, including the personality, as causally determined processes of becoming. Consciousness, meaning the totality of thought, feeling, perception, sensation, pleasure, and pain, is not a being, but a passion, not an activity, but only a sequence of reactions in which we, who have no power to be either as or when we will, are fatally involved. Individuality is motivated by and perpetuated by wanting, and the cause of all wanting is ignorance. For we ignore that the objects of our desire can never be possessed in any real sense of the word, ignore that even when we have got what we want, we still want to keep it, and are still in the state of desire. The ignorance meant is of things as they really are, and the consequent attribution of substantiality to what is merely phenomenal, the seeing of self in what is not self. At first glance, this doctrine of no self seems in direct opposition to the Hindu view. But if there is any general view with which the Buddhist doctrine conflicts, it is surely our own Western worldview, as embodied not only in the popular understanding of Judeo-Christian doctrine, but in the goals our whole civilization has set for itself. The religions of the West have imbued us with the idea of an individual, eternal soul created by God, also in his way an individual, infinitely precious and irreducibly real. As our modern society drew away from religious doctrine, it substituted for the soul the idea of individual personality, not immortal perhaps, but for that very reason all the more our own and precious. The establishment of our identity, our role, has been the banner cry not only of scientific psychology, but of all the major intellectual movements of modern times, including existentialism and humanism. We measure a person's strength by what we take to be the distinctness and vividness of his individuality. And we all seek to make our mark, either as artists, scientists, or business people. To the Buddhist, all this striving is the pursuit of a phantom. The identity we seek to establish is nothing more than a thought, a picture in the mind of what we are or can be. It is in no wise based on fact. Our sense of persistence and sameness through change is a trick played upon us by the automatic functions of memory and buttressed by the fact that we are given a name and treated by others as though we were a self. Indeed, our whole society is but a vast collection of sleepwalkers, each addressing the other and conceiving of himself within his own dream of selfhood. All our ideas of morality and obligation, blame and praise are based on this dream and serve only to strengthen the illusion of its reality. Putting the Buddhist doctrine of no self in the above way, its congruence with Hindu thought becomes clear. We might say that for the Hindu or Brahmanic religion, human ignorance is the ignorance of who we are, of our ultimate divinity, where for Buddhism, it is ignorance of what we are not. We are not this ego. It is in fact a cardinal trait of Buddhism that its teachings are in negative terms. Break down the illusion, the error, and the truth will appear by itself, for it is always there. It is only obscured and hidden by our ignorant beliefs about ourselves and the desires attached thereto. Of all the great religious teachers of the world, none has incarnated and lived the idea that ultimate reality is beyond the grasp of the ordinary mind with more purity and concentration than the Buddha. This in part explains why the Buddha's discourses say nothing about the existence of a supreme being, for example, or about immortality. Such questions tend not to edification, since they are put by the deluded mind, which is quite content to speculate endlessly about these matters, while clinging to the very beliefs which perpetuate its suffering. Its strategy of negation has misled many Westerners into thinking Buddhism is pessimistic and anti-life. Some have even thought of nirvana, the ultimate goal of Buddhist discipline, as a sort of spiritual suicide. Nothing could be further from the truth, and in fact there is no religion which has a higher estimation of human possibility. It is only that it is not spoken of directly and positively. The exalted level of nirvana can be seen indirectly by attending to everything which the Buddhists say it is not. It is not love, consciousness, peace, freedom, happiness, or immortality in any sense that we understand. We are given no words for it because we have no experience of it. And in the absence of a corresponding experience, names merely purchase further illusions. The Gospels, we may recall, also speak of the peace that passeth understanding. We come to the conclusion that just as the great mystics and saints of our own traditions could describe the supreme reality only by negation and analogy, so the Buddhist tells us of nirvana. Since, however, nirvana also designates the whole of reality, then we see why Buddhism also refuses to admit that our ordinary thinking and language can accurately be applied to anything that is real. Thus, reality is also named the void, or emptiness. A final note, especially important when we come to inquire if a genuine Buddhist way can take root on our own soil. Buddhist moral rules are never ends in themselves. It is essential to realize that ethical commandments in the Dhammapada are understood as necessary preliminaries to any greater spiritual development. What is especially valuable about the Dhammapada is that it shows us there is no real separation between true human morality and the process of inner development. The admonitions and insights in this great text resonate on all levels of our search for our authentic humanity. At one stroke, they bring inspiration to our halting everyday efforts to care for our neighbor and guidance in our efforts to look into ourselves for the radiant energy that is traditionally termed the Buddha nature. The Dhammapada presents itself as the actual sayings of Gautama Buddha and was originally compiled for the growing community of Buddhist monks. It was apparently in existence by the time of the Emperor Ashoka in 250 BC and quickly became popular with all schools of Buddhist thought and practice. It is now, no doubt, time for it to speak more universally to the whole of our morally and spiritually hungry modern world.
Great. The data you won't find anywhere else. Your next great hire is here.
You are listening to LearnOutLoud.com's production of the Dhammapada. This ancient Buddhist scripture is traditionally understood as a collection of answers that the Buddha gave to important spiritual and ethical questions. LearnOutLoud.com is pleased to present this newest volume in our series of important religious writing throughout history. For more audio devoted to the love of knowledge, please visit our website at www.learnoutloud.com.
The Dhammapada, The Sayings of the Buddha, translated by F. Max Mueller. Chapter 1, The Twin Verses. All that we are is the result of what we've thought. It is founded on our thoughts. It is made up of our thoughts. If a man speaks or acts with an evil thought, pain follows him, as the wheel follows the foot of the ox that draws the carriage. All that we are is the result of what we have thought. It is founded on our thoughts. It is made up of our thoughts. If a man speaks or acts with a pure thought, happiness follows him, like a shadow that never leaves him. He abused me. He beat me. He defeated me. He robbed me. In those who harbor such thoughts, hatred will never cease. He abused me. He beat me. He defeated me. He robbed me. In those who do not harbor such thoughts, hatred will cease. But hatred does not cease by hatred at any time. Hatred ceases by love. This is an old rule. The world does not know that we must all come to an end here, but those who know it, their quarrels cease at once. He who lives looking for pleasures only, his senses uncontrolled, immoderate in his food, idle and weak, Mara, the tempter, will certainly overthrow him, as the wind throws down a weak tree. He who lives without looking for pleasures, his senses well controlled, moderate in his food, faithful and strong, him Mara will certainly not overthrow, any more than the wind throws down a rocky mountain. He who wishes to put on the yellow dress, without having cleansed himself from sin,
Great fucking idea. Yeah. Well, and plus, I can promote the event at Kepler's, and even if
exactly.
Even if it sells out, it'll be right. Because what this is really about right now is
because you're in the epicenter of people wanting to know about this stuff. You know,
it's building a mimetic snowball, right? Yeah. And the question is, here's the hard part. I think I got it. Can you ethically, and where's Dr. Sandra? Can you ethically build mimetic
snowball that is not just a positive feedback loop, but a virtuous cycle without running into the very true fact also that I want this book to make a lot of money. So it's kind of like as soon as the money factor gets involved more than a certain amount, it's almost like things short circuit. And in fact, I wrote my college philosophy honors thesis on this very subject, that there's a moral circuit breaker built into humanity, and that even those who are nascently built or have inherited abilities to do things that you're not supposed to be able to do, they generally don't allow themselves to use those abilities and powers, or you can't get to that place of having that level of ability with if you are too actually self-serving. And then we get to the question of which self is involved here, which is a whole other subject. So it's an interesting time. I should be taking notes. Oh, wait, it's recorded.
You're recorded. You don't have to.
But I said something mean about somebody who's important.
Oh, look, even Michael James is like, yeah, man, I'll hang up a flyer in the coffee shop. What's up, man? Around probably 8th Street. So, you
Well, I think that was like deserves a bullet point, because it'd be easy enough to add one more social asset that's like a flyer that you know, if you live near a college, just put one of these up, right?
That would be, Jordan, as you were talking, it just came to my mind that the financial capital you get, we don't know, but you have, you're at some point you're going to be hot, and there will be a moment, and that you have a much more valuable social capital to take all of this to the next level. So what a possible prediction is that you may be catapulted into a place where you may not have thought you were comfortable, but that it's a massive opportunity for just an evolution of your professional life. And so that's something to consider.
Yeah, no, I've talked about this a lot with Billy in particular. Is Billy still in this room? I'm not looking at my phone.
Yeah, he's
you know, that's James. That's right. James is in this room. It's if I'm to be some kind of a public intellectual, it's not going to look like what other people do to get there in that pathway. And I'm still trying to figure out, both if that's what I really want to do and what that will look and feel like. And, I don't know.
So, Jordan, that what I've done for my career, and the kind of finances that I'm sure you can imagine the finances that have flowed through my hands. Something that because this was a big issue for me.
I imagine there were good times and bad times.
Oh, of course, but it was always a big issue for me, and still is. Like, I'm a life coach, I do these things, but a lot of what I do, like my life coaching for my friends, is gratis, because it's just what I feel like I am compelled to do. Something I was reading the other day about finances and about charging people for my time, because my time is valuable. Because if I give it away, I'm never ever it's something I can never get back. But maybe starting a nonprofit that you could put some of the funds into, because a lot of it has to do with our ego and id and our humility and our lack thereof.
That's exactly right. That's where the short-circuiting happens.
Right.
When it doesn't work if you're self-aggrandizing in the wrong way. At least for me, just the way I'm built, it falls apart immediately.
Well, no, I mean, that's the way the universe is built, dude. I mean, it's like
it's like when the greed aspect came into LSD, when the greed aspect came into marijuana, when the greed aspect came into all these really good
The
things.
government of the United States as is happening in real time as we sit here speaking, but yes.
Yes, exactly. I mean, so we can see that. We know the antithesis of it, and rarely I found that either antithesis, either drastic side is the right one. It's somewhere right in the middle that I've always found personally where this because it's the old adage that neither selflessness or selfishness is good. Um, in totalitarian, in total. You can't be completely selfless or you will neglect yourself, which is the most important thing here because, well, you're passing on this knowledge and this word and this understanding. So, my suggestion is going to, maybe take heed of that and understanding of that and develop something prior to it that you can say, look, 20% of whatever I make is going into this new nonprofit that I want to form that is going to, let's say, facilitate the education of microdosing coaches. And do something positive with it, which will keep you grounded because it's then not the money that you're making, it's the money that you're making to be able to help somebody else. And the giving back is, and the public service is where I've always found comfort, and is why when I like in the coffee shop this morning, my comments is exactly that. It was all based around the greed aspect and how ultimately, money is the root of all evil to degrees, and it can be the root of all evil.
The phrase is more like the unbridled lust after money is the root of all evil. So, I go back to Patrick's dismay for some reason, to Crowley, and to that phrase that some of you have heard me say before, and I'll say it again because I like it. It's for pure will, unassuaged of purpose, delivered from the lust of result, is every way perfect. I say it again, for pure will, unassuaged of purpose, delivered from the lust of result, is every way perfect. So the question is, how do you both have unassuaged purpose and have full, complete dedication to getting something done, and really be okay with it not working out the way you want it to? Well, it's not easy. That's where the magical circuit either does kick into action or doesn't.
Has anything ever worked out exactly the way you thought it would, though, Jordan?
No, it's usually worse in ways I never expected, or better in ways I never expected.
There you go, my friend. There you go. And I'll bet you could probably trace that back to your mindset. And it's like if you have a consistent mindset of compassion and love for humanity, and that big love, that all-encompassing love. I'll bet those are the times where you weren't really concerned about money, and then money just flowed. And it's kind of that it's a kind of oxymoron or
who you calling a moron? Go ahead.
Definitely not you, Jordan. But you know what I mean. It's that the ebb and flow of things. If you're focused on purely just the money, then the money won't come. If you're thinking about helping humanity and like I always have in my career, producing the best product I can to benefit the people as best as I can, then it's ultimately always been a better product. I can show you with this plant the people who grow for money and the people who grow for love. Their products are completely fucking different. And So yeah, that's the best advice I can give. And from my perspective, and from what I've held on to throughout my career, and has helped me be, not lose. I mean, even in the worst of it, it's helped me not completely lose my ass. So I love you. I love you guys, man. This is a space where I'm surprised that I have influence on such educated people because I mean I'm not classically educated. I'm not unintelligent. I'm just not classically educated. I don't have degrees. I didn't even graduate high school. But to be here to share my experiences and be able to influence people on their path is my purpose. And really, what kind of fucking degree do I need for that? Absolutely not a single one, obviously. So, let the period time.
We can all use a degree.
Oh yeah, of course. But I trust that humility and an admission that I don't have a degree. I'm humble enough to realize that, and completely astonished that I could have an effect on people like you, or Dr. Daniels, or Lee, or Billy, or anybody who's more classically educated than I am. It's flattering. And it's humiliating at the same point because I have to take that humility in it at the same point, and consider it a privilege. And I really do consider it a privilege and an act of compassion and grace.
We love having you here. You contribute a lot, but I'd also like to hear if anybody else has any additional thoughts.
Oh yeah, my plan was landed, buddy. I love you guys.
Billy, you're with Jeffrey. Not really listening. Wow. In any case, probably gonna wrap this one up pretty soon. I've got to do things like walk cats and get ready for this show and such.
I also just want to say one last thing. I am super fucking proud of you, bro. Like, super freaking proud of you.
Spell this name. Y-Y-E-A. Yeah. My God, where is he?
So, I've never seen a country full of airheads whose only knowledge is I'm American. Come on, will you keep quiet? American, my ass.
Boko Haram said that America killed all his.
I know. Stop it, Brad. Come on, you're gonna get a turn to speak, but Chaos, are you ready?
Boko Haram is
That was Louis.
Oh yeah, Louis, go.
Yeah, so Billy, when you talk about, when you fly into the States and you have to pay like higher tuition or whatever, that's not peculiar. Like even in the United States, within the confines of the United States, from state to state, if I live in Pennsylvania per se and I want to go to a university in New York, I'm paying out of state tuition. That's like extra costs for room and board, and it's just because they prioritize those people within the state. I don't think it's any different than someone from a foreign country, a foreign student.
Louis, I don't think it's weird. I'm not against it.
I need to.
I guess I'm just kind of curious as to what exactly the point of contention is.
Yeah,
That you feel like since you're paying higher tuition that you're like entitled to.
No, Louis, that's not my contention. So how we got here, right, was that
Brad is trying to argue that I got a benefit, like I'm getting like privileges and benefits from the America from America as a country, right? And my counterpoint is that I paid for like all of my stuff. Like I came to school in America and I paid for the full tuition, so I don't see how it's a benefit to me from America.
Why does
So
that
I'm not
matter?
complaining
Why
that
is
I
this
have
a
to pay
global
higher school fees,
competition to
right?
you?
I'm not complaining about that. I'm just saying that the people that are claiming that I'm getting a benefit or a privilege,
Why?
I don't see how it's a benefit since I paid fair and square.
Oh my God, this woman still doesn't know this. I mean, American education system, or at least our post-secondary education system, is like pretty robust. It's one of like we have a great school system. Like I think maybe a lot of people who live here take it for granted, but I don't like. I think that is a bit of a privilege to be able to come to America to school. I mean, people boast about it all over the world. Like, hey, I
No,
went
but
abroad.
Louis,
Been trying to deliberate about it for over an hour now.
Well,
we do have a queue, so you can respond to Louis and then Louis can respond and we'll
I'm sorry,
my point is that like I'm a shopper, right? The opportunity cost is other countries. So America wasn't the only country that I was able to go to school in. The initial conversation was that I should have gone to the UK or maybe Canada or like even France, like Strasbourg. You know, like my point is that I had multiple countries I could have gone to university in, including Nigeria. So I'm just shopping around. Ultimately, I chose America.
You saw more benefit in the United States for
No.
one reason or the other.
Louis, my point is simply that I could have gone to like a school of equal standing, right, in other countries. The primary reason why I went to America was because I wanted to go with like my friends. So like me and like all of my classmates and my friends.
That was your
Did I get skipped?
No, you didn't. All I'm saying is that it wasn't America or nothing. Do you understand? It wasn't America or nothing. So this idea of like special benefit doesn't make sense to me.
I just think
It's the dating right
this is the last
I mean, I would come over to one time to meet.
because there were
Actually,
options
come
and
to
you
my
chose the United States. I think that
you
leads
come
me
to
to
my
believe or
house
to assume that there's
for an
some
hour.
benefit that lied in the United States. That could be your friends being there or whatever. That like you thought was like, hey, like this is probably like the best choice for me. And that happened to be in the United States. I don't think yeah, it's alright, you got it.
Can I just say something, hey, Sugar, I just want to say I do understand.
We do have a queue.
Am I in the queue?
Yes, I did add you. Right now we're on Chaos, Missy V, Concrete, Brad.
Okay. I just thought I would talk about the visas. That's the privilege. The privilege is the visa.
Why does that matter? Why is this a global competition to you if everyday Americans are still losing their...
I'll be honest here. Like I chose American universities because of the fact that I could translate that into like becoming a citizen relatively easier in the process of how to do that. And that's why I chose it because I felt like the standard of living in America was better than the standard of living in India, and I could my kids can have benefits. That's why I chose it. And the cost of that is pretty high. I don't think any of you can argue that like the cost of post-secondary education in America, it's cheap. It's not. And especially if you're an international student, it's much more competitive to get scholarships. You pay a lot more, and guess what? There is a lot of added costs.
Also, screenshots of articles don't work.
Your currency is a lot more like lower than the American dollar. So like whatever currency you're making in your home country, you're paying a lot more in American dollars, and it's just part of the process, man. Like I'm not saying it's not, but I would say this. American students get the privilege of being in American universities, and they get a lot more scholarships than international students do. And if you were to remove, if you just were to like get scholarships based on merit, sorry, I don't think American students can get as many scholarships as international students could get. It's just basically a head comparison. If, for instance, like to be an international student and to get a scholarship, you need to be like in the top 1% of your class. But I think most American students who like go into universities, 1 in 5 get in-state tuition, which is the number of international is a lot lower. I do think that America puts a price on coming here, the privilege of being in America, and once the price is paid,
it is what it is.
I'm saying that lives in.
Like you can't just say.
Why does that matter? Why is this a global
Like I already paid my dues, and it is what it is. If it's what it takes, I don't see it being like I don't think I'm beholden to it after I paid my dues. That's just like ridiculous to think. It's like saying you don't have to fight your entire life because you were given a chance to do it. No, bitch, I proved myself, and now I'm enjoying the spoils of war. So like, you can shut the fuck up. That's what.
Having developed a
Okay, so, am I okay, Shirley? It's back to the baby. I'm almost done.
Where am I at, Sally? Sorry, what's for you?
It's Fifi, Concrete, Brad, Rowan, who's requesting before, and then
I'll be quick, Concrete, because I know how.
No, that's cool. I just wanted to know where I was at. That's all. You're good.
That's okay. I wanted to bring the attention to, it benefits the universities, guys, as well. The universities, I know HBCUs, I graduated from HBCU, and what you call international students and things of that nature. I know the presidents, they court these countries sometimes too, I guess, and talk to the best of the best, but the universities get kickbacks. They get money too, so we cannot forget about that. All right? I just wanted to throw that out there.
Thank you. I was considering buying some goats and some cows. Camels, I heard camels were really desirable. Now I'm like reconsidering that because of the horrible argument that Sugar Belly is making. And it seems like she doesn't understand, and I put it in terms that she could, return on investment. You understand that American education is going to provide a higher return on investment. It's just that simple. And who's benefiting, as Ms. Fifi said, is the university. Both kids are paying. One is paying more than the other because they know that you will. And that's it. It's not because, oh, we need the money. Have you ever looked at the endowments of these schools? How much money that they have from the alumni and other sources, patents, research, on and on and on. And did you know that those endowments are allowed to invest some of that money? That they have investment fucking funds? And they talk about how they grow the endowment just simply from their investment practices? Like, bro, these schools are not fucking, well, we're talking about the PWI. I'm sorry, we can't talk about the HSBCUs or whatever. But yeah, if you went to a top-notch school, they are fine. They charge you what they charge you because they can. Nothing more, nothing less. It is not benefiting the person next to them because they have the same value proposition or return on investment proposition that you do, which is I get a good education from a good university that affords me lifelong income in a particular industry at a particular rate. Period, point blank. That is the calculus. It is easy to understand. $200,000 education gets you $120,000 start, $70,000, $80,000 starting salary, and 20, 30, 40-year career upwards with the max being $250,000, $300,000 a year. You do the math over that career, what your return on investment was. And then you just simply juxtapose that to your return on investment in Nigeria or Botswana or anywhere else. And you say, what's the return? And everybody's saying, well, I think it's going to be better in America.
Concrete, but
Concrete is correct.
Yeah, well, yeah, no, I know what you're saying.
Brad has been waiting to speak. So we gotta let him.
I'm sorry, just please 1 second. So Concrete, at the time that I went to school in America, the intention was not to work in America, and I think that's the part that you're not seeing. Like you don't have a higher return on investment inside Nigeria for going to school in America, and that's the part that you're not seeing. Like you can get a high ROI in America, but if the person goes to school in America, but their plan is not to live and work in America, this whole thing falls apart.
No, it actually is worse for you because you paid an exorbitant amount of money for an education where you're not able to get the full potential thereof. What?
No, I don't.
Listen.
I don't think you're getting what I'm saying.
Return on investment works if the person. I'm almost done. I'm just land with this because that was a really bad retort. Return on investment works given the person who is doing the evaluating makes proper decisions. If you don't make a proper decision where you spend extra money on an education simply for whatever the internal value, which is to say how it makes you feel, and you weren't able to capitalize on that, which is to take that experience and turn it into money at the higher rate. Okay, all right. I don't know what else to say. You just made a bad investment decision, or there's some other intangible that is also more valuable from that experience than had you not had that experience, right? Because the intangibles are still assets as well. They are still attained through these experiences, even though they are easily quantified. So, Sugar Belly, no matter which way you slice it, I'm sorry, I don't know, why would you even bother trying to make this argument, Sugar Belly?
Like I don't like you're not understanding like the most.
The only privilege is our family have money is
Okay, yes. So if you go to school, let's okay. So if you live in Nigeria, you come to America for school, and then after school you go back home to Nigeria, right? Being successful in Nigeria is not based on the fact that you went to school in America. It's based on politics and family connection. So you're not really getting ROI from like going to school in America if your plan was to live in Nigeria permanently. Do you understand?
Yes,
And that's
and that
what
would
I'm
be a
trying to like.
bad decision. You get it? That would be a waste of your money. Unless there is an intangible that you are acquiring, which is the notoriety of your friends, or the prestige, or some other intangible, which has a value, even though it's not easily quantifiable. So it's always going to be return on
So
investment,
I'm not saying that
whether
there's no
quantified or not.
concrete. I'm not saying that there's no value.
Okay,
right?
then we're done.
But concrete, but that's not what I was disagreeing with. This whole argument is happening because some of the Americans in this conversation are trying to portray like the mere fact of coming to America to go to school or working in America as you getting benefits
It is
from
a
America or
benefit.
getting benefits from the American government.
It is a benefit from the American government because America, the prestige of these schools,
Everybody in America.
the prestige of these schools are part and parcel to the accomplishments of America. You can't disassociate the two. You can't disaggregate the two. They are intertwined inextricably, right? Prestige, America, country, school, corporations, all associated. I gotta take this call.
Okay. Brad, did you still want to speak?
Yeah, I'm trying to push this into perspective that maybe she can understand. So, like, we have like Tanzania, we restrict the number of applicants. Kyrgyzstan, I think we allow almost nobody from this country, even on a student visa. We restrict portions of Nigeria. If you come from a certain area in Nigeria, or if you come from an undetermined immigrant status into Nigeria and think you can get a student visa, then you are denied by the United States. The State Department will not allow your request. So it's literally on the State Department's website. So again, idiots that don't read. I can't wait till we deport you.
Yeah, you can do shit, Tommy. He has to come in.
Obi, come on.
Please.
Again, we restrict a whole bunch of countries. There are countries that don't have to apply for student visas. They can get a visa waiver, such as Canada, such as the UK, a host of other countries, mostly NATO alliances that we have developed actual good relationships with, and we're pretty sound that they can go through and have it. We restrict some Latin countries, a lot of them actually, from doing it, being able to come in on a visa program for students. Again, that privilege is determined at the behest of the politicians or the political system that we have at the current time. Under different presidents, under different administrations, this may change or vary. And coming in, Trump has, Rubio has basically started issuing out further restrictions on student visas. We don't have to allow you to come here, Sugar Belly. That's the whole point. If the U.S. said, no, you're not an American citizen, you can't come to the United States to get your education and go back to your country, then you can't do it. The mere fact that the U.S. government says, we're going to allow you to do this, but the cost is going to be this, that you're going to have to adhere to these rules, and that's the only way you can attend college here, that is a privilege. That is not a right. You're not entitled to it. You don't get it automatically because you're not a U.S. citizen. If you were born here, you are entitled to an education. In fact, it's the law that you have to have an education K through 12, and you have to be afforded, you cannot be denied a right to continue your education. Now, you can have restrictions on that, cost, etc., shitty grades, be a shitty student. What the fuck is wrong with these?
Never mind. Go on.
Yeah, like, again, these, like, fucking weird people that are overseas that have no idea how America works and the extent at which we do. And in fact, Nigeria, we protect their trade routes. So, Jesus Christ, like, I know firsthand because you don't know anything.
Okay, come on. We're almost at popcorn. Almost.
Again, we missed the forehead on the forehead with Odie. I'm sorry, guys. It's my one fault. I'm sorry to the room. I missed that shot. That was my fault. So, like, when we go ahead and we protect these trade routes that have helped Nigeria prosper, that help it have economic stability, and having its cargo being manifested, the ability to transit, that's the U.S. Navy. The Nigerian Navy isn't protecting fucking trade routes. I can tell you that firsthand. They're not stopping pirates from seizing cargo assets. They're not, they stopped, the U.S. stopped Boko Haram, and other countries came in and fucking defeated Boko Haram, Odie's fucking family. So again, like, these things are done at the behest of the United States. And like Concrete said, the economic stability, the value of an American education, the value of the American currency is what drives the world. The idea that it's not somehow a privilege that you as a non-citizen of the United States get to have any taste of that is a privilege. It's a perk. And not everybody in Nigeria is able to have the same access as you.
Wait, hang on, Brad.
Well, okay, so we're almost at popcorn. Gigi has been very patient. She wanted to say something about visas, and then Jinx wanted to contribute as well, and then we'll get into popcorn.
Okay, let's create one.
Does this mean I get to go now?
Yes.
Oh, hi. Sugar, hi. Where did you go to school, by the way?
Hi, I went to school in America. I'm not, like, telling anyone, like, where.
Okay, that's fine. But really, what I want to say is that it's the visa that is the privilege. And I went to school in Strasbourg, so one of the places you were considering.
That's nice.
Yeah, and I just remember having to go get my visa, and there are like rules that I had to, say that I would do, wouldn't do. There are, I had to adhere to the rules of France. I had to have a special bank account with all this other, there are all these things I had to do going there. So the fact that I was allowed, that they stamped my visa, that I was allowed to be there, that's the privilege. So it is, yes, of course, you have the money to do it. That's a different kind of privilege. It's not the same kind of privilege that I'm talking about. It's just that France allowed me to come in, and just like America is allowing you to come in, and they don't allow everybody. They deny visas all the time. So that's the point, is really that it's the visa that is the privilege. Not everybody gets a visa. Many people are denied, so that's the privilege.
I mean, so I kind of see what you're saying, but I'm not entirely sure that I agree.
Well, I can't.
There are requirements for the visa, right? So for like for the F1 visa, like I have to demonstrate very specific things. And I think the primary reason why people get denied F1 visas is because F1 visa is a non-immigrant visa, right? You're meant to just use it to go to school, and when you're done with school, you're meant to leave America and go back home to your country. However, there are a lot of people who try to use F1 visa as an immigrant visa, as a stepping stone to like immigrate to America. So I had to demonstrate, one, non-immigrant intent, that I was going to go back to Nigeria after I was done with school. I had to demonstrate that I had gotten admission to an American school and I had the grades. I had to demonstrate that I had enough money to pay for like my university in America. And then I also had to pay for the visa, right? And I've never been denied an American visa in my life. I've never been denied a visa in my life from any country before. And I think that's because like I can demonstrate all of the requirements. So I don't.
And that's the privilege, and that's the privilege is that
So I wouldn't disagree that it's a privilege from the perspective of my country. Do you understand? So if it was a conversation of like, okay, are you privileged compared to other Nigerians? I would not be fighting anybody. I would agree.
Okay.
But the part that I'm not buying is this idea of it being a privilege from America to me. That's the part that I'm not buying because I'm paying every step of the way. I paid for the visa. I met all the requirements. I paid for the schooling. I paid for everything. I followed all the regulations.
What if the
I did
requirement
everything.
Wait. I'm sorry.
I like this ISO.
What if the requirement was?
I like this ISO to be.
Well, yeah, so it's a brief exchange. I know, it's a brief exchange, and then Jinx has not contributed yet. Marquise wanted to speak, and then we'll give you yours, Sonoma.
So going back, Sugar, I see what you're saying, that you paid for this, but bottom line is, can you go to, I don't know, guys, name some place that we're not allowed to go study in, Iraq, Pakistan, I don't know where, Iran, okay. I can't get a visa to go to Iran to go to school, so if I could, it would be a privilege. My privilege is denied. I am not allowed to do that. So that's the bottom line. It's the visa, it's the privilege. And do you know Emeka Emenichi? Because he went to school with me, and he was from Nigeria, and he went back afterwards too.
Why would I know a random ass Nigerian who went to school with you in Strasbourg?
Why are you trying so hard for you to agree with her point?
Come on, Monica, don't get in.
Yeah, but I mean,
because I was joking. I'm sorry.
I know it's a joke.
Sugar, I was joking.
I know it's a joke. But what I'm saying is, I think the thing you're not seeing though is that, like, you know, America also misses out on something, right? If they say that this person can't come, because America is not the only option that people have. You're in competition for international students with the UK, with Canada, with like all of these other countries, right? The UK even has like a fair that they set up in Nigeria every single year in the Hilton. It's kind of like an informational fair for like people that want to go to school in the UK, right? So I mean, you are competing for the money of these international students, and if you say
But it's only a certain number of students. It's only a certain number of students that are allowed. So really, you're competing within yourself to get into the school.
No, not
really.
You restrict the number of students that are on.
Yeah, they restrict the number. Yeah.
So you're forgetting that we first and foremost we write exams, right, to get into these schools. So the competition starts at the exam, and like when I wrote the SAT, I was competing against not only international students but also against American students.
And there are thousands of American students who have the highest GPA possible and still can't get into those schools. But
I outscored them, Gigi.
No, there are thousands of students that still.
But did they outscore me?
SATs. They get perfect SATs, and they don't get into those universities.
Okay, but
Okay, we do have a queue. It is a brief exchange. We're trying really hard to get to popcorn.
There are enough. Let me just say this, and I'll finish. There are enough students in America that score well enough to get into universities, and they do not get in because there isn't enough room. That is why. So we are allowing international students in.
That's documented. That's not up for debate.
Oh, yes, it is documented. Yes.
Wait, hold on, Gigi, I'm not saying that they don't get in. Of course, there's people who have like great scores and they don't get in. But what I'm saying is that, like, whenever you hear these American students who don't get in talk about it, I've never once heard them say that they lost their school spot to an international student. What they tend to say is that they lost their school spot to an American student of a different race. Like, those are people that they complain about. But I've never seen American students who like didn't get to school start shouting about how international students are the ones that kept me out of school. It's always some battle between them and like people of other races from inside America.
Yes, they probably aren't even thinking about that. You're absolutely right. But the case is that there are more students that are qualified to get into universities, certain universities that are not accepted.
Sorry, Sugar Belly, Gigi's right.
Not sorry.
I'm not disagreeing with her. Very patient. Right.
And so let me just end, Monica, everybody, let me just end by saying, the most important thing that my point I wanted to make was that
Coming to America with a student visa is a privilege. It is not a right. The end.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that.
Shut up.
Sorry, it's your mom you're saying to shut up, or it's
No.
not me.
You. Because you don't know you take your black ass back to Nigeria, you fucking girl.
Anyway, so go back to Panama. When my
Go back to God. That's all.
Such a disgusting thing to say. It's like to me, I feel like it's just so gross when Black people speak so disparagingly about other Black people. I think it makes me sick to my stomach, especially when we're all supposed to be quote unquote in this together. So I just wanted to say that this originally started because people wanted to tell SB that she didn't even have the ability to have an opinion, right? She didn't even have the ability to speak. Soda and drunk, BB, you're drunk all the fucking time. I mean, I can't even top you, and I love wine.
I know.
Okay. So here's my thing. All of this all started was because you guys were trying to tell Sugar Bell that she didn't have an opinion on U.S. politics because it doesn't agree with your politics. You guys do hate mongering in this room. It's exhausting. And she just was saying, I have an opinion on U.S. politics, period. I have an opinion on the U.S. And then she stumped you guys by saying that she pays more than a lot of your salaries and taxes. And then that got you guys frustrated. You guys got mad. And you guys wanted to come for her throat. No, BB, your Vicodin prescription will be there soon. Okay? You guys decided to attack her, and then it got onto all of these different ways of how she's not a credible person to have an opinion. How many times do you guys sit in this room and have an opinion on another country? We live on this planet together, all of us. She has the right to have an opinion, especially if her money is coming to this country. What is fucking wrong with you guys? We're not talking about a vote. We're talking about an opinion. She lives in the UK. She has the right. She pays $65,000. Some of you guys won't even see $65,000 in 365 days. So let her have her fucking opinion. And that's it. I don't understand why it's causing all this. And also, the last bit I'm gonna add, are we a brain drain? For you guys saying, for you guys saying, she is not able.
I am.
Yo, please relax yourself.
Respectfully?
Please.
I'm sorry.
Alright, listen. Stop the fucking cooning. ASB, shut your cooning ass up. Go ahead, Jen.
Respectfully, now land here. You guys are saying like, oh, it's such a privilege for a brilliant Black woman to be able to come here to America and make her money and be more successful than a lot of you really, truly are. So I want to know, are we a brain drain in this country or are we not? Because if we are, then I don't think that it was that hard for her to go to college here. Figure out what side you're on and then be committed. That's all.
Okay, so the queue is currently Marquise, Samoa, Chaos, that lady, Nathan, unless Nathan wants to use his privilege to speak now, which he can. Otherwise.
Thank you, Tally. All right, so I'm going to go through this without, insulting or cursing or anything like that, but pretty much, Sugar, you said that you paid to come here to study to America. You said you paid for the visa. And your opinion is that you don't feel like you're being benefited. And if you're being paid, I don't know if you're being paid in Nigerian currency or an American currency, but if you're working for an American company, I can only assume that you're being paid in American currency. So if that's the case, how do you feel like you are not benefiting?
Because I'm exchanging work and work products for the money, right? I'm not getting it for free, like you get. So if I'm working for an American company, I'm actually doing work for them, and in exchange for that work, they're giving me money.
Okay. So how is that not a benefit?
How is that a benefit?
Yeah, she's just
No.
Marquise have the exchange. Marquise waited patiently. Sorry.
Marquise, please tag me in, my nigga. I will deal with this. Please.
Mutual exchange doesn't eradicate
No, he just said it. He just said it one word. Mutual exchange doesn't eradicate benefits.
deliberating over this for 2 hours.
This is retarded. I didn't realize this was the conversation.
Anyway, Marquise, were you complete? Did you land?
No, well, yeah, it's a serious question because it's kind of the question that I felt was going to nail down this whole fucking back and forth between everybody about this whole conflict.
Marquise, you're forgetting that, like, you know, they were trying to argue that I don't get to have an opinion, right? And that somehow I'm gaining benefits from, like, the U.S. government. So I guess I should be humble and grateful. But it's just working. Everybody's working. Like, you're earning the money that you're working for. So where is the special benefit coming from?
Being able to work.
Oh, sugar belly.
It's being able to receive. It's being able to receive finances to pay for your shit, to do things that you need to do. It's not just like they're robbing you entirely. Otherwise, everybody would be out in the streets causing chaos, saying, "What the fuck? Where's my money?"
Do you think that, like, from your job you're getting some sort of special benefit just because you're working?
I mean, I could be. I haven't found the company I want to work with yet. I just barely got my level 3 security guard cert. So I can be employed anywhere. I can even be a freelance and get any type of work I want to get. So I can get any benefits. I was born in America.
King, I had to rescind my proposal. Purchases.
Samoa. Samoa.
But if that's your answer, and again, like Brad, wait, give me a second. Like Brad and like everybody else, I'm not going to disparage or disregard the progress you've made to try to become more integrated with America if that's what you want to do. I respect that and I applaud you for that. But firstly, Tom, calm the fuck down. But these are just the steps that it takes to being an American, and I'm not gonna disparage or disregard it. I'm glad that you're doing it, but to say that you're not benefiting is one of the opinions you're saying that you can't have.
I'm sorry, like, I'm going to be honest with you, like, I'm actually,
I'm really confused. Yes, I'll just point out a couple of things. So I think that Gigi was on a good line here. I think that if you're looking at the requirements that you said that you fulfilled as far as it being a criteria, the requirements in itself is a privilege for you to be able to meet that. If they had a requirement of only males within the age groups of this or that, you would not be eligible for that at all. You would actually be outside looking in. That's one point. The other point, I'll just defer the rest of my time to Kate. There you go.
Damn, Simone, I appreciate it, brother. I'm eating though. Fuck.
I am so glad. Okay, so next, if no one wants to engage.
I did. I was trying to get in there.
Oh, you did?
I said I wanted to say, yeah, nigga.
Okay, so so you're deferring the deferment to concrete.
Excuse me.
Can we reset the room? Can we reset the room? So, cause I don't even know, like, Sugar, I don't know what you studied at school, or I didn't understand the war.
Hold on, man. Sugar Brother, let me ask you a question.
Oh, yeah, sure. Go ahead.
If we had an identical scenario between you and America, what would it take for you to have benefited from an engagement with America? What does that actually look like? Go ahead.
Yeah, I think, like, if perhaps America gave me something that I didn't earn or that I didn't pay them for, or that, I didn't fulfill, like, a list of requirements that they set out for, right? So let's say I had come to America or something and they had said, oh, wow, thank you for coming to America. Here's a free house, or here's, like, a free car, or here's a free something. Then, yes, I would think that thing was a benefit. But all the things that
America.
No, I'm just giving an example. He's
but the example is non-realistic. He wants a realistic example.
No. It's just an example.
It's fine. I think concrete's keep going. Concrete is a good example.
Cool.
Yeah, like I think where I'm having trouble with this conversation, right, is that it started from you don't get to talk about America, like you shouldn't be allowed to talk about America, and I said that, but I pay American taxes, right? And then that now led to, okay, how are you able to pay American taxes? And that's where it came out that I went to school in America.
I
But
filmed
people are
videos.
trying to then somehow, in order to support this position that I shouldn't be allowed to talk about America, they're trying to list things that I paid for fair and square as benefits to kind of be like, okay, well, you got these benefits from America, so you should be humble. And I'm like, I don't have to be humble. I paid for those things fair and square.
Well, here's the thing, right?
That wasn't quite true, Concrete.
Wait,
With
hold
that
on. I just
Well,
want to
it's
deal with her
split the
definition.
ice though between concrete and
Go ahead, I'm sorry,
Shirley,
Concrete.
and yeah, and then there's just a couple of people left in queue.
All right. So I want to just identify your concept of a benefit. And it seems like the way that you would be able to benefit is if you didn't earn it or it was given to you. I guess that's another way to say it. Didn't earn it, right? So if something was just simply given to you without you requiring any input, right, other than being yourself. Did I get that right?
Yes, to some degree. Yeah.
I don't know.
So this seems like an
I don't know.
idiosyncratic
Maybe
benefit because
you'll come on my
definitions. And it doesn't say
come on my
simply,
podcast.
well, it doesn't. There is a definition for a gift, right? But I could say, well, yeah, like is that? So I guess that's the one you're using.
If you can't,
the one that we're
I
using
understand.
is that you benefit from something, or you have an advantage or a profit gained from something. That's the one that I think I would like to use, right? An advantage or profit gained from something.
I don't know.
What do you think about that definition of benefit?
Yeah, so I don't disagree with it, right? But my point is that it's not a profit scenario to me. So if I'm giving an equivalent exchange, right? So if you were telling me that we're selling you education and in exchange for this amount of money, we're going to give you this amount of education, and I pay the amount of money and I get that amount of education, it's not a profit. Like I got it's basically a break even. I'm getting the exact value for it, right? Same thing with the working. Same thing with the working. I'm providing like a service, or I'm providing, work products,
Yeah,
and then I'm being compensated for that.
The profit comes because you're utilizing or you're gaining that education as a means to an end. It's not for the sake of the education, right? Because if it were the sake of the education, you pay $200, you get $200,000 worth of education. But actually, what you did was you established or increased your employment value. That was the means. That was the end that you desired, right? It wasn't. I mean, unless I got this wrong, and I can easily figure it out.
Oh, cool.
Is if you work in the industry that you were educated in. Do you work in the industry or adjacent to the education that you achieved?
So I would say adjacent, not directly the industry, adjacent. Yeah.
I think adjacent is good enough because, like, you can get a degree in psychology, you can work in law, and that psychology degree is not directly a legal degree, but it's beneficial in a legal capacity, right? People actually look for, like, even in investing, people look for physicists, they look for mathematicians. These aren't investment disciplines, but they are definitely beneficial to investment firms. So adjacent is good enough, in my opinion, right? Now, do you agree that adjacent would be good enough for it to be beneficial to you, that education?
What I don't agree is that it's a profit scenario. Like, you guys, like, so basically.
Are you doing this for free? Do you work for free?
No, but that's what I'm trying to say.
So you have a return on your investment, or you have a salary already.
Excuse me. What I'm saying is that my salary is directly exchanged for work product. Do you get? So it's not as though like I went to school for something, and then just because I went to school for something, now I receive a salary.
Wait, are you saying you work on commission or something?
No, I'm saying that I'm doing work. Like, do you understand? Like, I'm not.
Yeah, but is that work?
Doing like only.
Yeah, but what? I'm gonna just land with this real quick. Because we understand the causal chain of events that are included in the fact that you're employed, we know that the education plays a part in your income, and we know that that income is greater than what you pay for your education. Therefore, you have received a benefit above and beyond what you've put in.
I'm sorry, that doesn't make any sense. I get paid for the actual work that I do. If I don't do that work, I don't get paid just because I have the
job without the education. Do you agree or disagree?
Yeah, but that's not the point. The point is I would not get paid.
So it's
I would not get paid for nothing.
She's dug her heels in. She's dug her heels in.
Well, no, I know that. We know that. But I just wanted, I just established. One second, I'm just landing this real quick.
Yes, okay.
Thank you, my Negro's friend. So the whole point is, there's a direct result of your education that you got this job, and that job employed. They would have never entertained you. They would have, even if you were capable,
All your
or beyond capable
is
of
for
doing.
them to consider you for the job.
One second, come on, sugar money. They wouldn't have entertained you had you not gotten a degree. It's also probabilistic that they wouldn't have entertained you had you not gotten your degree from a particular school.
Like, listen.
So we understand that there are certain. All right, come on, sugar money. Stepping on my words because it's like I understand. So we understand that certain industries have certain schools that they utilize as feeders, right? We know that those are the top schools for finance. Harvard, Yale, Princeton. When a company is hiring in the finance department or any associated place, they're going to go to those schools first, and they're going to try to fill all their positions at those schools, and then they're going to go to secondary, tertiary schools. So we know that there's a strong possibility that not only is it your education, but the school you went to. And that wouldn't have happened if you went to school in Nigeria. Why? Because they don't have the equal reputation. They don't have the equal name recognition. Well, the same thing as reputation. So, yeah, come on, sugar man. This is a bad argument.
I'm sort of like, this is so weird. The only thing that your education really gets you is being considered for the job, right? But in order for you to get employed for the job, you have to demonstrate that you can do the job. And then also, furthermore, for you to get paid, right, for the job, you have to actually do the job and produce the work product. Like, nobody is going to say that if you're not working, oh, but this person went to so and so school, so let's just pay them their salary because, they went to this school. You have to produce.
Okay, I think Chaos is probably gonna back you up. Are you ready, Chaos?
I was not gonna back her up on that point, but my whole perspective was this: like, I think this is again, I'm challenging this like the room. Most people like who are international students, they score higher in SATs and GREs than an American student getting into the same university. The whole idea that American students who have a perfect score are not let in because of international students, just like a quote story that you guys tell yourself, because of the fact that like American students actually get in with a lot less like credentials than international students coming in. And again, that's the high bar that international students have to clear. Saying that like the perfect score can't get in, like you guys are competing with your own. It has nothing to do with international students coming in. On a raw data aspect, on average, international students like beat out American students in standardized tests. That's just the way it is. You can look at it and then say how bad it is that Americans are doing on testing basis, but that's just like blatantly how the data is. And you guys can't just say that international students like stealing away American spots, because that's not how we go.
I don't think they're stealing away the spots. I think that there are more people that could get in, that not necessarily that they're stealing them, but there are enough American citizens that could go to those schools that have received the grades and SAT scores or whatever. And I also think that, let's see, for the, forget it, that's the point. America's huge. There's so many people.
I know,
of course there are enough people.
But the thing is this, Gigi. I see one American student who didn't get in, and it's really common.
Wait, let me just, this is my point. Wait, the point is that Sugar was saying that they're letting in international students because they'll get more money. So that
is also true.
So yes, they will get, that is true, exactly. So that they will get more money.
What's the argument here?
So the argument is that is taking away places from other students.
Also,
that could have gone.
So, are you telling me that there's a cap on number of there's a class size cap? I think
there's a cap. There's a cap on visas.
No, that's an F1 visa.
Yeah, did Chaos one-on-one with Gigi, and then there's more.
Do you know, is there a cap on F1 visas?
Yes.
There's not.
Yeah, Gigi, there's not
a cap
visa
on F1 visas. So here's the thing. Let me tell you this.
Then that's my mistake. I will go look that up.
Okay. All right, go look it up. So here's the thing. You're operating on faulty assumptions. You're making a point that doesn't hold water. And I want you guys to be like, this is the fact that Americans have become into like, you guys have to like come to realization on this. There is a lot that American universities has to offer, and not a lot of American students can keep up the bar that the entire students can come in and clear. You guys can't. And that's the sad part of life. And you guys have to come and realize that, instead of complaining about the fact that, oh, like they're taking away American student spots, not the way it is.
Sorry, Gigi, so like there's a cap on H1B but not on F1, right? And these two visas do two completely different things. F1 is a non-immigrant visa. You're not meant to immigrate off F1. You just go to school and you come right back. And that's the reason why it's not capped. It's like saying there's a cap on B1, B2 visa. There's no cap on B1, B2 because it's a tourist visa. You come to America, you see the Statue of Liberty, you go shopping on, Rodeo Drive, and then you go back home to your country. Like, so there's really no cap. Yeah, but look, this whole thing is one of the strangest conversations I've ever had. I find it really strange because it's like I didn't know that Americans thought that by having a job, like they're enjoying some sort of benefit. Like I did not know like this was a popular opinion or a popular position. It's very weird to me, but hey.
And I think that that's the main thing, Sugar, is that you see it totally different than some of us do.
I understand that Chaos had a brief exchange with you, Gigi, but there were other people in the queue.
I'm sorry, I'll be quiet. Sorry.
No, it's fine. Monica, who I don't see on stage.
And yes, I did look it up. You are right that for F1, and that's kind of shocking. There is no limit.
No, we're actually on stage.
Okay, thank you. I acknowledge. What the fuck is that?
A raccoon. It's scary white. Go on, Keely.
I acknowledge that. Actually, spell out one of these.
It's big.
Okay, so I acknowledge that, I may have come late to the party for this particular discussion. I'm only interested in the semantic distinction between benefits and privileges. And unfortunately, the reality is, as foreign as it is both a benefit and a privilege to be able to go and school and study in the US, whether we like it or not now. The other, I guess, discussion that's about to happen that Chaos has introduced, I'm sure is going to take us down a different path, and I'm not particularly interested in that, but I'm interested in elucidating why it's a benefit, right? Just because there's a mutual value exchange in any given interaction or dynamic doesn't necessarily stop it from being a benefit to one of the parties, more of the parties, or both of the parties, right? Benefits can go both ways. Privileges, though, are typically sort of dispensed by a granting body of some kind, which infers that the body itself has the power to grant said privileges. In this case, it's the United States. Being able to get a visa and enter the United States and participate in the U.S. culture of economics, socially, to be able to buy goods and services from the U.S. as opposed to from abroad, and all of these things. These things are privileges. Privileges granted because they're given they're granted by the governing body. It's just a simple matter of fact. There didn't need to be so much debate about whether or not it's a privilege or benefit. As it pertains to the argument, though, I think better arguments could have been made as to why people get to speak on certain things. I do disagree with the idea that because you are a beneficiary of the U.S., therefore you don't have the right to speak, or because you're not part of the U.S. culture, you don't have a right to speak. And I think those are bad arguments in general, but I think the counter arguments have been unfortunately just as bad. Right? Just because you pay taxes in a country, it doesn't mean that you're not benefiting from that country. It's a multivariate approach as well. It's not just the education that you're getting in exchange.
for your cash. That's the benefit. It's the benefit of getting that education in the broader context of the U.S. system, right? A system that allows for probably a safer living circumstance than whatever countries we tend to come from, particularly if you're from the African continent. A system that allows for better quality of life overall. Now, if it's a worse quality of life, that's poor decision making on our part, but it's really not a complex argument, and that's all I wanted to say.
Can I just speak to you I would like to pick your brain for a minute or two. Is that
Okay, the last person in queue.
Oh, so there's no ISO with me.
No, I'm saying yes.
What kind of bias is this?
Oh yeah, have your ISO with Huey. Some of us would do other things if we were isolated with Huey, but whatever. And after that, we'll go to Dewey.
Yeah.
Dewey's
So
not
can
here.
Okay.
Can I respond to
Yes.
Dewey?
Yes, go on.
Okay. So first of all, I would love to establish the fact that literally humans are social beings or social animals, right? So one thing is what you can't stop or what you can't plant your ignorance in is the fact that there will always be movement of people and interactions between societies, right? Whether they be within a particular geographical location or not, right? So that's one given. Secondly, I'd like to ask a rhetorical question, right? So when you go to get groceries and you pay for your groceries, right? And you get, let's say you go to an electronics shop and you go to get a television, and when you pay for the TV, do you see that trade as a benefit, or do you see that as a benefit and privilege, or just an exchange of value? So one thing you should also know is when somebody walks into a place and pays for a service and lives there, that human being, being a social being, does not just receive but also gives to the external environment. So there is exchange of values. For example, I think I heard Sugar Belly say something like she had really high scores, right? And one thing about attracting that, very bright minds to your society is there's a trickle down effect of knowledge, right? It's and when this is repeated, right? Not just twice, but more than twice, again and again, what you discover is that
you're losing track of the question. I'm sorry.
I'm actually explaining, like, you need to think to understand what I'm saying, right? And when that gets
I don't think it's our thought processes are the problem.
Okay, thank you, Monica. This is between Leon and Huey.
Yeah. So, and once the population of people, let's say bright minds, starts to increase in a society, after a moment, what you notice is that society tends to grow and become more informed and intelligent, right? So the exchange of money in this term, like fees and money paid for tuition and all of that, and after fulfilling all the requirements for a degree, right? Because you are in a social society, right? It is your choice to either exchange ideas if you think that will benefit you and the society where you have maybe lived and schooled, or not. But I need people to look at the flip side. So what
I've been in the gulag and I've been listening to what I would like to describe as a linear conversation, and it was shocking to me that when somebody literally says that I have been to school, I have studied, and I have come out tops in my class, right? The fact that I have chosen to shift or to change my location does not guarantee the recipient of my presence, right, the advantage of a privilege. So that if I'm paying for the school fees, if I'm paying my fees, and if I'm scoring really high in my exams, you're not giving me any benefit, literally. It's an exchange.
But you
and
aren't
you
being
can't, no, I'm being accepted because I have fulfilled the requirements, right?
Because they selected you.
No, it wasn't selection, right?
Well, there's
Hold on, Samoa, it's in the back and forth with Huey.
No, that's not back and forth with Huey. That was the high school.
Go ahead. That was a monologue. Go ahead and wrap up.
They don't agree with me,
On
Mark.
to you, Leon.
Yeah, that was a monologue. I didn't even hear Huey talk.
Leon, go ahead and wrap it up so Huey can respond.
I don't want to, but I gotta.
Yeah, you can go ahead and respond. That's
I your voice will help you, Miles.
Huey doesn't even know the question you asked. Because you asked it 5 minutes ago, and then you went on to,
Don't discourage the speakers. Go ahead, Huey.
Come on, Huey.
Okay, my general response is going to be, I think what I'm recognizing here is that one side doesn't seem to feel like benefits and privileges can be earned. And I think people are making the general argument, the loose argument, that if I did something to earn this, therefore it's not a privilege or a benefit, it's some kind of entitlement or right. And I don't necessarily think that we're going to be able to reconcile or agree on that. I think that's what I'm hearing at the crux of this argument. I'm of the belief that just because you earn something, it doesn't take away its status as a privilege or benefit per se. And just because there's requirements of a university in terms of testing, scoring, and all of that, that you're capable of meeting, it doesn't make it any less of a privilege to be able to attend that university and participate in the campus culture of that university, to have access to the lecturers. These are still benefits, whether you like it or not. Now, whether or not you feel like you are also providing benefits that go the other way is a separate discussion, but that doesn't stop the reality that you are getting benefits of the degree, you are getting benefits of the education, you are.
What happened? Sorry, I was making coffee and then I was just.
Bravo, check out Alan Watts. He's the mentally ill schizophrenic who streams everything on YouTube. He lives in his mother's.
Oh, no. This guy is okay. He's chill. This guy is Adrian Dippin.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
I used to think this guy was bad, but he's not bad.
Thank you so much. Thanks, Roger Rothnam, for that awesome introduction.
Hey man, I used to think the same thing about you until I heard you speak for a little bit longer. So.
Oh, he's a weird guy. I love him.
Yeah, Roger Rothnam just doesn't like it because, he's always talking, and claims that I have
He's very
schizophrenia.
socially aware. He understands culture to a degree that most people don't.
Why did you in that room last night? I was in there listening to your Ellen Watts thing, and then you just ended the room, Dick.
Because sometimes, I do things like, I didn't even know you were listening, Dick. How are things going with your imaginary Jewish girlfriend, Elle? And how is your AI schizophrenia going?
AI, well, I wouldn't call it schizophrenia, I'd call it more autism. I'm not like there. I'm very pro AI. And I'm no longer talking to the girls. Thanks for asking them. You're all gay.
that American students don't fulfill the same exact requirements?
That is not the point.
Okay, well, I can tell you that a lot might be held in the last half of the sentence, and if we could allow Leon to get there, that would probably be informative.
What?
Go on, Leon.
So I feel like I started with an argument, right? I started with a point, and literally, like in linguistics, the beginning of an argument contains a topic sentence. But it's funny how the topic sentence of my previous argument was actually ignored, right? And a lot of times, I feel like there's a linear direction to where this argument is going, and people are deliberately refusing, literally, to look on the other side, right? So, and it's not a healthy conversation, because if you want this to be healthy, you need to look at, when you go to a market to get oranges, you're paying for the value of the oranges. However, the one who sells the oranges needs to sell the oranges, right? Because it's actually bringing value also to the seller, right? So that's what they call social interaction and economics. I don't know if anyone has understood.
No, I agree, but I agree, and I feel like I contended with that by pointing out that a dynamic can be mutually beneficial, but you're not stripping away the benefit discussion, though.
Okay, so Fury, if you agree, then how come like nobody said it? Like people were literally siding with Brad when Brad said there was no benefit. Like you get, there's clearly a payment differential.
No, we have to listen to Huey's second part of his sentence.
I'm asking you to address it. Like you get.
Okay, let me address it. So if Brad is willing to repeat what he meant by that, then I think that'll be better that way. But I'm going to assume what he's ultimately talking about is that in comparison to your individual contribution you make to a large institution like a university, there's practically no benefit. It's probably an accounting or rounding error that you're versus the thousands and thousands of students that they get to intake. Like I never said, I'm not saying this is what Brad is saying. I'm saying how I'm interpreting it, but he's more than welcome to clarify, right? Because only he can speak to what he meant, right? And so,
Sorry, I thought you were talking over.
No, it's fine. It makes no difference.
All right, so Sugar Belly is obsessed. One second.
Okay, what is the main thesis we are arguing about?
One second, sir. 1 second. I'm trying not to miss my thought, if you don't mind. So Sugar Belly is obsessed with the idea that because she paid 3 times the amount of money to get into the club, that I'm benefiting when I paid 1 times to get into the club, or I got comped to get into the club. No, nigga, the club benefits. I'm a patron just like you. We're both patrons. We're both putting money into the hands of the university. I don't know what's up with this obsession that you're subsidizing my entry. They are charging $7,000 a bottle. They are making hand over fist. They don't need your money. They don't need my money. Why? Because they have an unlimited supply of demand. Unlimited supply of demand, which is why it's so prestigious, which is why it's so sought after, which is why if you weren't here, it would be another Nigerian paying 3 times, 4 times them.
1,000%. You will always be a threat if you keep doing that. Yeah, 1,000%.
When we get back to the topic, since this woman can interrupt me every time I grab the mic, since she wants to be a moderator, can you let her articulate the reasons?
No. She doesn't know what it means, bro. That's why I moved on. She doesn't know what it means. I give her an opportunity to Google it. She doesn't know what it means. All right. So yeah. So.
I wanted to say so based on what Trump wants to do with the region, essentially, how is that a bad idea? Because I mean, what else can you do to make people? How will what Trump's doing stop Israelis from invading their land? How is that question?
Yeah. How is moving?
No, I'm asking James. Like, I'm trying to wrap my head around, like, to help you guys understand why this bigger picture of things seems to be the only solution so that history is not repeated. Or to try something different than we've ever done before.
Well, I mean, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you, it has been done before, the Nazis did it.
There's never been peaceful.
The Nazis have done it. There's never been people, where has there been peace in Europe?
I thought we were talking about the Middle East. We were talking
Yeah, but
about.
I'm saying, I mean, that's like utopia, right? Like, I mean, where is it always peaceful?
Well, I'm saying.
Nowhere.
I thought we were just talking about.
Why should the Middle East be any different?
The Middle East
Well, the way I see it, if we continue down the current path, right, there's not going to be a Gaza. There's just going to be nothing. There is going to be an Israeli taking over land, and then you're going to be mad about the expanded land. And if that happens, then it's like it's a big problem. And we don't want that. We don't want to allow that. The only thing that we can say is that the referee needs to come in and throw a yellow flag.
James, let me ask you a question. Okay, so how about this? Well, what about if Trump said this, right? I'm just curious to the Trump supporters in the room, right? To how you respond to this. What about if Trump said, while the Palestinians are getting their land built, we're going to mass evacuate all Israelis and we're going to bring them to neighboring countries until Gaza is complete? How would Jewish people and Israelis feel about that?
If you're saying that Israel was in the same position and they were being hunkered down and bombed, and we were taking neutral position to not get involved,
they're the ones.
if the roles were reversed in Gaza,
Hold on.
what are you doing?
Give me one second. I'm clarifying. They're the ones that's doing the bombing, right, over the last year, right? So, what about if Trump said, yo, listen, we're going to build up Palestine. We're going to, the same thing that Jared Kushner said about the values and everything, right? Same thing Trump said about the real estate values and everything. What about if Trump said to listen to every Israeli, okay? We're going to make this so safe as this construction is going on. We're going to mass, evacuate all Israelis and we're going to bring them to Appalachia for safety. How would you feel about that?
All right, so let's say the roles are reversed, and it was a country called Palestine, and that Gaza was Israel, and it's full of Jews. And instead of it being Palestinians, Gaza is a Jewish little sector inside of a country called Palestine. If it was the exact same situation, then our position would be the exact same, that yes, they should be evacuated out of Gaza, and it would be rebuilt. The problem is if it was flipped, it would be nearly impossible to do it in reverse. This is the option that is the best one. And it's still the one that brings peace to the Middle East. The Saudis would lead it, the UAE.
Why is it impossible to do it in reverse? Yeah.
Wait.
Because if there was the reverse, and there was a country called Palestine that existed, and a little sector of Gaza was Israel, and we had the idea that we were going to remove the Jews to rebuild Gaza, that would be impossible. They would never let those Jews come back. The fact is that America will ensure that these Palestinians come back, and the Middle Easterners will ensure that these Palestinians come back.
Well,
Israel has no real say in if Palestine comes back or not.
America will ensure that the Jews come back.
No. It's completely different because that would be a world that would still be surrounded by the Arab Muslim world, and in that world, they would not be welcoming to the idea of rebuilding a Jerusalem.
The question is not what would happen.
Well, you wanted hypotheticals. We went to the hypothetical, and I played along.
But you're not staying within the framework of the question. Why?
No, I completely get it. It doesn't matter whether they resettled that. These Gaza Jews were resettled in Europe, or if they were resettled in Africa. The whole point is the exact same situation. We just reverse the roles, and the position would still be the same. The only difference is that their resettlement back to Gaza would be 100 times harder.
Why?
Because it's the Muslim world.
Huh? But America's backing. You ain't making no sense, man.
It's completely different. It's not just America backing Palestine. There is the Muslim world backing Palestine.
Hold on. See, and James, James is always welcome here. James has different perspectives, right? And he brings different things to the conversation. So shout out to that. But James, I think your Jewish side is speaking, brother. Like it's almost like inconceivable for you to imagine the other way around. It's you
went along exactly with under the conditions you gave in this hypothetical.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't.
No, I did. I did.
You're not even here. You're not here. Maybe Pepe would, because Pepe's not Jewish, right?
You
So,
didn't like that your hypothetical didn't make much sense, and I'm sorry,
no,
but it's okay.
It did, bro. It did. You just don't hear it. You don't, and that's okay, right? So if you ask me a question about, black people, or Haitians, or Native Americans, Mexicans, and if I happen to be one of those in those categories, right? Yeah, my bias sometimes will, speak out, and yours spoke out.
No, I'm just confused on where my bias was exampled at there. I mean, you said that would it be Nazis for us to remove the Jews to rebuild it if they were in a Gaza-like situation, and the answer is no, it would not be. The only difference is there would be Nazis that would be surrounding the place when we would try to resettle the Jews back into this hypothetical Gaza Jew land. Instead of Palestine Jew land, instead of Palestine Gaza, it would be Jew Gaza. That's the hypothetical you gave. So I went along with the ideology that you put forth, and it comes out at the end that this is the solution best for not just Palestine, but the Middle East.
I'm saying that it's the Israelis that's doing the bombing on the Palestinians.
You're not.
Yes, and the reverse hypothetical indicated Palestinians bombing the Israelis in Gaza.
Hold on. And I know you're trolling right now, right? And that's okay in most rooms, but not this one specifically.
You reversed it. You're the one who reversed the rules hypothetically. And in that hypothetical, that would be Palestinians bombing Gaza, and that would be the Israeli Gazans that would be being bombed. So you see the roles reversed.
No, all he said was remove that the Israelis would. He didn't bring in the hypothetical.
Remove them for no reason. So we just go in for no reason at all and tell Israelis we're removing.
So that the area can be rebuilt for the Palestinians. If the Israelis were going to be removed, right? The United States, with its power, was going to remove the Israelis so that the area can be rebuilt with the intent to.
So you're saying we can go in and start firefights with Israelis over their land and just turn them into a hospital?
You're getting to, I think, what he was raising.
Now you're comparing a humanitarian evacuation to rebuild an entire city area to what you're saying is an invasion on what we want to take over Israel and give it to somebody else.
No. I'm saying we're going to eliminate the people that's literally doing the bombing and murders, right? Like the Israeli settlers, right? They're literally going in, they're looting, they're stealing people's property, they're raping, they're killing people. If we eliminate them, right, by migrating them to somewhere safe, like West Virginia, right, or Alaska, right, where they can be more acclimated to, right, and they'll be safe. They can, maybe they can say, hey, we were promised this land from West Virginia, from our ancestors, right, because they wanted to live there. And that actually might be true, right, because in the 1400s, there were many Jewish persons making new towns, settling all over the United States, right? So they can literally say that, right? So while the building of Gaza is happening, maybe that that evacuation of Israelis, like the Israeli settlers, because I'm sure there's many hundreds of thousands of Jewish people that happen to be Israelis in Israel that don't support what their government is doing, and that could literally stay in Israel without wanting to harm or disrespect a Palestinian based off the fact, based off their religion. You know what I mean? So those people could stay, but like for the ones that are like Ben Gvir, Smotrich, etc., and the Israeli settlers, the problematic ones, the ones that want to cause chaos and murder, those people, they can go to West Virginia. West Virginia has so much land. We can make, we literally can make West Virginia a home for the settlers. Is anybody from West Virginia in the room?
I'm pretty pretty sure most of us tuned out because when you get the hypothetical, it's just very boring.
It was like too far cheap of a. I mean, yeah.
Okay, is there anybody from West Virginia in the room? Why can't West Virginia be a home for the Israeli settlers? Why can't we have these people safe in West Virginia?
Yeah, I don't want Israelis or Palestinians in West Virginia. No, thank you. Sorry, Lonzo.
Why not?
West Virginia is
Why
the
would we?
scariest place I've ever been to. I was like, I swear to God, if this car breaks down, I'm gonna walk to South Carolina. I'm not even gonna ask anybody for help over there.
Yeah, but the safety, they'll have their own police departments.
I don't give a shit about their safety. I give a shit about America and America's safety as a republic. And inviting a bunch of foreigners who love to kill each other in mass is not a good idea.
We can make them refugees. We can make.
No, I don't believe in the refugee programs. Remove it.
What the fuck are you
Wait, why not?
Because the refugee program is exactly what has funded billions and billions of dollars into terrorism, into dictatorships, into the Middle East
Should Israelis be, given the refugee access to America? Because wait, why? That's your people. Why would they fucking?
No. I'm not sure where you're getting that from. I'm not sure why you think that's my people. I was born here in the United States. My people.
Yeah, bro.
I'm an American. Jewish is a second part. That's down on the list. I'm an American of this republic.
I ain't never been a Jewish person like. Yeah, he definitely has different views, but he does ultimately, and rightfully so, I guess, right? He does have allegiance to, his people.
No, I have allegiance to, yes, my people being the Republic of the United States of America, 100%, and the citizens of that republic.
Yeah. Wait, let me ask you a question real quick.
And that means if we went to war with Israel and I was drafted to go to that war, I would take up arms and I would shoot Israelis in their fucking face.
Wait,
what? Did you grow up culturally Jewish?
He lives in America. What do you mean? He's proud to be an American. What's wrong with that?
Oh, no. This is actually curious, though. This is curious. I don't understand. So, James, did you grow are you Jewish by faith? Do you acknowledge religion?
I'm Jewish in all three directions, all three ways. Culturally, faith.
This is some agent. I don't believe in anything.
But it sounds like you guys said too simplistic.
No, I don't believe it.
He makes a lot of sense.
You don't believe it because what you've done is you've adopted an ideology that is not of the Republic. You have forgotten that you are a citizen, and you need to remember.
No, I literally do business with Jews. I have friends. I am extremely knowledgeable.
You do business with left-wing loyalists in different countries.
Let me finish. I am extreme. I understand the culture very strongly. You know what I'm saying? And I know people like you will be completely ostracized with that view. So when I hear you say that you are culturally Jewish, you're religiously Jewish, and on top of that, you're ethnically Jewish, I know you would be ostracized from your community for saying the things that you're saying now. So, stuff is not adding up.
Yeah, I don't have to be welcome, and I'm not welcome, and that's completely fine. And if my Star-Spangled Banner makes me not welcome in their community, then as far as I'm concerned, they're not Jewish at all, and their entire structure's a lie. So fuck it.
So, James,
and you will find, if you find me on stage with Jews, they will say, you're not real, you love America too much, and I don't really give a shit what their opinion is.
Okay, so your Jewish friends on this app don't love America as much as you?
Yeah, 100%.
Really? Tell us more about that.
Well, I would say that there's not just Jews, but there's also a Catholic ideology on the app that I would say is a foreign loyalty to different countries, and that is a big problem for the republic and the structure that we exist in. Which, as much as some people don't like it, is a secular republic that has one goal, to be a republic. So if you have loyalty to the Vatican or to Israel or to some foreign country, Somaliland, Nigeria, then you are, by definition, not compatible as a citizen.
I think Lonzo's on the phone.
I mean, is he not cooking, bro?
No, because I don't believe him. There's something, it's just not adding up. There's something that's not, it's not meshing.
I'm not gonna lie, he's had the same rhetoric for about 4 years on his side.
4 years, same thing. That may be true.
Same exact rhetoric. No different. I don't see any deviation in his rhetoric.
Wait, so
I also ran for Congress in this exact same fucking way.
No, yeah, but what I'm saying is, even if your rhetoric is true, I'm saying there's an information gap somewhere. I don't know what that information gap is. It could be maybe you aren't actually Jewish. It could be maybe you are Jewish. It could be maybe there's something going on where it's not adding up. That's all I'm saying.
He's saying the math isn't mathing.
What it is you're used to speaking to left-wing Jews that have a loyalty to a foreign country. That's the best way for me to explain it to you. Even the most right-wing ones that you spoke to are loyal to a foreign nation.
I'll put it to you like this. There is no Jew you can point
If you want me to describe it best, I believe in God and all the stuff, but it's like very second. It's fairy tale stuff to me. I believe the Republic and the concrete structure of reality, and that's more important than the fairy tale stuff of my faith.
Let me give an example.
That is kind of a Jewish position. They're hyper materialistic.
So let me give an example, right? So someone like Noam Chomsky or Marianne Williamson or Jill Stein, right? They're not culturally Jewish, so they have a variety of opinions that does not align with Jewish thinking, whatever the case may be. But if you attach anybody, you name the Jewish person, if they are religiously Jewish or culturally Jewish, you could walk a straight line to what all their beliefs are. You name the Jew. And I'm saying, I would love for somebody to point out to me a Jewish person that we can point to, that we know, that has the same position, that is culturally Jewish, ethnically Jewish, and all Jewish, and like he just said. I guarantee you can't find.
Yeah, I think you're saying that they're hard set, like, even if they're culturally or religiously Jewish. I've met some in real life that deviate, not as much as James, but they'll deviate on certain positions.
Yeah, but I'm talking about his position.
Yeah, I think it may just come down to a sense of interpretation. I do have an arrogance about myself, so when I hear things like the rabbi said, I just think, like, who the fuck is that? And that's one thing that they don't like, is that I just kind of dismiss a lot of the things that I'm told. So they will tell you, yeah, that I don't fit in their category 100. But that's fine. I mean, hey, I'm an individual thinker. I'm an American. That's what we do. Individualism, baby.
Yeah, this is interesting. Okay, so you said if America went to war against Israel because they felt or perceived what the Israelis were doing as terrorism, right? Do you think, if you were like ordered to go by draft, how would you go, Jay?
I would in fact volunteer. I wouldn't even need drafted.
To attack your fellow Jewish sisters and brothers?
Those aren't my fellow Jewish nothing. That's just a foreign country, a foreign people that I don't know.
Yeah, this is how obvious. This is skeptical as fuck.
Just like they've named themselves what? Israel? Any country can name themselves Israel. There's little towns all across America that's called Israel. Am I going to go fight for them now?
Is it?
Also, I'm not sure if you're aware, but most of Israel's inhabited by this ultra-Orthodox group called the Chabad group, and it's a very, it's a cult, essentially. They believe that Chabad Lubavitch is going to come back from the dead and save them. He's their Jesus. So what you call Jews over there, they're not even the same thing as what I...
Shit.
Hey, but if you were cultural or religiously Jew, like, what does it matter? You're still a Jew.
Wait, what's your question?
I said if he wasn't culturally or religiously Jew, like, what does it matter? He's still a Jew.
No, it matters that I literally gave. That's why I gave examples like Noam Chomsky, Marianne Williamson, Jill Stein, like ones that are not culturally Jewish, ones that are not, they don't abide by any of that stuff. They always have a different politics. Like they don't put Israel first.